Сейчас я потихоньку так.
Доброе утро. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Итак, господа, кому нужны приемники для синхронного перевода, подходите и получайте их. Можете подходить и получать.
Welcome to the first session of the GCA conference. I'm very happy to open this session with two great scholars, David Jaeger and Hartmut Lehmann. I should also say that Hartmut was my professor in the Kiev School of Economics many years ago. He wrote my letter of recommendation, and he has a lot of credit for everything I achieved in my academic life. Without further ado, Hartmut is going to speak 25 minutes. There is going to be discussion.
This is work together with Thomas Dohmen and Norberto Pignatti, and it's about the risk attitudes over the Great Recession, comparing Germany and Ukraine. It has very little to do with the current, let's say, political and economic problems of Ukraine. It's basically basic, if you like, basic research. So I was quite surprised and happy that we were invited to present the paper. Okay, so let me go right away into the. Okay, so there is a small literature that looks at the issue whether risk attitudes and preferences in general are constant over time, or whether if they're changing, they're only changing very slowly or marginally. Now, the small literature looks directly at the question of risk attitudes, whether they can be influenced by life events, by labor market changes in labor market states, or macroeconomic shocks. So there's Cohen et al. With Ernst Fehr, an experimental evidence showing that people in deep recessions are much more risk averse than people when they're confronted with a boom. For example, Sam looks at actually the issue whether life events, changes in labor market states, and macroeconomic shocks, whether all or some of these factors do influence the stability or the non-stability of risk attitudes over time. I mean, this is of course important because there's a large literature also that discusses risk attitudes or the impact of risk attitudes on the labor market. Geographical mobility paper by David with Thomas and Armin Falk and others, self-employment, occupational sorting, informal employment. There are lots of labor market outcomes that are impacted by risk attitudes. Now, we're not aware of a paper that has a comparative perspective regarding the potential time-varying nature of risk attitudes. We have two surveys which have actually identical questions on general and domain-specific risk attitudes, the GSUB and the ULMS. And an interesting point here is whether determinants of risk attitudes are stable over time across two countries that are very different. So we have a mature capitalist economy, and we have a laggard, as we heard yesterday, and a transition country. Okay, now we have data that span the recession, the Great Recession in both countries. However, Ukraine experienced a much larger shock than Germany. On the measure of harmonized unemployment, also the labor market trajectory are quite different in the two countries. So we want to see whether these differences in the intensity of the shock and differences in the labor market adjustment lead to differences in the stability of the risk attitudes, or whether at the heart are actually measurement issues. I will explain that in a minute. Okay, so here you can see this very clearly when you compare Germany and Ukraine, that you have much larger shock in 2009 in Ukraine than in Germany. Also, the labor market trajectory is very different. So unemployment goes up in Ukraine, it stays up. It goes a little bit down, but stays up, even though not at very high levels, while Germany is this miracle country as far as the labor market is concerned, that after a slight rise in unemployment, we have a secular decline until now and close to 5% unemployment. So clearly, labor market trajectories are different. The shock is much larger in Ukraine. Okay. But before, let me talk about the data. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll do very brief. The German socioeconomic panel was started in '84, and East Germany was added in 1990. And as most of you probably know, it's a very known. It has a lot of basically questions on attitudes, preferences, psychological IQ, and one can also link the information of with parents, of children with parents. Okay, now the risk attitude question, which is identical in the ULMS, basically are risk questions on general risk taking and domain specific risk taking. So this is basically self-assessed risk attitudes. Now, basically you have a scale from 0 to 10, where 0 means you're completely unwilling to take risks, while 10 means you're completely willing to take risks. Now, this self-assessed risk measure has been experimentally validated by Thomas, Dohmen, and Armin Falk and others. And they basically took 450 subjects and basically asked, or did a lottery experiment where you basically can choose between a safe amount and winning with a 50% probability a larger sum. And so basically the switching point of the safe bet or of the safe amount can be compared with the answers to the general risk question. As you can see, it's very, it is very, I mean, there's a great fit basically between the response to the general risk question and the average safe value at the switching point. So maybe you can tell me, because 25 minutes is a bit short, but anyway. So I don't want to get into this much, but basically, I mean, because the lottery question basically gives the same context to all respondents. So it's not that people basically view the world or states of the world in a different way. They all, I mean, the state of the world is the same in this experiment. So since you have this high correspondence between the responses and the outcomes of the experiment, this is taken as an indication that these responses are true responses to of people's risk attitudes, and not that that there is heterogeneity because they see the world differently, but because they do have different proclivities towards taking risk. There's additional evidence on the validity, which has to do with that basically more risk-loving people are willing to hold more stocks, they're more willing to select themselves into self-employment, into occupations that have a higher variance, etc. So there's a lot of evidence that links relatively risky endeavors to these risk attitudes. Okay, now the Ukrainian longitudinal monitoring survey was basically started by me, I should say, in 2003 with the help of lots of people, certainly the 2003 and 2004 wave. Olga Coupe was the main collaborator in developing the questionnaires. In 2007 and 2012 then, we actually added the risk module that was in the GSUB. So we have identical questions. We had, of course, some tests, pre-tests, and so on to adjust the questions a little bit to the Ukrainian context. Now, the great thing about the ULMS is that you can basically reconstruct a complete job history of people going back to the year of the Chernobyl disaster, essentially. And we have these risk measures in two waves, 2007, 2012. Okay, we have these sample sizes. We have lots of information, so I think it's arguably the most comprehensive questionnaire regarding labor market outcomes in any transition economy. We have subjective risk measures, these general and life domain specific, and we have also objective, so-called hypothetical investment questions and lotteries. Now, there's no experimental validation yet of these general risk questions in the ULMS case, but I think, well, we assume that they're probably as valid as they are in the German case. Okay, now let's look very briefly at risk attitudes in Germany and Ukraine. So this is the general risk question. And as you can see, Ukrainians tend to be much more risk averse than Germans. I mean, there are lots of issues in terms of focusing, heaping. So lots of people choose 5, not because they're necessarily in the middle of the scale, but they like to choose a midpoint. But abstracting from such subtleties, you can clearly see that the Ukrainian distribution is bimodal. We're actually not willing to take any risk, has more mass than any other category. Gender differences. Women tend to be more risk averse. I mean, this is basically women versus men. So women are more in the lower categories than. This doesn't work. Okay, so women are clearly more risk averse than men, and you can also see that actually. Ukrainian women tend to be also clearly more risk averse than German women. Another important determinant of risk attitudes is basically parents' education. So we distinguish between low and high education, where in Germany it means Abitur or Fachabitur or more. While in Ukraine it means incomplete university education or more. Okay? Anyway, you can clearly see, I mean, if you look at it long enough, and we don't have the time, but you can clearly see that as you go from low to high, you get a lot more mass in the upper part of the distribution. So basically, individuals with parents, where parents have high education, tend to be more risk-loving than individuals with low, where the parents have low education. Okay, let me skip this because we also have some regressions. So you can also see when you look at age and risk attitudes that older people tend to be more risk averse than so the willingness to take risks diminishes with age, basically, and this is also true in Ukraine. The last sort of individual-specific determinant is height, and people who are taller tend to be more risk-loving than people who are short. Maybe because in high school they were able to get they were able to get their way more than people who were short, and so they. Okay. So here we have a regression where we look at the first wave when actually the risk questions were added to the surveys, and you can see clearly that female, women tend to be less risk-loving. Older people are less risk-loving, while people who are tall like to take more risks. Okay, and father's education, also mother's education is not always significant in the Ukrainian case, but anyhow, so these arguably exogenous. I mean, female is exogenous, probably age, is height. Father's education, mother's education, these are arguably exogenous variables. We also add, when we add some more endogenous variables like household income, financial position, or household wealth in the German case, these first determinants always survive. Even if you add a battery of lots of determinants or covariates, these first four or three certainly factors always survive. So gender, age, height, and especially father's high education tend to be good and constant predictors of risk, the willingness to take risk. Okay, now we also look over time to see whether this is stable, and you can see, because in the German case we have lots of waves where we have the general risk question. So roughly these things survive quite well. In the Ukrainian case we only have two waves, and height is not significant in 2012, but father's high education is. So in general, one can say that these determinants certainly, there seems to be a very stable relationship between these factors and risk attitudes. So what time do I have? Oh God. Okay, so okay, so forget that. Now, how is time variation related to measurement problems? Actually, Dohmen et al. in an unpublished paper did an interesting retest. So they basically took 300 long-term respondents of the SERP and basically re-interviewed them and asked exactly the same question. Only 30% gave exactly the same number, and the correlation for the whole sample was 0.62. So what they did to see whether this is due to maybe some important events within these 5 weeks, so they restricted the sample to those who had no significant events occurring between the interviews. And again, the correlation was 0.615. So given this very short time span, so much of the imperfect correlation over time probably can be interpreted as measurement error. Now, if you look at, so this, let me only do this one graph here. But if you look at the German samples, you basically have a correlation between of the answers of the general risk question. And this is regressed, if you like, on the days between interviews, and you can see that basically it declines to more than 0.4, even 9 years. So there is a very small decline from this 0.6, which is after 5 weeks, to a bit above 0.4. So the rank ordering seems to be quite stable over time. Okay, now in the Ukrainian case, so let me only to make it comparable, we also look at for these two where we have basically surveys 2004, 2009, and 2006, 2011. Now, in the Ukrainian case, these correlations are much lower. They are between 3.5 and 0.35 and 0.2. And also, as you can see, there are lots of dots down here. So there are lots of people who really change their response, a lot. Okay? Now, of course, we want to know whether this is due to maybe changing income of the household or wealth. This is due to some life. God, I should have talked into the microphone. This is due to some life events, or it is due to labor market changes or changes of labor market status, or due to just a generally perceived large macroeconomic shock. And as you can see, basically the income variables are not really terribly significant. What is significant is in the Ukrainian case, for example, worsening health will make you a lot less risk-loving, more risk-averse, while in the German case, improving health, if your health improves, you will become more risk-loving. Now, what always is clear that once you become married, in this period, you become much more cautious. Then, and that goes. That's valid, if you like, at all times. Okay, now the labor market variables are not really that terribly significant. There is, however, that people moving from employment to unemployment actually seem to take more risks, and maybe you can construct stories where you can say that if you become unemployed, you will take more risk to get another job, maybe. But one has to do more work to really pin this down. That's it? No. Okay. Now, what is very striking, though, that the average risk attitude. Sorry, I hit your cheek instead of the numbers. So this constant is always significant and large negative. So in the German case, we can do a fixed effects regression, where because we have lots of waves with a risk question, and if you look at the, let me just do that. Why doesn't this work now? Okay, if you look at the constant, you see that 2009 is particularly large, negative, and 2000 and 2010. So what this seems to say, and that's the upshot of this, is that changes in labor market states or in the individual person's labor market states does not seem to have a a large effect. What really has a large effect is the general macroeconomic shock that occurs. That makes people much more risk averse, and that's actually in line with the evidence by Cohen et al. And by also Kuzio and Zingales have done a paper where they also show that people in a slump tend to be much more risk averse than when they're confronted with a slump, tend to become much more risk averse than people. So what we haven't done yet, and what we still need to do, is then to essentially look at what effect does this overall fall in risk loving has on the labor market, actually. So will you get less self-employment? Will there be less setting up of new businesses and things like that? Because so it's not that individual changes change risk attitudes a lot, but it's that the big macro shock causes generally risk loving to fall a lot, and that has an impact then on the labor market, and that we still have to. I mean, we have started, but we still have to do that. Okay. So I think I'll stop here.
And the discussion is later, Jaeger.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. It's an interesting start to the paper. I think it will end up being a very, very nice paper in the end. Hartmut and his co-authors want to answer essentially three research questions as I see them. The first is, do risk attitudes vary between Germany and Ukraine? Are the correlates of risk attitudes different between the two countries? And then the last point, which he just discussed, which is were risk attitudes affected by the Great Recession or by the business cycle more generally? And so I want to talk about all three of these. I'll probably spend the most time on the last question, however. So the answer to the first question, I think, is that is, are risk attitudes different between Ukraine and Germany? I think the answer to that question is clearly yes, that Ukrainians tend to be less willing to take risks than Germans, who are themselves pretty risk averse. Certainly in comparison to Americans. But it's, if you look at the distributions, and Hartmut showed some other evidence that the distributions of risk attitudes between Germans and Ukrainians tends to be somewhat different. So the second question, that is, are the determinants between the two countries of risk attitudes the same? I mean, he didn't really come down on one side or the other in his presentation. I think the answer to this question is maybe. In the sense that the signs of the coefficients when you regress risk attitudes on various characteristics of the individuals are the same. Women are more risk averse than men. Younger people tend to be less risk averse than older people. There's this interesting result about height, so I'll try to stand up as tall as possible. And then the relationship between family background or family background with regard to education having highly educated parents means that you're more willing to take risks. Being more highly educated yourself means you're more likely to take risks as well. We know that. And all those things are fairly consistent between Germany and the Ukraine. The difference is more a matter of magnitude than sign, that Ukrainian women seem to be extremely risk-averse in comparison to German women. Okay, so let me spend the most time talking about this last question, and that is, are risk attitudes affected by macroeconomic conditions and the Great Recession in particular? And so I think there's a storyline that they want to tell, that risk attitudes were in fact affected by macroeconomic conditions, and particularly the Great Recession, and that the evidence that they present for Germany therefore should allow one to generalize to the Ukraine, given the rough similarities between risk attitudes across Germany and Ukraine that they show in the first part of the paper. And here I think I'm going to take a little bit more of a critical attitude, that risk attitudes are substantially affected by macroeconomic conditions. And so, So if you take the fixed effects coefficients on the individual years from the German regressions that Hartmut showed in Table 6, and you plot those against indicators of the macroeconomic conditions like the unemployment rate, and I'll talk about change in GDP in a second, this is what you get for the German case. Obviously, there are only 2 observations for Ukraine, so you can't do this exercise. And what you see is that there's a weakly positive relationship between the fixed effects and the unemployment rate. But it's this: if you run the regression with the scatter plot, of course, there are only 7 observations or 8 observations. It's not. I don't want to oversell my results here, but you don't find a significant relationship between the unemployment rate and risk attitudes. In fact, the relationship you find is positive, not negative. Hartmut and his co-authors place an awful lot of weight on this particular observation here and claim that that's all about the Great Recession. But to me, given that the unemployment in Germany was essentially falling during this period, it makes sense to look at the overall relationship. And I don't see a strong argument here for saying that the macroeconomic conditions have a big effect on risk attitudes. If we look at the change in per capita GDP from one year to the next, and then look at the measured risk attitudes in the final year of that change. So, for instance, risk attitudes are measured in 2004, so if we look at the change in real per capita GDP between 2003 and 2004, and we plot that, we do that for all the years in which they observe risk attitudes, you get a sort of stronger positive relationship here. But again, it's not statistically significant. It's on the margin of statistical significance. But if you do this without 2009, again, there's very few observations, but the relationship essentially goes away. So making an argument about the relationship between macroeconomic conditions and risk attitudes on the basis of essentially one observation, that is 2009, I think is a bit overplaying the results. In my opinion. We can do the same regression here with the relationship between risk attitudes and unemployment without 2009. That actually improves the relationship a little bit, but it's certainly not a strong relationship. Again, this is only 7 observations. That's really all we have when you're talking about the macroeconomy and these risk attitudes. Nevertheless, I don't see that there's a strong argument that the macroeconomy has a big effect on people's risk attitudes. With the third question, I'm also not so sure about the answer here. The causal chain that they want to argue occurs is that the economy, the macroeconomy, goes into recession, that affects people's risk attitudes, and therefore there's going to be some consequences for people's labor market choices. But I really am not sure that we can make this kind of causal argument. And it does seem to be assigning much too much influence to risk attitudes. There's all kinds of things that are going on in a recession that, other than the recession affecting people's risk attitudes, that you might think would also affect their labor market choices. And in fact, there's probably much more likely is that risk attitudes are jointly determined with other things that are going on in recession. So the last point I want to make is that it's not clear that this relationship between the macroeconomy, again, with Ukraine we have only two observations, so we can't really do this kind of analysis, but it's not clear to me that we would necessarily want to extrapolate from the evidence on Germany with regard to the macroeconomy and risk attitudes to Ukraine. Given the relatively weak evidence in Germany, I'm not sure I would necessarily want to extrapolate to a country with different institutions and other differences. So, still, I think there's a lot of very interesting descriptive analysis in the paper. I think the comparison between Ukraine and Germany is a worthwhile exercise. I'm just a little skeptical about the relationship between the macroeconomy and risk attitudes.
I'll talk here. Thanks very much, David. Thanks very much, Hartmut. I'm a macroeconomist. I'm not a labor economist. And we know in recessions the risk premium is always rising, and we always wonder why is that. And I'm very glad you try to go to the data and try to understand the evolution of risk preferences. And I hope eventually we'll have a convergence of macroeconomics and microeconomics. I'm very glad you're working on this. Would you like to take a few minutes to respond to David?
Yeah. I don't know if I need to. Well, I mean, I'm very grateful for your laudatory comments regarding the first part of the paper, but as you point out, it's just a descriptive piece at the moment. And on the other hand, I think your criticism regarding the causal relationship between the Great Recession, risk attitudes, and labor market outcomes is certainly, it's certainly worthwhile thinking about. However, I think your our point, which since we haven't written it yet, so it wasn't very clear from the paper, but our point that Thomas and I we think in particular that. When you have a large, deep fall in GDP, people will, on average, become a lot more risk averse. This has been shown in these experimental studies by Pierre and al. And by Kuzio and Zingales, for example, with bankers on one hand and financial professionals in the case of Pierre and Cohen and others. So basically what we're saying is that when you get this big shock, people become more risk averse, and the fixed effects regression show this. So you're saying this is essentially an outlier. But what we're saying is that this is the main. The year 2009 is a year when we have these big falls in GDP, and this big fall in GDP has an impact on how willing people are to take risks in general. And actually, the fact that the unemployment rate in Germany doesn't go up a lot, but actually continuously declines, actually makes, in a sense, makes that point that it's that people start to, if you like, panic, or they just become a lot more risk averse in general, independent of their own personal situation. But being more risk averse could have these impacts in the labor market. I agree that with the data we have, we probably cannot establish this causal chain. But I mean, your exercise, especially with the unemployment rate, I think is the point. In the sense that we're saying you have this big fall in GDP, people will be less willing, in general, independent of their personal situation, less willing to take risks. I mean, this is what the regression, I think, shows. But I did send you the paper 2 days ago, and it's only a very rudimentary paper. So I think your critique was actually perfect in the sense that, because this is the part where we have to, we haven't really started yet, and just thought a bit on the evidence of one data, if you like, on one data point. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any questions, comments? Igor?
I know it's not exactly central to this paper, but it would be helpful to understand.
Igor.
I know it's not exactly central to this paper, but it will be helpful in order to understand how transferable is data from Germany to Ukraine. Have you tried to test if there is any difference in risk attitudes between West Germany and East Germany, and what was happening to this difference over the last 10, 15, 20 years? More 10 years, because this was the time interval of study.
Well, I mean, I have actually, to be honest, I'm the Ukrainian man, so to speak, in this paper. I'm not the German man, in the sense that Thomas Dohmen, if you look at his, publication list, you will see that he has done a lot of work together with Armin Falk and Uwe Sunde and others, actually on using the GSUB. I don't think. I mean, there has been. I mean, they did some work of looking at occupational choice, because in West Germany, where you have a mature market economy, occupational choice is probably much more endogenous than in East Germany at the beginning of the transition. But I'm not aware. I'm sure there has been done some comparison between East and West Germany, but it's not. I mean, you would.
I can answer that a little bit.
Yeah. Good.
So. Yeah, since I've done some work with these data. The East Germans, the distribution of risk attitudes between East and West Germans in 2004 and 2006, the periods when with which I'm most familiar, East Germans tend to be a little more risk-loving on average than the West Germans. Actually, there aren't huge differences, but the East Germans are actually less risk-averse than West Germans. So that's the one piece of evidence that I know I can
Do
tell
you know if that difference leveled out by now, or?
That I don't know.
Well, we can check.
That I don't know. No.
I mean, we can check that. I mean, it's not. I can send you an email telling you what. No, but I get the point. But actually, if you look even at the Ukrainian data here, 2007, there is a small group of people who is at 10, which is much larger, 3 times as large in Ukraine than in Germany. So.
That's true. I spotted that as well.
Yeah, there's a greater variance in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I have a question for both speakers. Thank you for such interesting presentation. I want to know about which of these results you received were more unpredictable, maybe unexpected for you, like researchers. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, the expectation was that labor market, changes of labor market status would be, or let me put it this way: the first part of the paper, where you just look at the determinants, there's nothing surprising, because it basically shows that that risk attitudes have a relatively long gestation period. There are certain factors that are always significant throughout or over time in all contexts, like in the Ukrainian context and in the German context. So that's not surprising. No? Now, with the regressions of these changes, I mean, I don't think there's much literature that has actually looked at a statistically or nationally representative sample of two countries, and looked at the changes in risk attitudes over time. So, but theoretically, you would think that changes in labor market status would have an impact on risk, on changes in risk attitude. So, going to unemployment, I probably would have thought it makes you maybe more risk averse rather than more risk loving. So that's one of the surprises, if you like. No? So, but it's actually the results are rather disappointing, that they're not very strong. Even in the German case, where you have a lot. I mean, in the Ukrainian case, the ULMS is always a problem that we didn't have enough money to have a larger, sample. I mean, it's nationally representative, but still, it's a relatively small sample. So when you do these changes and people change their labor market status, you might not have a lot of observation. So you have a problem there. But even in the German case, we don't have. We don't get, a lot of significant effects of these individual life events. I mean, what is the only one that really is always there is getting married. Makes you more risk averse. But
very interesting paper. Thanks, Hartmut. I had a question about if you could comment on the role of immigration at all, because one big difference between Ukraine and Germany is Ukraine you had much more emigration, and if we assume that emigrate. So if you assume immigrants are more risk-loving, and then just for perhaps future direction could be interesting would be to look at Ukrainian immigrants in Germany and to compare to see how are their risk preferences compared. I know you couldn't do that in the GSOP data probably, but if you could do some games, for example, it could be interesting suggestive evidence.
Well, we haven't looked at, or we haven't, if you like, ignored the issue of emigration. But I mean, let's put it this way: we look at changes in risk attitudes of those who stay in the country, so to speak. I mean, David did a paper with Thomas and others on geographical mobility. Within Germany, basically going from East to West Germany, and they have found that there is, more risk-loving causes, I guess, more geographical mobility.
The people who migrate within Germany, the Germans who migrate within Germany, tend to be more risk-loving. But the one piece of evidence in the SIP is that. Immigrants in general in Germany tend to be less risk-loving. They tend to be more risk-averse than native Germans, which seems to contradict the initial finding, but it depends on where people are coming from in the risk distribution in their home countries, right? As we see, there's big differences, say, between Germany and Ukraine. So if you took a random sample of Ukrainians and put them in Germany, it would look like the immigrants are more risk-averse than the native Germans. So this is why this kind of comparative research is really useful, because then we get to understand what the distribution of the risk attitudes in the home country looks like, and so looking at emigration or immigration would be useful.
Andrei Mihel, Institute for Management Consultant. Now we have the huge transition in Ukraine. Did you plan, or do you plan do some research for in immigration in Ukraine? Because 2 million from the east part of Ukraine go in Ukraine and Russia. We have a huge moment now.
Well, no, I'm sure that's a very interesting research project. But if you give me the finances to do it, then I'll.
The German government helps Ukraine with this program, etc. Can talk about it.
Anyway, so I think it's a very interesting. Of course, it's a crucial topic that one has to find resources for.
Talking about labor market choices, I'm wondering, is it worthwhile looking at the subnational level and looking at unemployment rates within or across Ukrainian regions, across German regions? I don't know whether data allow this, but in principle this should be available, right? GDP data at the subnational level in both countries, and the same true for unemployment. Could that help to exploit variation within the country?
I don't know. I'm not convinced. I mean, first of all, so instead of I'm not sure. And instead of have a yearly dummies, you want to interact it with. I mean, you could only do this in the fixed effects regression, for example. I don't see how you would do how you could do this in the. I mean, you could condition on where people, the region, sure, but maybe that's and to see and see. You can basically could interact. Sorry, you can interact some of these labor market or actually also these life event variables with. Regional dummies, and see whether if it's it should be possible, yeah. But whether this, I mean, there is large variation clearly in unemployment rates and so on. But
just going back to the paper that I wrote a few years ago, we didn't find any evidence that income variation in regions in Germany was related to people's migrating, for instance. So I don't know whether there's unemployment rates, you might get something. But for a lot of things, there's not going to be so much variation within Germany, at least. Maybe in Ukraine, I don't know.
Ukraine is probably more.
Is probably more. But
I thought
yeah.
Ukraine would be.
Yeah, no, that's a very
Especially
good
because
point.
you have only 2 data points and you could kind
Sure.
of inflate your number of observations potentially.
Good point. Thank you for the suggestion.
Thank you for the presentation. I have the question for both the speakers. In your research, you used a lot of regression analysis. Which type of regression did you expect to obtain, which you obtained, and how you explain this? Thank you. Which kind of regression? Maybe some kind of linear or polynomial regression relations between the data.
Sorry, we use interval regression because you have basically censored, if you like, it's like a Tobit, in a sense it's like a Tobit regression. But we also use OLS regressions, and we also use probits, but one can also use ordered probit models. Since you have since you have rankings, so those are the 3 types of regressions you would use, especially if the determinants tend to be exogenous. You think that they're exogenous, like gender, height. They should be exogenous to risk taking. But so they're just very standard. These are very standard types of regressions, very simple standard types of regressions that we use. I mean, we do. In these pictures where I showed a line, there we use partial polynomial regression. fractional polynomial regression, because you assume that the relationship between the correlation of the answers and the days, or the distance between the interviews, is not necessarily linear. So this is the only sort of non-parametric kind of regression we do. But I mean, this is not the important part of the empirical. This is not the important empirical part of the paper.
All right, we're out of time. Thanks very much. Thank you, Hartmut. Thank you, Devin. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes in this room. Thank you. All right, so we will continue with the second session today. The paper is going to be presented by Elena, and I'm going to discuss it. Thank you.
I'm trying to decide what's better to, but okay, I think it's better to sit, otherwise I have to hold the microphone, and that's two things to do at once. So thank you very much, Yuri, for inviting us to present, and let me say that this is joint work with my colleague Milena, Djourelova, and my colleague Ralph de Haas, who are at the EBRD. And so the topic of this paper is so we're trying to answer broadly three questions. The first one is whether social preferences persist or whether they're affected by short-term macroeconomic shocks. The second one is whether and how East and West Ukraine are different in terms of preferences for the market and democracy. And more specifically, we're interested in how the Great Recession or the recent financial crisis affected these preferences for market and democracy. And let me focus on the case of Ukraine. So we know that there is a East-West divide between East and West Ukraine in terms of language, history, voting patterns, and structure of the economy. And specifically what we find is that Eastern Ukrainians are at least 35% less likely to support the market and around 42% less likely to support democracy compared to Western Ukrainians. So there is a big attitudinal gap between the two parts of the country. And the other thing that our work is based on, and that's an assumption that we discuss and defend at more length in the paper, is that the recent financial crisis was an exogenous shock that didn't originate in Ukraine and that was transmitted to Ukraine through the bank branches of foreign banks. And so let me quickly preview my results. What we find is that households that were hit by the crisis were most disappointed with the market and democracy. And this, perhaps surprisingly, this effect was very strong in West Ukraine, and in East Ukraine, attitudes hardly shifted. One issue with our empirical approach is that, and Yuri will talk at length in his discussion about this, and certainly this is a very important concern, is that, well, are we really capturing a causal effect of the crisis on attitudes, or is it something else? And so we propose a new instrument that is based on the exposure that is based on the strength with which foreign banks transmitted the crisis to Ukrainian banks. And then we explore some suggestive mechanisms, and we don't have a clear story about what particular mechanism is at work. So part of the issue is that we're using cross-sectional data, and with cross-sectional data, it's quite difficult to pinpoint a mechanism. But what we look at, and again, we'll discuss this later when Yuri does his discussion, is that we look at whether linguistic differences drive this effect, or whether this is driven by early transition paths. In other words, whether East and West Ukraine set on different economic paths that explain the effect that we find since in 1989 or around 1989, and we don't find that these effects seem to be at play. But what exactly is at play is a bit more difficult to answer. So this is the structure of my talk. First, I'm going to talk briefly about motivation, literature and contribution, analysis, and conclusion. So let me not focus too much on the literature because this is a short talk, but I would just say briefly that there are three broad strands of the literature which are very important here and to which we know people in the room, including Yuri, has contributed. So the first one is on the effect of cultural differences on economic and political outcomes, and I think there's a consensus here that culture matters. So hopefully I don't have to convince anyone. Now, a different debate is what are the origins of culture and whether culture is persistent. So there is a literature that has showed us that this is true in various contexts, including Eastern Europe. And the third strand of the literature argues, well, okay, so there might be some persistent effects, some persistent drivers of culture, but culture is also affected by more short-term macroeconomic shocks. And so let me talk about the data. So the data, our data set is the Life in Transition survey, which is administered jointly by the EBRD and the World Bank. And as some of you may know, this survey was envisioned and it was the brainchild of Eric Berghoff. And so we're using both rounds of the survey. The first round was conducted in 2006 and the second one in 2010. Our analysis focuses mostly on 2010. So it was conducted in 29 transition countries, including Ukraine. In 2010, also 5 Western comparators were included. And in Ukraine, we have about 1,600 observations. And our two main dependent variables are the following. The first one is a dummy for whether the respondent thinks that the market economy is always preferable to any type of economic system. And the second variable is whether a dummy for whether the respondent thinks that a democracy is always preferable to any other type of political system. So in terms of independent variables to measure, to capture East versus West Ukraine, we use a dummy. And so one good thing about the list is we know the precise geographic location of the respondent in each primary sampling unit. And so we use that to divide Ukraine into East and West Ukraine, and the exact details are in the paper. And then another good thing is that we have a crisis exposure module where respondents were asked to describe what kind of, so how the crisis affected them and what kind of actions they had to take to deal with the crisis. And they are asked to do this subjectively and objectively. And so our subjective index just captures to what extent the respondent was affected by the crisis, a little bit, a lot, somewhat, and very much. And the objective index is based on information whether the respondent had to reduce particular types of consumption, such as consumption of food or reducing health expenses and things like that. And then, of course, we include a variety of socioeconomic controls, such as age, employment, income, health, migration history, importantly, whether the respondent or anyone from his or her family were members of the former Communist Party, party membership. And then we also include controls for the latitude and longitude of the primary sampling unit, as well as whether the PSU is urban or rural. Now, let me show you some graphs. So this chart just shows what I said in the beginning. So these are just simple unadjusted means. To what extent East and West Ukraine differ in terms of their preferences for the market and democracy, and we see a clear divide here. So the electric green color is East and the blue color is West. And what we see is that in the East, very few people prefer the market and democracy compared to the West. It's very simple. Now, what is more interesting, because we have so many countries in the list, is to compare how East and West Ukraine fare relative to other countries. And so this is support for market economy, where now we have used the electric green color for both East and West. And again, we see that Yuri offers his discussion. So we use two instruments. The first one is the branch-weighted percent change in the solvency ratio of the foreign banks which were active in each primary sampling unit between 2006 and 2010. And the second one is the ratio of gross loans to customer funding in each primary sampling unit in 2006. So this is right before the crisis. So the first instrument measures the change in solvency between 2006 and 2010, between the crisis and right after the crisis. And the first one is just to what extent the loans that these banks gave were more dependent on wholesale funding right before the crisis. And so, so the idea of the PSU is that it will show us that our results are similar. And so what we find, we only show the results when the sample is broken by East and West. And the first, so remember, this is only primary sampling units in which there are foreign banks. So the first columns, so the first 4 columns are regressions for West Ukraine, and the columns 5 through 8 are regressions for East Ukraine. And the first columns 1 and 6 replicate the OLS results that I showed you earlier, but only on the sample of those PSUs that have foreign banks. And so I don't have the other results, but basically, if you remember, these are very similar to what we found earlier. So it doesn't seem that PSUs, so it doesn't seem that the results are driven by the fact that we only consider PSUs with foreign banks. And 5 minutes, okay. And what we find here is that the results are very consistent with the instrumental, with our 2 instruments. Columns 2 and 6 use the change in equity versus assets instrument. The next column uses the wholesale funding instrument. And the last column includes both instruments together. And to the extent that you believe over-identifying restrictions, those pass. Of course, we can discuss whether over-identifying restrictions are really a good measure of instrument validity or not. So basically, our results go through. One thing to notice is that the results are several times higher with the instrument versus the OLS. And we give several reasons in the paper why that might be the case. So since I don't have much time, let me just say that we ran several robustness checks. So for instance, we looked at whether these results are driven by immigration, and this doesn't seem to be the case. Whether they're driven by the income of the respondent, again, they go through. We also looked at the extent to which the respondent favors private ownership as another proxy for preferences for the markets, and the results are very similar. Now, so one possibility is that these results simply capture language differences between East and West Ukraine. We know that people in West Ukraine speak mostly Russian, and people in West Ukraine speak mostly Ukrainian. So it's possible that these 2 different language groups have different preferences. That's all we capture. And this doesn't seem to be the case. We do various... we look at language spoken at the individual as well as at the primary sampling unit level with different cutoffs. This doesn't seem to be the case. Now, another possibility, as I mentioned in the beginning, is that, it's possible that these 2 different parts of the country were hit differently by the early transition shock in 1989. And these differences in attitudes originated since then, and they simply persisted. This is not due by some long-standing differences in attitudes. And moreover, it's possible that the crisis simply captures these differences in early transition paths. We used LITS 2006 here for this exercise. We also did it with luminosity data, and we obtained similar effects, but there's some more work to do with that. And we find that there is some effect that those, so if you look at the, so let me just focus on the last column. So if you look at 2010, it seems that those that were, which includes both our crisis impact variable interacted with East and this early transition path variable interacted with East, and it seems that those that were hit by the crisis were also more, those that were hit harder by the early transition shock were also more likely to be hit harder by the crisis, which is not particularly surprising. But overall, the effects are very similar. So there seems to be something going on there. And my final slide is, one question that we might ask is how unique is Ukraine? So we're in Ukraine, and probably everyone thinks that Ukraine is unique. And so actually, this is what this slide showed. So we were thinking, to what extent can we compare Ukraine to other countries where there is a similar divide? And we tried to do this for Moldova, but unfortunately, we didn't have the data. And so this is purely as food for thought. One comparison is to West and East Germany, with the caveat that, of course, the processes that led to the division of West and East Germany and the context is very different. But what we find is that actually, if you look at columns, so the first 2 columns just replicate what the results. So this is a replication of the Ukraine table, but just for West Germany. And what we find is that basically, in East and West Germany, those hit by the crisis are equally likely to hate the market. So there is no regional division. So there is no difference in attitudes toward the market to the same extent that we found in Ukraine. So how we interpret this is open to question, but this is just to show that in Germany the processes seem to be different. So let me conclude. Eastern Ukrainians are significantly less likely to support the market and democracy. And this is not surprising. We already know that there is a big cultural divide. The crisis shifted preferences for markets in the West, but not in the East. And there is a similar but possibly less robust effect when it comes to democracy. So the basic takeaway seems to be that there are deep-rooted factors that drive these differences, but there are also effects driven by short-term macroeconomic shocks. Hopefully, given that we have focused on a single country, this helps to alleviate some of the problems present in the literature that uses mostly cross-country regressions. So, thank you.
So usually I start my discussion by thanking organizers for inviting me to discuss the paper, but because I'm one of the organizers, I'm very glad that I appointed myself to discuss this very interesting paper. I think the paper is motivated by a huge and a terrific question, a very important question. We see huge disparities in the distribution of political systems across different countries in the world. We see enormous differences in the level of development across countries, and it's really striking when you look at various maps. So here's the distribution of democracy versus authoritarian regimes across different regions of the world. You see, huge differences, and sometimes you see these islands of democracy and otherwise full democracies, and you wonder why do you see this in the data. Same with the distribution of income. Huge disparities, extremely persistent, and you wonder why do you see this kind of things. Now, the recent empirical research emphasizes that a key determinant of these disparities, these differences, is institutions, right? But the institutions are often interpreted as laws, kind of formal rules you see in the system that put constraints on the behavior of firms and households. There is another sort of object which puts constraints on what we can do and what we cannot do, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. It's culture, and we know at least since Max Weber that the cultural aspects may play a very important role in how we do things, what we do, and what we can achieve. Now, culture is not something that is set in stone, right? It evolves over time, it changes over time. And this paper asks a very important question. What determines changes in culture? Is it somehow related to economic shocks? For example, we had just the Great Recession recently. Was it an important factor in how people think about political system, about economic values and so on? And I think, that's really great that, the morning we had a paper motivated by this question. This paper is related to this question. I think it's a great research agenda. Now, to give you a sense of how much differences we see, at least in Europe, which is a little bit more homogeneous region, here is a map showing you the distribution of beliefs people have about democracy. So red is basically saying you think democracy is a great idea. Yellow is not such a great idea. And you can see that Russia is, really, well, not really, kind of yellowish. And Belarus, actually, they think it's a great idea to have democracy. Which is but anyway, so you see this huge diversity of views about, if democracy is a good idea. But if you go back 10 years before, you see that before the crisis, before the Great Recession, many more people saw that democracy is the better idea. After the crisis, you see a lot more yellow and orange in Eastern Europe. So people think that economies didn't do so well, the political system failed to fix the economy, to support the poor, and so on. Now there is a challenge, as Elena said, of using cross-country data because these countries are so different in terms of formal institutions and all sorts of other things. And it's usually very difficult to roll out alternative stories based on this potentially confounding factors. And ideally you want to look within a country which has the same set of formal institutions, but has different cultures in different parts of the country. A prime example of that historically was North Italy and South Italy, when you have the same formal institutions, but culturally the North and the South are extremely different. Now, Ukraine, in this respect, is similar to Italy. It has a very clear divide there. For example, if you look at the election outcomes, you see that the South and the East really supported Viktor Yanukovych, and the North and the West didn't. And we can look at all other statistics related to this, division of Ukraine, and you see very similar pictures. So, in this sense, Ukraine is a great example when you can study the effects of culture in various economic and political outcomes. Okay. Now, what's great about this paper is that you have this unique data set when you can look at subnational level and move beyond electoral outcomes and start to ask questions about, differences in culture, differences in beliefs. It's a very rich survey. You have lots and lots of questions. I'm very glad the authors are working on this. The headline result in the paper is that people in eastern Ukraine are much, much, much less likely to support democracy and the market economy. That was really striking to me. I thought Ukraine is much more uniform in this. Another striking result in this paper is that when the Great Recession hit the Ukrainian economy, people in the West became less supportive of democracy in the market economy, and people in eastern Ukraine basically did not change their beliefs. Maybe they were already so low that you can go down. Anyway, it was really striking to me as well. Now, I really like the paper. I think it's motivated by a great question, but the job of the discussor not only to praise the work, but also criticize this, and I'm going to offer some critical comments on the paper. One is related to the design of the survey and kind of outcomes you see in the survey. For example, when you look at the distribution of people participating in the survey, only a quarter of people are males, and the rest are females, and it should be roughly balanced, 50-50. Of course, you can fix this with sample weights and so on, but it strikes me as really an imbalance. Same with the number of people who were a communist or had a family member who was a communist. Almost 30% of people said that they had somebody related to Communist Party. I think it's way too high, because even at the peak years, 1989, only 3 million people in Ukraine were formally members of the Communist Party. It's much, much, much less than 30%. Another thing which is very important in this kind of studies is to think about reverse causality and what is the channel from X to Y. All right, and obviously it's very difficult when you have only cross-sectional data and all sorts of other challenges Elena mentioned in her presentation. And just to give you a sense of what kind of challenges you can see in these studies, here is a map of Ukraine and neighboring countries showing you changes in light intensity during nighttime since 92 and until 2012. Blue here is bad. It means light intensity is falling. And there is a very strong result in the literature showing that there is a very strong relationship between light intensity and the level of economic activity. If you have high level of economic activity during the nighttime, you will see lots and lots of bright lights. If it's really dark, like in North Korea, it's not a good economy. So blue is showing that economic activity was really shrinking in a given location. Red means good. And for example, when you look at Poland, it's all red. Poland was growing really, really fast. You look at eastern and southern Ukraine, it's really, really blue. This area was contracting economically a lot. This is Kyiv, right? So Kyiv was growing a lot. And maybe that's why people were more supportive of democracy and market economy. And here, these people experienced a huge contraction in their well-being, right? And so obviously they may be much more skeptical about democracy and market economy as a way to go. Now, this creates all sorts of challenges because you want to compare people here with people here, and obviously they have very different experiences, and maybe it's something in their kind of culture, kind of long-term factors in their genes that, these guys here are going to be not so much pro-market, and these guys are going to be pro-market. Maybe it's related to this massive decline of economic activity in this region that drives their results. There are a few other things which struck me as a little strange and potentially implausible. One of the things reported in the paper, they say, okay, let's look at objective measures of sort of
difficulties people have in their lives as a result of the Great Recession. And for example, there is a dummy variable equal to 1 if you had to reduce your spending on education and 0 otherwise. So one way to interpret these results is to say that if you cut your spending on education, you become extremely skeptical about democracy and market economy. Now, when you look at the people in the East, you basically have to add up these two coefficients. You see roughly 0, and that struck me as something really strange. Why people in Western Ukraine are so sensitive, and people in Eastern Ukraine are not really sensitive when you have this huge event in the life of these people. Another thing I want to mention here is that the paper does a lot of effort to address this reverse causality, and one of the things you can do is to use instrumental variables, and I think it's a very clever idea. However, just one of possible stories. You can think of other channels how the Great Recession got propagated in the Ukrainian economy. For example, maybe the presence of foreign banks is somehow related to the export structure in a given location, and maybe the channel is not through banks but really through adverse conditions in foreign markets, and this is how the global crisis affected the given location in Ukraine. So I think you can do a little bit more work there. Another thing I want to mention here is that this paper is really great, not only in documenting these facts, but also trying to understand why we have these differences between Eastern and Western Ukraine. So for example, is it somehow related to Russian language? Maybe when you start to speak Russian, you become much less democratic and much more centrally planned. They say it's not related to that. I was very glad. Maybe somehow it's related to initial conditions, and they have a proxy for that. I was actually going to suggest that maybe using nighttime light intensity is a better measure because you have a finer measure of kind of economic dynamics in a given location, share of migrants. None of this explanation suggested in the paper is really working. And I was like, okay, so, what is that? And fortunately, this Life in Transition survey is a great survey. You have lots and lots of questions, not just about attitudes of people towards democracy and market economy. You also have questions about trust, demand for redistribution. Are you interested in civic activity? What do you think about private ownership? Do you think freedom is good? Are you willing to sacrifice freedom to get a higher well-being? I think the paper can do a lot more in this dimension and try to look at this additional responses, and I think this will help you to narrow down the set of hypotheses consistent with the data, and maybe you can have a better idea about the channel of this, democratic values, differences in democratic values and preferences for the market economy. Now, in the end, I think it's a terrific question with huge implications. We see the striking differences in beliefs and values of people in Eastern and Western Ukraine. It's just astonishing. And we need to understand why is that, because eventually if Ukraine wants to be a successful country, you have to reconcile these different sets of beliefs. And then you have to think about causal channels, how you can move people from one belief to another set of beliefs. And so then, this reverse causality becomes much more important. So I think, authors need to do a little bit more work there. Also, looking at other cultural attributes is extremely important. Is it related to trust? Is it related to private ownership? Is it related to beliefs about other economic objects? You can definitely do more work there. And finally, I think it would be really helpful to use additional data like light intensity and maybe some other sources, censuses, to complement your set of controls with additional information. Thank you. Questions? No, before we go to questions, I'll like to give a few minutes to Elena to respond to my comments.
So thank you very much for this this very helpful discussion. Maybe let me talk about the IV and other attitudes, if that's okay, because I think yeah. So we did look at other attitudes, and the surprising thing is that there is very little effect of the crisis or the East dummy on majority of them. And as I was going through the results this morning, one thing that actually came across as very strong is one of the things that you suggested to think to what extent. So there's a question in the list that asks respondents to say to what extent they prefer economic growth as opposed to political liberties. And the interesting thing is that if we look at East Ukraine, respondents in East Ukraine are significantly less likely to think that economic growth is more important than political liberties. In other words, and this is in 2010, this is before the conflict. So in other words, they're much more likely to value political liberties compared to economic growth, which is interesting and which goes against what we find that, you know, they're and what you said, that, well, they're to some extent inured to the market, and, you know, they don't really care about what happens to them. They stay at the same level of support of the market. And then if we look at the interaction between East and crisis, when the dependent variable is whether the respondent values more economic growth versus political liberties, it's positive. So those in the East that are hit by the crisis are more likely to think that economic growth is important. So, and we looked at several other things that we looked at, but that give us very kind of strange results is trust toward groups, party membership, and willingness to help the needy. And there we find, so for instance, we find that those in the West are less those in the West that are hit by the crisis are less likely to trust people from other groups, which is a bit strange. But and so anyway, we can discuss that. But what was surprising to me is that we expected that there would be significant differences on a variety of attitudes, but it seems that the differences are concentrating in these economic and political variables, economic and political attitudes. So, so perhaps it's not. Perhaps what you said is it's important to kind of close that gap, but maybe the gap is not so big. Maybe there's just a few things that Eastern and Western Ukrainians differ on. And about the IV, I think these were great comments. And any IV strategy, and especially in a cross-sectional data, is subject to criticism. So let me just say two things that. One thing is about, I think you're implying two things. The first is about whether foreign banks sorted themselves to some extent before the crisis. So what we did, one imperfect way to deal with this is to drop all branches that were opened after 2005, with the caveat that 2005 is an arbitrary year before the crisis, and so our results go through. And the other thing that we discussed with my co-authors is that how these foreign banks actually entered Ukraine. And it seems that these foreign banks entered through existing branches of state banks. So they were there, these state banks were there, and foreign banks came and bought them. And it seems that there was little opening and closure of branches, and maybe yeah, you can say if that's true or not. And the other important thing is that it seems that these foreign banks, once they entered, they didn't focus. They focused on retail lending, which is the mechanism we explore in the paper, versus wholesale lending, which is probably more consistent with the mechanism that you suggest related to export intensity. But I agree with you that we need to do more work on that. So, thank you.
All right, let me open the floor to the questions.
Ternopil National Economic University. Thank you for your good presentation. I have maybe not questions, remark. What if when you talk about east part of Ukraine, which regions you mean? Because as for me, it's Donetsk, Lugansk, it's one thing, yes, if you talk about these regions. If we talk about Dnipropetrovsk, Sumy, it's also east part of Ukraine, but it's totally different. I understand, but if we divided east and west, which regions you include in your research? And also, when you talk about language, you talk about Russian or Ukrainian language, I also agree with Yuri Gornichenko that it's not problem for Ukrainians which language you use. It's problems, I mean, in institution, maybe social capital, maybe human capital. And maybe your research can be maybe you focus about social capital and human capital in your future research. Thank you.
You want me to collect or answer? Answer. So the division versus East and West. So it follows Yuri's card, Yuri's map that he showed. But I didn't describe this in the paper. But it's very, I think it's quite standard how it's divided. But I agree with you that even within East there are differences. In terms of places. Unfortunately, we cannot really deal with this in this survey because our sample is already small. It's about 1,000 observations, and it would be great to look at how Donetsk differs from Lugansk or from other places, but we cannot do this with this survey. I think one would need to do a much bigger survey that has a bigger sample in each place to find out about differences, about intra-regional differences. On language, I completely agree with you. So it's a very imperfect proxy. Ideally, what I would like to find out is to what extent Russian speakers have different mindsets or different preferences. But perhaps, but what seems that it's what we find here is that whether you're a Russian speaker or not, it doesn't affect how you think about the market and democracy. So, but I agree with you that this is kind of a black box that could capture many different things, and I'm not sure how to deal with this. If there's a better suggestion of how to address it, I'm open to that.
Question.
My name is Anna Kolesnichenko. It's like a comment or a question. Is there any way in your research to capture, I would say, class structure, or what people do in the sense if there is middle class in east of Ukraine and there is just workers, what kind of attitudes they have? You can have proxies, I assume, with this other survey questions, but I think from the observation, just of facts, it looks like middle class in East Ukraine is very much like middle class in West Ukraine with similar views, and while it is those who are low wage people who have different attitude, and probably they are also those who suffered most in crisis. And I think this could also have implications for the kind of policy you can propose. Thanks.
In the regressions we control for income and educational attainment, and in the robustness checks we have a control for assets. So I think that these are quite good predictors of one's economic situation. So people in the middle class should have higher education, higher income, and they will be more likely to be employed. And what we find actually is that these are not very strong predictors of attitudes. So, of course, to what extent someone was affected by the crisis is endogenous to one's economic position. So I completely agree with that. But once you include both variables, it seems that exposure to the crisis is a stronger predictor of how you treat markets and democracy as opposed to economic situation. Of course, economic situation might be imperfect because people self-report, and there is a lot of bias there. But I'm not aware of any other way we can deal with this in the survey.
Olga Coupe, I wanted to ask, you also included age as a predictor. Yeah? Do you have expected relationship controlling for other important variables that younger people, they are more prone to democracy and more support of democracy in market economy? Thank you.
Okay, so I don't remember whether age was significant or not. We have to check. I don't remember, but yeah, the prior is that those who are older might be more likely to, they might have lived through communist times, and they might look back on them with nostalgia. They might be more likely to. They might be less likely to support the market and democracy because they're more in favor of communism, and younger people, not having experienced communism and maybe being more Western and being exposed to more Western things may be more likely to support the market and democracy. But we need to check whether this turned out significant or not. I don't think so, if I remember correctly.
I have it's echo here. So I have a question to Yuri regarding that light luminance map. So do you think this is an accurate proxy? It seems to me that it is a little bit sector specific, namely public utilities sector, street lighting. Because if you open that map, you can see, for example, that in the cluster of Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia, it's not very equally. The countries are of different color, and on the other hand, there is a clear outlier in Russia, near the Ukrainian border. I think it's Belgorod region. I just googled it, so it's a clear outlier from maybe it's sector specific and more than a very general economic issue. Thank you.
This light intensity is not a perfect measure of economic activity, but when you look at cross-country evidence, some people looked at this at national and subnational level. There is an extremely strong correlation between light intensity and various proxies of economic activity, like GDP, unemployment rate, and so on. So it's true you have noise, some imperfections, but as a first cut at the data, it's actually pretty good.
Alex Renko, student. Did you observe a question of effect of Russia to Eastern Ukraine? Because I think not just Russian language, but modern Russian literature, Russian TV shows, even Russian rivals and Russian jobs for Eastern people can affect the democracy. And do you think can a conflict in Eastern Ukraine change the mind of people that Russian authority isn't so good for them?
I think that's a great question, and we don't have data like this in the survey, in the lists. We don't know whether they watch Russian TV or Ukrainian TV, but if you know data sets that we can use, maybe in the regional level, then we can calculate a regional average and we can include it in the vacancy. So if you have any suggestions, please let me know.
Hartmut, do you know if ULMS has a question about what channel do you watch? And
Vadim Volosovich, Erasmus University. I have a question. So when I saw results, it struck me that it could be the case that people in different countries, even in different localities, understand what democracy means, really. So it's a sort of, very vague concept, as well as market economy. So and I like the fact that you sort of validated your market economy measure with, support of property rights. It's more concrete. So, and it's another question maybe about your research, but about survey data, right? Are there some less direct questions to see what do people mean by when they say democracy is important or whatever wording is, in more concrete? So, for instance, do same people support or trust in democratic institutions, say parliament or press, which we think would support democracy? So maybe you could, I don't know how you wrote your paper, so it would be interesting for me to see if, how do countries which are, France, what do they mean by democracy, or Czech Republic and Ukraine? And then maybe it will be interesting to interpret results. If a response to democracy is really proxy for economic shock, and not the attitude to the, inherent notion of democracy as people understand it in Western Europe or North America, for instance. Thank you.
So thank you. This is a very important question about how people answer questions about markets or democracy. So in this round of the LITs, the only thing we can probably do is to look at whether they trust democracy or political institutions more. But I think it's not exactly, so whether you might support democracy but not trust institutions and vice versa. So I'm not sure if that's exactly the same, and if we get divergent results, I'm not sure. I don't think that invalidates. So if we get divergent results when we look at trust in institutions, I don't think that necessarily invalidates what we have before. But the good thing is that in the next round of the LITs, we have addressed this question, and we're going to have, I think, 2 or 3 questions that ask for markets and democracy, what does the respondent associate these 2 concepts with? So, for example, stability or insecurity or equality and things like that. In cross-country surveys, what we do is we just stick a country dummy and we say, okay, so this deals with it. Here I think we have less of that problem because I don't know. I'm not from Ukraine, but my guess is that Ukrainians probably think about markets and democracy in the same way. So, no, okay. But I think in this round of the survey, it's going to be very difficult to deal with this. If we wait for the next round, then I think there we have much more power to answer your question. But I agree, it's a very important question, and it's probably the question for another paper.
More questions? Okay, so one thing I could say, it's not clearly related to genes. Half of my family is from Eastern Ukraine. I never thought democracy is bad or market economy is bad, so you can rule out that hypothesis. Now, having said that, we can now stop and reconvene in 11:30. Thanks very much.
All right.
Simeon, what's your paper about?
Life.
Just can you give me like a quick synopsis?
Life. I think it's so simple that whatever you can comment.
It's so simple it must be right, yeah?
Exactly.
All right, welcome back. We continue now with the next paper. Simeon Djankov will present it.
Thank you. So when, I'll come here maybe, when Yuri invited me to this conference, he asked me to think of something and write something which is related to Ukraine. And then I thought, okay, I've not worked on Ukraine for about a decade or so. So I don't know much, but let me think of what may be interesting between Ukraine and my own country, Bulgaria, that one can write about. And one topic that has come up consistently in previous literature, academic literature, as well as a lot of, let's say, less academic studies, is that both Ukrainians and Bulgarians are fairly pessimistic people. So they don't look at life as the sun shining and the water is cool. They basically look at it as, you know, even if the sun is shining, it's about to rain. So, so I thought, well, maybe this is an interesting research area to do. Is it first the case that in our region more broadly, not just Bulgaria and Ukraine, but across our region, we tend to be more pessimistic than others? And if so, can I find the reason why? Because if I can find the reason why, then okay, at least we can explain it. Maybe there is some rationale to it. I will be using a lot of the same data and data set as the previous paper, that is the EBRD's Life in Transition, but then we'll mix it with some other data, which is only focusing on this one question, basically, are you happy with your life or not? And let's see whether we can first find whether Ukraine, Bulgaria, Russia, and a few other countries in this region are more pessimistic than they should be by common analysis. And can we think of other reasons why that may be the case? So let's see whether I can work this. So motivation. A few studies, I'll show you a couple that already have looked at this, both in a worldwide sense. There is a thing called the World Values Survey that doesn't cover all of our region, but covers some of the main countries like Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Serbia for some reason. And then basically finds that even if you take the world as a whole and do standard regressions on income, life expectancy, education, and so on, our countries, in this case particularly Ukraine, that's actually how I started with this, was on average the respondents, these are households, people, were much more pessimistic than their underlying indicators would suggest. And then there are a few other studies that focus on our region, Europe or Eastern Europe, that repeat this exercise in much more detail and basically find the same. There are different explanations why, but nobody in my mind so far tries to come up with a reasonable explanation. I'll show that I haven't come up with a reasonable explanation either, but we'll try later on in this paper. So I'll just show you two of the studies. The first study is a cross-country study, fairly detailed studies on economic growth, subjective well-being. I mentioned it already, the World Values Survey. Not all of the countries of transition are there, but basically they run simple regressions that say there are surveys of attitudes on how good you feel about yourself, and then all the variables that previous literature suggests. Income per capita, growth in the last few years, so maybe it's not a level, maybe it's a change effect. Education and change in education, although there the argument is not very clear because more educated people may be happier, maybe actually worse off, so not very clear, but anyhow. it was there. There are also a lot of comparatives, something that does not exist in many of the surveys that I would be using, basically saying, well, maybe they're unhappy because their peers look happier than they are. So there is some sort of comparison with the neighbors, but that doesn't seem to be the case in our countries as well. And that study, as I mentioned, draws a very nice picture that basically shows Ukraine as the utmost pessimist country in the world relative to everybody else. So that's how I thought of doing this. Moldova was actually second most pessimistic, so away from the trend, and Bulgaria was third. And since the Bulgarians that I know, including some here, are very happy people, so it must be that it's not us, it's the others. So let's find out what it is. Yes, no. So, and there is another very interesting paper, more recent paper, by Sergei Guriev and Katya Zhuravskaya that uses the 2006 LITS survey, finds this puzzle, goes around it to try and find out what it's due to, and basically doesn't. In the end, it says, well, there is a dummy of Eastern European unhappiness, if you like. We cannot explain it now with existing available data, but we pose it, and that's what I've written, that maybe it's a transitional effect. So maybe in another decade, they write in particular, once the next surveys are done, East Europeans would be happier because somehow they'll be part of Europe, they would have figured out that life is actually, less tough than it looks, and so on. So this is what they conclude in their study. If you look over time, I'll show you some of these graphics actually. One interesting fact is that East Europeans, relative to the rest of the world, with time become less happy, not more happy. So somehow the deviation from trend is actually increasing over time, is not decreasing. So while this is not the point of our paper, just want to point out that this argument that maybe it was a short-term phenomenon, this extreme unhappiness, and then need to disappear over time, is not happening. Exactly the opposite is happening. So data sources. One of the benefits of this exercise, still at its early stages, is that previously people have used just one of available several sets of indicators. So typically either the World Values Survey, but as I mentioned, it doesn't have many countries in our region, or the LITS survey 2006, some 2010, 2014 is actually coming soon. European Values Survey, which is like the World Values Survey, but with more questions on Europe. But actually there are several other surveys, and we've mentioned two here. Eurobarometer, which is essentially done by the European Commission, or contracted by the European Commission. The benefit is that it's done every year. So actually, for a number of for all European countries and a few comparators, you have every year data on this question. So what we've done is that we have, is not a perfect match, I'll show you in a moment, but basically from 4 different surveys and from basically a 10 or 11 year horizon, we have put together all the questions that essentially go to this issue. Are you happy with your life? Are you satisfied with your life? Now, happiness and satisfaction, we discuss in the paper, are not the same thing, but they go in the same direction, and where they do not, we try to run regression somewhat separately. So to show you the country sample, there are basically all of the countries in transition, plus a number of other comparators. So we get to about 70 to 80 countries in any particular sample that we try, and about 10 years of data. So this is a panel data set. So here are some of the examples of questions. Life in transition, all things considered. Am I satisfied with my life now? Eurobarometer, on the whole, are you very satisfied, fairly satisfied, and so on. The Pew basically has a ladder of how you're happy with life or not. The European Values Survey is very simple. Taking all things together, how happy are you? And there is a 1 to 7 indicator. In the paper that most of you actually haven't seen, since it's still being written, including including my discussant hasn't seen it yet, we discussed in in detail basically what are the differences across these surveys. I will show you in a moment a correlation table. But in these surveys, if you standardize the satisfaction coefficients across countries, you still very clearly see this difference between, even in the raw data, between Central and East European countries, all the transition countries, and the rest, where the rest here are Western Europe, a lot of Latin America is in this survey, some of Asia, some of the rest of the middle income countries in the world. And then if you look at across countries, you saw in this particular case Bulgaria actually, without adjusting for other things. Bulgaria is the least satisfied country in the world, followed by Ukraine closely, then Russia, visa at the bottom. And then if you compare some of the West European countries, they are significantly above and a lot smoother over time. This smoothness may go towards the previous paper that was saying that maybe hits in fiscal, financial, or economic hits perhaps are still felt more significantly in Eastern Europe than in other parts of the developed world. This smoothness may go in that direction. Maybe I'll skip this. Go to the correlation. So basically we have four sources of data: Pew, Life in Transition, Eurobarometer, European Values Survey. There is quite a lot of correlation among and across them, with the exception of the European Values Survey. Partly because, as I mentioned, they have this ladder of choices how satisfied you are with life, and in the middle, in the data, there seems to be nothing. So you're either very happy or very unhappy. It's a very binary variable. So from this, in a variety of ways, we construct basically a standardized satisfaction score that in some sense is a composite of these previous ones. And then, as I'll show you in a moment, start running the basic regressions that previous studies in the literature have done. First, let me show you with the standardized satisfaction. So we've tried here to show the Ukrainian flag, but somehow our yellow is not that yellow. But basically, the yellowish is Central and East European countries. We have the trend line in satisfaction, GDP per capita locked, and then the non-CE countries. So you already here can see a lot of outliers, basically, in the sense of what I mentioned. Very consistent with previous literature. So this graph exists in several, at least a dozen previous papers from different other surveys. And then I've showed you some, if you go survey by survey, which are these outliers. Actually, the bottom one is again Bulgaria. It's not listed here, but you see Ukraine, Russia, Poland, Moldova is at the bottom as well. So consistent across surveys. This is the panel of 11 years, and since I promised to do a lot on Ukraine, so you can see a lot of Ukraine here. First improving over time, and then actually starting to go down again over time, maybe consistent with the previous paper that we mentioned. So my regressions are going to be very short. I already told you the punchline. What I'm trying to do is first see, is there a Central and East European dummy, which is actually the whole transition period, and if so, can I kill it with something, roughly speaking. It's a very basic empirical strategy at this stage, but this is roughly what we do. So we always include income per capita, which consistently works, so richer countries are happier. Not a big surprise, the previous literature shows it, but in whatever basic regressions we do, there is a very significant negative, very highly significant East European dummy. So East Europeans relative to the rest of the world at that level of per capita income are less happy. And here, let's first actually start from column 4, which is that we start, or maybe, sorry, column 3 first. So, well, so you're rich, makes sense, so you'll be happier. If you live longer, are you happier? Actually, you don't seem to be happy if you live longer. And we've tried several things, not just on life expectancy, but basically different diseases that are prevalent or not prevalent in these countries, what percentage of the population is sick by these diseases at what periods of time, and so on. Somehow, at least in this panel, things related to health are not significant, or at least not consistently significant. Then we thought to go and try some so-called cultural or historical variables. So one that I like is, again, thinking about Ukraine, Bulgaria, is Orthodox religion. So unlike Catholic religion, where basically you can sin a lot, and then you go and say, please pardon me, they pardon you, and you can sin again. In the Eastern Orthodox tradition, basically that's it. If you sin, you burn forever. So we thought, well, maybe we put a dummy for Orthodox. There's some Orthodox, some not Orthodox, and actually it turns out to be quite significant over time. The previous literature has not used this precise dummy, so this is a small contribution. What we have also used is not presented here for brevity. We have used variables constructed by Katya Zhuravskaya and others on historical variables on which empire you belong to for how long. Russian Empire, Ottoman Empire, Austro-Hungarian Empire, and so on. That also is fairly significant, not as significant as this simple Orthodox variable versus Catholic and so on, but is also significant. So history or culture, if you like, certainly play a role. But you notice they actually don't kill the dummy variable, and this is ultimately what I would like to do. So what to cut the story short, going through this process, we started thinking, well, maybe it's something that in these countries, people don't just think of their well-being unrelated to the well-being of the country, but somehow they relate how the country is doing, or their perception of how the country is doing, with their own well-being. So we put here as a start, understanding that this is highly correlated and you cannot prove any causality or don't want to, a corruption variable. And suddenly you can see first on the second column and then on the last column, the corruption variable actually kills the CEE effect. At least so far, nobody else has tried this. It's not a big improvement. I'll tell you why in a moment, basically because it's also an attitudinal variable. But you start thinking, okay, so basic variables don't explain it. I'm almost finished. Basic variables don't explain it. Some of them are significant in the way that you would expect them. But corruption seems to be quite significant. So what is behind corruption? This is the question for the discussant to tell us. But one direction in which we are going and constructing variables proves to be very complicated. Let me try to see, is this. And this is another graph that consistently has come up in previous literature, but nobody yet has gone further to try and get variables that are significant enough to put in regressions. So this is from one of the Pew survey, but actually there two of the other three surveys have similar questions, and the results are remarkably similar. So what is it? If you ask in Eastern Europe first, are you satisfied with your life, which is the blue, you give certain percentage, so 35% are satisfied. If you ask the same question on your country, so seemingly unrelated to you, are you satisfied with the way Bulgaria is going or Ukraine is going, roughly the same percentage says, yes, we are satisfied. And actually the non-satisfied are consistent as well. But if you ask the same question in Western Europe, you get remarkably different answers. So in other words, in Western Europe, when you answer, are you happy, you think of yourselves, it seems, or your family, and say this is what it is. And when you ask about the country, you somehow separate the two, differentiate the two. While in Central and Eastern Europe, that differentiation is not there. And this is consistent across time and across surveys. In the rest of the sample, which is mostly Latin America, as I mentioned, South Asia, the differentiation, as in Western Europe, is not so striking, but still, it's significantly more than Eastern Europe. Where I hope this would lead us somehow to the discussion that even though we are 25 years into the transition from central planning and communism to democracy and market economy, somehow, unlike in the rest of the world, in the minds of our people, us, in addition to some other variables that I've shown you, somehow we still regard our life as very linked to, I don't know how to say it, the government, the state. So the way that the state has behaved in terms of corruption, in terms of its perceived success, continues to affect our attitudes towards our own success, which again is not what we see in Western Europe. So in the remaining of the paper, when we do manage to finish it, we're going to go, and we have started this process, and explore variables that can get us into this direction, and hopefully go beyond the corruption variable and say, we understand it's not corruption, it's their attitude towards how they see the government or the state performing for them, or maybe for their part of the population or not, and try to disentangle this dummy variable. And I think these are the preliminary conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you, Simeon. The discussant is Andrew Clark, who has not seen the paper.
Okay, so you know sometimes when you discuss a paper and you're in another country, you have what we call a problem of translation. Okay, so here is one of these problems of translation. Usually the idea to be a discussant is you discuss a paper. Now, first issue here is there isn't a paper. Second problem is that these results have just changed hugely from the PowerPoint I was sent 5 days ago. So, yeah, progress is being made as we speak. So, anyway, moving swiftly on, this is what I think the paper might say when it's written, okay? I'm English. I'm a perfect match for this paper. In England, it's not a question of it's sunny, but soon it's going to rain. It's rather it is raining, and it always has been. So I'm good at pessimism. We do that. That's one of the things we export. So let me move on to what I think my main comments on this paper are. What I think Simeon's trying to say is you're in trouble, okay? And you're in trouble for more than one reason, okay? Not only, as we heard last night, is Eastern Europe not that good at taking resources and turning it into GDP, it's also really not very good at taking GDP and turning it into happiness. So you've got this kind of Eastern European double whammy that is making Eastern Europe less happy than it should be given its income, and certainly than it should be given the resources that it started off with. So let me tell you what I think we can do about this and what I think the answers might be to the version of the paper that I saw 3 days ago. Okay, so I'm really into recycling, and as you notice, I've actually recycled their presentation as well. So Eastern Europe isn't doing as well as its income would predict. And I first thought, when I first saw the title of this, I opened the PowerPoint, I thought, oh, great, this is a paper that's going to show adaptation to free markets, adaptation to democracy, and so on. But I don't think it can really be that. That can't be the answer for the gap between Eastern and Western Europe. Because if it's just a question of adaptation, then we should be at the same level, because surely the West has adapted as well. So it can't just be this, oh, that was good for a little time, but now we're going to go back to where we were, kind of argument. So I'm going to kick that one out as a potential explanation. This is what we're trying to understand, the gap between East and West. And actually, one thing that Simeon didn't really insist upon, though he did mention it in terms of other work, is this gap is pretty damn stable, actually. even there might be some suggestion, though I couldn't quite do it in my head, that the East is sort of catching up, though maybe this is just a load of noise around the estimates. But it's certainly, here's good news for you, it's not getting worse, right? It's like bad, but it's not getting any worse. So, you know, that's kind of good news, isn't it, right? Okay, so the East is not falling further behind, if you like. Okay, here is the Ukrainian flag again. This is the kind of inefficiency in transforming income into happiness. Given the amount of income you've got here, the levels of happiness in Eastern Europe are lower than you would have predicted. Okay? So something's going wrong in this transformation, if you want to think about it that way. What could this be? So dollars buy less happiness in Eastern Europe than they do in Western Europe, and that seems kind of weird. Okay, so what could be going on? One thing that could be going on here is this is just a really naff measure of income, right? GDP per capita is not what we're interested in. That's not fundamentally what interests me. It's not what interests you either. What interests you is the level of resources you have available for your family, and that's what we call equivalent income. Household income or better equivalent income. And you could tell a story about household sizes across East and Western Europe that could maybe just even this out, and that would be something I think you should try. What is the post-Soviet legacy? Of course, I don't know. One thing that you might have brought across from olden times is low expectations. And I'm English, so I know what I'm talking about here, right? We don't expect anything, and that's what we get as well. So I'm thinking football here, but you get the general idea. So the post-Soviet legacy is low expectations. You don't expect things to work that well. And that may well be true, but of course it goes in the other direction. The lower your expectations, the happier you are with whatever you get. So this is not a good candidates for explaining an Eastern European happiness gap. Okay, a second legacy is that of social capital, and I was very impressed by a paper on volunteering in East and West Germany. I believe it was an Alois Stutzer paper. Maybe the transition came with some kind of movements in social capital that were involved with the movement from one regime to another. And in the Stutzer paper, it's the loss of volunteering capacity that came with the fall of the Berlin Wall. But from what I've heard over the past day, everyone is telling me civil society is on the rise rather than disappearing. So this doesn't seem like it's a good candidate as well, though I'm actually going to come back to this at some point if I've got time. This is a kind of cheap shot, but hey, I'm the discussant, so I can do this, right? The gap is constant. Is this a language effect? So you'd like to look at, take a random Bulgarian who moved abroad, Simeon, and just. You know what I'm going to get at here. Just look at the use of language effect and see if you can pick out something there. Okay, there could be other potential omitted variables, and we've looked at the effect of corruption, we've looked at the effect of life expectancy, which does nothing at all. We've done quite a lot of work on the variance of happiness using the WVS, the EVS, that's the World and European Values Survey. The two most important variables we got are not life expectancy, because that just doesn't work. I don't think people know it, actually. I don't think people know what that is. The under 5 mortality rate really works well. So that might be a health variable you'd like to look at. And the second one we found, apart from income itself, that makes a big difference across countries over time, is something called limits on civil liberties, which is an independent evaluation from Freedom House that does exactly what you think it might do. So those might be worth looking at. Now, this is a classic discussants comment. The classic discussants comment is, oh, what an interesting paper. Now, here's how I would have done it. So this is what I'm going to do here. So fantastic work, but throw all of that away and do this instead. I would have done individual level regressions. My satisfaction on my income, equivalent income, and then my demographics and wave times country dummies. And that just gives you lots more variation in terms of income, of course. And one one thing that's kind of underlying the discussion in this paper is that income doesn't work so well in Eastern Europe, but there's no formal test of it. And if you do this, then you can do a formal test of this. You can look explicitly on the coefficient on income in a happiness regression, separating Eastern and Western Europe, and just see whether one is different from the other, or you pool and you interact, this kind of thing. Or something that I would really like to do is even run a latent class analysis, which is a fancy way of saying let the data sort out itself, which points are in which regressions. Yeah, I'm almost done. Do that in the 1990s data, do that in the 2000s data separately, and then see whether some countries switch from being Eastern to being Western. Instead of predefining that yourself, let the data see which countries look more like each other. Okay, I said I'd come back to social capital. The post-Soviet legacy, whatever that is much more germane, it's much more salient for people who were born at certain times than others. And again, taking this individual level data, maybe you could split into those who were born pre-1980, say, who grew up under a certain regime, those who were born after 1980, or maybe, I don't know, you can choose the year yourselves. And then compare those two to the same two age groups in a different country that started off with the same level of income. So it would be a sort of difference in difference, if you like. Okay, and then one of the reasons I thought about this was, again, the rise in civil society, but a lot of people yesterday were insisting this is a young person's movement. It's a young people's thing, in which case maybe the older group are being somehow left behind, and you might want to look at that as well. Okay, let me finish with 3 slides. This is the picture that Simeon showed us. This is what we call weird. That's a technical term. What is going on here? In Eastern Europe, individuals are satisfied with their country, but not satisfied with how well they themselves are doing. We all know these surveys of, are you above median intelligence? And about 95% of people think they're above median intelligence. No, of course, that can't be right. But is there some misperception in Eastern Europe? Do people think they're worse off than they actually are? And we could get a grip on this. First from last thought. Is happiness more than life satisfaction? This sounds like a very strange thing to say, right? But what I mean here is that life satisfaction may only be part of the overall well-being index that we would use as an input into a social welfare function. So life satisfaction is important, but other things might matter as well, like positive and negative effect, as Danny Kahneman and Angus Deaton and Alan Kruger have insisted, or perhaps much more importantly here especially, eudaimonia, measures of self-sufficiency, of relationships, of meaning and purpose in life. As Ed Deci and Carol Riff forward in psychology. Now you may say to me, Simeon may say to me, well that's very interesting, I haven't got the data, but you know what you have, because they're in the European Social Survey waves 3 and 6, and Ukraine has appeared in the European Social Survey since wave 2. So you can just download those for free from the ESS site. My last thought is, and this is a tiny little bit heretical, is this really East versus West? Or is this rich versus poor? We don't know because we're only looking at East versus West. So the placebo test I'd like to see here would be to redo all of this analysis with rich Western countries versus not so rich Western countries. And then just see if you're getting the same kind of results coming out, in which case you're talking about stages of economic development and there is no legacy as such identified. That's it. Thanks very much.
Simeon, would you like to take a few minutes to respond?
Thank you. So for the young researchers among you, I think what we demonstrated for you here is very valuable. So if you can get a good idea, then develop it a little bit, then get invited to a conference, ask for a very smart discussant, let him or her develop the paper and how it should be, and then just write it and thank him in the footnote. You have a nice paper. So
the arrangement was co-authorship.
So that's what we demonstrated intentionally in this panel. Indeed, since, as you can see, this is early stages, and we really started with a brand new paper for this conference, so we have to do a lot more work. And having the discussants' notes will be our to-do list. Just quickly to mention two things that I forgot. One of the basic motivations, actually, for this paper, and one interesting variable. So one other variable that people have used traditionally in studies of happiness is sunlight, on the idea that, if you're always in the sun and, hopefully you have a beach, you should be happy. So we actually have tried the sunlight variable here, days of sunlight in a year, something like that. And it not only is not significant, but sometimes it enters with the opposite effect. That is that in countries that are further south, Bulgaria is a good example, somehow notwithstanding the sunny weather, people are still pessimistic. So just for to comment on that. But I forgot to mention, perhaps, other than the interesting factual here and trying to resolve this puzzle, for me, what was the main reason in going this direction and trying to understand happiness, life satisfaction, and so on, which is that there is a separate literature, which I would like to see develop more, that basically links attitudes of people to the likelihood and then success of economic reform, so actually any reform, social reform, economic reform. And not surprisingly, that literature finds that if people are fairly pessimistic to begin with, anything new that you propose basically is met a priori with, let's say, neglect, maybe a nice word to put it, but basically doubt. And as a result, that in this kind of more pessimistic countries, reforms are less likely to happen, and as a result, economic growth or social development is retarded. Now, just finish with one sort of example from my own political career. Many of you know that I was for a while in the Bulgarian government, and when I was entering the government, the Prime Minister-elect basically invited me to his home, said, "You're going to be the next finance minister." I told him I need to tell my family, so don't tell anybody for 2 days. He said, "Absolutely, you can depend on me." I got onto the taxi from his house to the downtown, and on the radio we listened to the Prime Minister has just announced the first minister in his government. And then the taxi driver, who doesn't know me, I was relatively unknown in Bulgaria at the time, says, "Oh, this guy is as corrupt as the previous ones. He's never going to do anything." So the point is, and if you have this attitude, okay, should I be here? Should I be doing reform? So it really affects how you do institutional change.
Thanks so much. Questions? Oleg.
I will pretend this is a question. Are we on? Is this on? Or
Yes, yeah. Talk.
Yes. My attitude towards making comments or from the floor is to be like Antony and Shakespeare. I have come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The praise goes without saying, but expectations of what Simeon would do have been fully fulfilled. Thank you, Simeon, for an excellent presentation and a likely fantastic paper, especially after you take into account various comments. The main comment I have, not to take up too much time, is I was a little surprised, maybe time was the explanation, a little surprised that you didn't give more focus to the differences within the CEE. I mean, there has been, and Andrew Clark hinted at this, there has been a huge difference in performance between the more successful, let's call them, and the less successful cases. And let's take, Poland and Ukraine. Very big differences. Has that changed things? Your broad fit, or your broad scatter doesn't seem to show that, but that surprises me. In Poland, I would expect to have seen some increase in satisfaction, at least for a time, but then again, they may have raised their expectations. You know, first we want to reach the close to the average of the EU, and then we want to go above the average, and so on. And here, I think you might give in the model presentation a little bit more emphasis to the expectations question. I mean, in Ukraine, it's not surprising that people would be extremely unhappy. You give a suggestion about fatigue with lack of transformation. I think a better word is frustration. While the per capita income, I mean, I don't believe for a moment these suggestions that Ukraine's per capita GDP is only 80% of what it used to be in 1990. Anybody who writes that hasn't walked on the streets of Ukraine. But everybody knows that Poland's income, which used to be equivalent to Ukraine's, is 3 times higher. That must have a tremendous influence on expectations and frustration and satisfaction.
You know, my priors were exactly as yours, so I followed Ukraine and Bulgaria, so I would have sort of gotten a story for both countries. But then when I looked across countries that I think I know well, which is Central and Eastern Europe, I was surprised by what's happening in the data over time. Actually, the country that is improving most in its, let's say, attitudes towards life is Hungary. But actually, in the last decade, Hungary has been the country with least economic progress among Central and Eastern European countries. And Poland actually started improving in the very early data in the late 90s, and then actually stabilized and even started going down, maybe because of what you say, expectations were increased very substantially, and then you're not meeting the new expectations, but something is going on that is different from our priors, which is nice in research, so that that you have a puzzle. So it's not the case that the most successful in terms of growth or other measures of development countries, Estonia, Poland, are doing the best. It's actually countries that a priori you would not think are doing that great, but for some other reason are doing better than expected. So clearly a lot of extra work to do. Maybe it's this frustration in some countries that you mentioned, and the unmet but changing expectations in other countries. And perhaps we can differentiate between these two.
Thank you very much. My name is Pierre Jacquet from the Global Development Network. I was a bit surprised that there was not more discussion about this link between income and happiness. And to be more precise, I think I missed a discussion about the role of expectations. It came a little bit in the discussion. And one, I mean, and a psychologist, and I have in mind this book, Stumbling on Happiness by Dan Gehlbach, which I think is a great book to try to understand what happiness is about, makes a correlation between the level of expectation and unhappiness. The more you expect, the more it means that you are not still there, that you are frustrated. There are wants that have not been met, and the higher the risk that you will be disappointed, basically. And in a way, that could explain the situation between the West and the East. In the West, you have high income. You have some disappointment with governments, and it means that you have lesser expectations, and therefore you may be happier. In the East, I would disagree with what was said. I think there are tremendous expectations. I mean, of course, I disagree without having the right to disagree, because I'm not from the region. So you are the ones to know. But I was a bit surprised. I would expect the region to be in a position of very high expectations about the future. At least it's a wonderful opportunity to change, and therefore there is a hope that the income will improve. And that might make you very unhappy, actually, because the pace of improvement is disappointing. So I was a bit surprised that there was not more on expectations, the whole expectation, and this sort of bizarre relationship between expectation and unhappiness.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to challenge one of your readings, the Guria-Turovskaya paper. I read it very differently from you. So I think that they explain much of the variance. So
they look at 4 factors. They look at income, they look at the level of public services, and they look at 2 shocks. One, the shock to income, and the shock to human capital. And once they've done that, the only country that they cannot explain, I think, is Hungary. But so again, I may remember that paper incorrectly. We did something very superficial, looking at the comparison of LIT's Life in Transition survey in 2006 and 2010, and looking at the impact of sort of shocks to income. And one thing that stood out was that those that had a very deep transitional shock in the early 90s, they had a much less impact of the global crisis in 2008. So there's something like a resilience effect coming out. And the other thing was, of course, that there was a very strong correlation between the size of the shock that the country had been hit and the impact of the crisis. But so I think those are sort of some variables you may want to look at.
Quickly on the 2 points. Expectations, no, I think you're very right. So we need to look more and understand what were the priors of people at the beginning or early in the transition period. The beginning we don't have data, but relatively early we do. And how these priors affect later on what changes basically their perceptions. And we are trying, in fact, to construct such variables. Most of the surveys don't have them, but some do. So one of the further work that we are doing is exactly in that regard, and the preliminary evidence does suggest the type of effects that you mentioned are likely to appear. So expectations do matter, but again, they do not remove completely this Central East European variable. And to Eric, no, you're right about the Sergei and Katya's paper. They do explain a lot. But again, in the end, the variable, at least in my mind, remains. It's a lot weaker than it was at the beginning, so a lot was already explained, especially with the shocks, but there is still something that significantly remains. And they just pose it. I think I would have posed it exactly the same thing at the time, that maybe over time that would disappear as well as these countries become more normal, so to speak. But if you just look between the 2006 LITs and 2010 that they don't use in their survey, actually, at least in the raw data, the spread maybe doesn't grow, but at least doesn't get smaller. So that's what I'm taking from it, that it's something else. In addition to shocks, maybe the expectations, maybe some of the things that Andrew said that we have not captured so far, that we need to capture in the next round of work, and hopefully the next LITs also help us in this regard.
David.
Thank you, David Snellbecker. So if I understand your methodology correctly, you're essentially looking at GDP per capita as a proxy for average family's income. But if I recall the data, that's not necessarily a good proxy across these countries, because in countries like Ukraine, just to guess at the numbers, average wages might be maybe 30% of GDP, whereas in Western Europe, average wages might be the wage base might be something like 60% of GDP. And so if you were to look at average wages, and if you can, best would be net wages as your variable, then you might find that all of those East European countries might shift up in your scatter plot, and the effect that you're looking at possibly would go away. Possibly this is also related to the corruption factor, because I don't really know why wages as a share of GDP is very small in Ukraine and these countries. Corruption could be one sense of it. When you look at the national accounts data, there seems to be a lot of income that just evaporates, and it's hard to figure out where it goes.
Very good point. So we have actually tried not net wages. Maybe you're right, we should try a cleaner measure. We have tried average wages, and it significantly improves the fit, so to speak, relative to what we've shown you. but does not remove the significance and even the magnitude of the CE dummy. So it improves the understanding of maybe the income mechanism. Yes, it is stronger if you get a clean variable. So perhaps in the basic regression we should go in the direction that you suggest for the reason that you mentioned.
I have a question to Simeon regarding that religion dummy. You said it was significant. I would like to ask if you have considered to evaluate the effect of cultural values in more general terms, like I hope to pronounce it correctly, from Engelhardt-Welzel cultural map where these culture patterns are plotted from all over the globe, and there are some clear fragmentation, like Orthodox culture, Protestant Europe, Catholic Europe, Islam, and so on. Have you considered to use such data? And second, my question regarding the previous question is when you consider some income level, do you in any way evaluate effect of so-called shadow economy? For example, for Ukraine, it's evaluated to the different estimations from 30 to up to 70% of shadow economy, meaning it's not something criminal, but it's not economy where the government knows it's there. Thank you.
Thank you. So in some sense, the second question is similar to the previous question. If we had a better variable of net wages, then in some sense we are taking away to a large extent the effect on the shadow economy. And the answer is we don't have net wages. We've tried gross wages, let's say. The results improve in terms of fit. We would try net wages, and when we do, if we can get this data consistently, I think we can, then in some sense the issue of what exactly are we capturing with the income variable to a large extent should go away. The cultural variables, how to put it? Generally, in my research, I haven't been in favor of complicated variables. So that's because then I'm not sure exactly what I'm explaining. So that's why I can sort of understand what's Eastern Orthodox versus Catholic versus Protestant and so on. And that we use in some different specifications, some simple as I showed you, as well as percentage of different religions, including over time if there is breakup of countries and so on. And as I showed you, this is very, very significant variable. The other variable that I would like to use in that direction, and we have constructed, as I mentioned, is did you belong to any empire and for how long? On the argument that through the Austro-Hungarian Empire, Bulgaria was very affected, for example, by being 500 years under the Ottomans. It certainly brings a lot of culture, or in our case, lack of culture. And we are trying to do that. The variable already is constructed, and I think we'll get a lot of play from it. From there on, what other culture variables that are not very related to religion you can get at? I welcome the audience for some others, but I would like simple variables so we don't get into this complicated explanations.
Thanks to Simeon and for the presentation. Just a couple of random thoughts on what we've just heard. First, I think it would be good to have to explore a little bit, because you have this quite long panel data set. So to, as Oleg was suggesting earlier, to separate and see if, to use a little bit more of the heterogeneity in terms of that CE countries have amongst themselves, because you have Poland, you have the Czech Republic, and my prior would be that probably there would be some change over time over these past 25 years. So perhaps it would be good not to bundle it and try to explore a little bit more. Something that struck me in the last slide, where people, where you compare Eastern and Western Europeans and the attitudes toward life and satisfaction with life, and where you have almost the same level of satisfaction or dissatisfaction in Eastern Europe, both at the personal level and with what I interpret to be the government, where the country is going. I think you was
the variable, I would interpret it, okay, probably people are unhappy because they're frustrated with the inability of the government to reform, in our case, for instance, to institute better judiciary, to better protect private property, and corruption was mentioned. So perhaps I think you have to dig in a little bit more in that regard, because then you were saying, oh, Western Europeans, on the other hand, are happy with their lives. And in a sense, this is, you may say, well, the richer they are, but then maybe the fact that they're unhappy with their government is, for me, is not so telling. And I was even wondering, because the date was 2014 on that, whether this is somehow isolated to recent crises or the events in the Eurozone and the frustration of people with the inability of the Western governments as a whole to make things better. And finally, for instance, I was wondering if Greece, Portugal, countries like Spain perhaps too, that have lately experienced economic decline and economic problems, could be in a way also affecting this. I assume the weights are the same in this data, but maybe you could also, as a side experiment, compare similar geographical locations like Bulgaria and Greece, where incomes are different, but I'm wondering, you know, what the effect of the crisis has been on overall satisfaction of people with their own lives and also with the country, where the country is going. So thank you.
I also would like to take the paper in that direction to understand whether somehow in our region still people over-depend, if you like, link their lives too much to what at the macro level the government does or does not do, and as a result, regardless of their own indicators, they somehow still think, maybe rightly so, maybe not rightly so, that their expectations towards the government has to be somehow validated, and then they are happy. Because you're right, I've looked at the Greek survey, and it exactly meets my prior. So basically people say the government sucks, but we're extremely happy at the personal level. So this is roughly what the 2014 survey says. So it either means that you know, they're not so dependent on the government, or that they don't pay any taxes. So as a result, regardless of the government, they're quite happy. But clearly a lot of work on this topic.
Okay. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Thanks very much, Simeon. Thanks very much, Andrew. Thanks, audience.
Did
I make sense?
Yes, yeah. Your last part.
Раз, два, три, четыре, пять. Раз, два, три, четыре, пять.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have some technical issues, but they will be resolved. I think that it's much more easier
task than to solve corruption, which is the main object of this formidable panel. It's a point of fun, pride, and privilege to me to introduce to you these great speakers. The panel is entitled How to Solve Corruption. But I think that in the end of this discussion we have to have some more precise question. How to smash corruption, how to tackle corruption, or how to deal with or live with corruption. And I hope that our speakers will help us with making the question more precise. And I want to give the first word to Mr. Bogdan Vitvitsky. He combines practical and theoretical knowledge of this issue. And I want to remind all of you that we have 3 official languages, English, Ukrainian, and Russian. In order to have a meaningful discussion and Q&A session, I ask all presenters to be as concise as possible, up to 12 minutes. Mr. Vitvitsky, it's your turn to speak.
Thank you. It is usually helpful to understand the nature of a problem before effective solutions to it can be developed and implemented. Towards that end, I will propose and answer 4 questions about corruption in Ukraine. Preliminarily, though, we should all be clear about what we mean by corruption. Corruption refers to the misuse or abuse of public assets by public servants, either by themselves or in combination with other public servants or private individuals, whether for personal, familial, partnership, or partisan gain. The public assets most often are money, but may also be real estate, personal property, or simply information. Examples include bribery, theft of state assets, conflict of interest, and a variety of other schemes. Question 1. Why is there such a high level of corruption in Ukraine? Ukraine's widespread corruption cannot be understood without first understanding 3 central features of Soviet society, whose legacy in part continues to haunt Ukraine to the present day. These features are, first, moral degradation in the public sphere; second, virtuality, that is, the practice of systematically pretending that things are different than they in fact are; and third, the fundamental deformation of the Soviet legal system so that rule of law was minimally present or altogether absent. When I came to Ukraine for the first time in 1989, when it was still part of the Soviet Union, I heard a number of anecdotes, but 2 stuck in my mind because they reflected the related pathologies of moral degradation of the public sphere and virtuality. The first was, quote, "They pretend that they pay us, and we pretend that we work," end quote. And the second was that in the Soviet Union, people, quote, "say one thing, think a second, and do a third," end quote. But it was Nikolai Ryzhkov, the Prime Minister of the Soviet Union under Gorbachev, and one of the architects of perestroika, who revealed the pervasiveness of the 2 pathologies when he said in 1985 that the moral state of Soviet society was, quote, "its most terrifying feature," end quote. Quote, "We stole from ourselves, took and gave bribes, lied in the reports, in newspapers, from high podiums, wallowed in our lies, hung medals on one another, and all of this from top to bottom and from bottom to top," end quote. The third Soviet factor was the catastrophic decision by Lenin and his Bolsheviks to completely disband the existing Russian imperial legal system and to substitute for it people's courts, the troikas, show trials, kangaroo courts, all totally subservient to the Communist Party, all divorced from considerations of justice as understood in the West, and instead
all primarily in existence to help the Communist Party and government control its population. This was a system that has aptly been called legalized lawlessness or imitation legality. The pervasiveness of corruption in Ukraine and its equal pervasiveness in Russia and other post-Soviet states cannot be understood without understanding and taking into account the three historical legacies that I've identified here today. And obviously, any genuine reform requires that there be an ongoing push back against those legacies. Question 2. What can and should be done about the high level of corruption in Ukraine? One often hears, including at this conference, that corruption in Ukraine needs to be eliminated or defeated. Military terms may convey a sense of urgency, but in this context they confuse or mislead more than they illuminate. All countries and societies have corruption, so the distinction is not between those that have it and those that do not. The distinction is rather between those whose level of corruption is systemic and those whose level of corruption is merely episodic. All countries can be said to be found somewhere on an imaginary corruption scale. Those in which corruption is widespread, in which society's attitude is that corruption is normal or inevitable, in which there is no genuine effort to prevent corruption, and in which there are no law enforcement institutions that have the will and the capacity to investigate and punish corruption, are the countries at the far end of the scale on the side of systemic corruption. In contrast, those countries in which corruption is infrequent, whose societies hold corruption to be abnormal, where there exist rules, procedures, and mechanisms to help prevent corruption, and in which there exist effective law enforcement institutions willing and capable of investigating and punishing corruption, are the countries that are on the other end of the scale, on the episodic corruption end of the scale. What needs to be done is to genuinely begin moving Ukraine from the systemic corruption side of the scale towards the episodic corruption side of the scale. Question 3. How can corruption be reduced so that it becomes merely episodic? There are 3 arenas in which action needs to be taken simultaneously in order genuinely to reduce corruption. These 3 arenas are, in no particular order, law enforcement, societal attitudes, and economic incentives and disincentives. Action must be taken with respect to all 3 because otherwise any corruption reduction campaign will fail. Thus, a majority in Ukrainian society must come to understand that corruption is not normal or inevitable and not acceptable in a healthy society, that corruption is a social cancer that undermines and destroys real democracy, a real market economy, and therefore a chance at national prosperity. And, perhaps most importantly, it destroys rule of law and thus any chance for justice. It is necessary for society to change its attitudes towards corruption because avoidance of corruption must to a significant degree become voluntary. There is no law enforcement system in the world that can investigate and punish a quarter or a third of a country's entire population. Happily, as the result of and as reflected by the Maidan, the change in attitudes towards corruption has undergone a major shift in Ukraine in a positive direction. But more needs to be done. Civil society and NGOs must continue to exert pressure for true reforms. Journalists need to continue to monitor the distance between words and deeds. And religious communities, those who are not themselves infected with corruption, need to be mobilized to play a part. Economic incentives and disincentives are independently important. If a public servant earns a salary on which she cannot support a normal lifestyle, then it perhaps should not be surprising that she may seek bribes. Singapore is one of the few countries that managed dramatically to reduce its level of corruption. Singapore paid its top civil servants $1 million a year. Now, even the President of the United States does not earn half that much. And I understand that Ukraine is experiencing economic difficulties for the reasons that have been discussed here today. But the issue of economic incentives and disincentives cannot be ignored. Business in Ukraine and the people living in Ukraine must come to understand that it is immeasurably more preferable economically and morally to raise taxes a bit so that public servants receive a decent salary than it is to have to spend the same amount of money to pay bribes to those same civil servants. Just as there are public servants whose salaries are modest but who will not engage in corruption because their integrity will not allow it, there will always be public servants who are already wealthy who nevertheless will engage in corruption simply because they are endlessly greedy. That is why an effective system of law enforcement, whether in Ukraine or Singapore or the United States, is an absolute necessity. By an effective system of law enforcement, I mean the following. Although it may take a longer time to reform the entire judiciary or the entire procuracy, I mean a system in which at least the unit of the judiciary that would be responsible for hearing corruption cases is staffed by judges with high levels of integrity and competence. A system in which at least the unit of prosecutors responsible for taking corruption cases to court would be staffed by prosecutors with high levels of integrity and competence, and a system in which the unit of investigators and analysts that would be responsible for discovering and gathering evidence of corruption is staffed by detectives and analysts with high level of integrity and competence. Last but certainly not least, an effective system of law enforcement would have to operate within a legal system in which the level of rule of law and thus of justice would be high enough to engender public confidence in the fairness of the corruption investigations and prosecutions that were conducted. Juries are one of the best mechanisms ever invented in the world to help ensure such confidence. Question 4. Who can do that which needs to be done? The answer to this question is everyone in Ukraine must contribute. Every public servant, from the president to judges to prosecutors on down to the lowest clerk at the local level. Every resident of Ukraine and every business operating here must participate in reducing corruption, because otherwise things will not change. Corruption is something that was one of, or perhaps the principal motivating factor behind the Euromaidan, but it must continue to be an issue of concern, and everyone must not only refuse to participate in low levels of corruption, but must demand and keep demanding of their political leaders that grand corruption at the top and bribes must be controlled, and that effective law enforcement finally be created and its work facilitated. Several months ago, a prominent businessman in Ukraine was interviewed in the press. He stated that he expected that Ukraine's new post-Maidan government would immediately enforce a zero-tolerance policy towards corruption, but the fact that it had not was profoundly disappointing, and it seemed as if nothing had changed. Such reports and analyses are both inaccurate and counterproductive. There is no magic wand that a president or a prime minister or anyone else can wave to reverse many decades of corruption. On the one hand, it is of course understandable why people in Ukraine feel a high level of pent-up frustration. But on the other hand, it is very important to avoid cynicism and a kind of intellectual laziness that may be involved when some analysts or journalists simply throw up their hands and repeat, nothing has changed. Even if there is only 10% or 20% less corruption thus far, it is actually important that this 10% or 20% be noticed and acknowledged, because instead of developing positive momentum towards more positive change, discouragement and inertia will prevail, and even those 10 or 20% can be reversed and lost. A few concluding words about an effective system of law enforcement. Given the state of the post-Soviet legal system in Ukraine, establishing units of judges, prosecutors, and investigators with high levels of integrity and competence may not be easy, but it can be done because of an important confluence of circumstances today. There is now, on the one hand, a will and desire in Ukraine to make this happen. And on the other hand, there is a good amount of international assistance ready to help with both resources and advice. What Ukraine needs is to find or provide appropriate leadership for each of the units that I've discussed. This leadership needs, first, to understand the post-Soviet legacies and tendencies of the Ukrainian legal system so as to provide a counterweight to them. Second, it needs to possess some experience and understanding of international systems and international standards for reducing corruption. And third, it needs to understand how the international community can help and how to make best use of such assistance. Such units and their leadership must, of course, also be independent so that they are not themselves compromised or politically undermined. Taken in its totality, there is much to be done, but it simply must be done in order to reduce Ukraine's systemic corruption and to create a new Ukraine so that its former Soviet identity becomes merely a matter of historical curiosity.
Thank you, Bogdan, for this broad review of challenges that stay before Ukrainian anti-corruption fighters. Unfortunately, today we don't yet have official face of this fight, but we have on this panel Daria Kalinyuk, who will be responsible for Ukrainian side of this fight. Daria, it would be great if you present your points.
Thank you. It's an honor to speak after such a comprehensive presentation from Bogdan Khmelnytsky. Bogdan Khmelnytsky, it was not coincidence, probably. So I will try to reply to major of your issues you raised. First of all, yes, it is important to have clear definitions and to understand our enemy. There are three different kinds of corruption: petty corruption, grand political corruption, and administrative corruption. In Ukraine, we have all three of these kinds of corruption, but the most dangerous is grand political corruption. Another issue is, yes, there is difference between societies where corruption is a rule of the game and societies where corruption is exemption from the rules of the games. In Ukraine, we have, unfortunately, a society where corruption is a rule of the game. And it means that we have a circle of grand political corruption, meaning that different corrupt oligarchic groups contribute their investments during the electoral campaigns into various political projects. And they receive power. They receive power in parliament, in government, and in other branches of government in Ukraine. It helps them to influence the decisions of the government, and these decisions are usually not in the interest of the people of Ukraine, but in the interest of these political and these economical and oligarchic groups. It means that in societies like Ukraine, where the key problem is grand political corruption, the state is kind of captured. Under Yanukovych, it was very obvious. The state and all state institutions were captured under one hand and under a very closed group of interrelated people. Is Ukraine still a captured state? If we look into the law enforcement system, and I agree with Bogdan that law enforcement and judiciary is a key, my personal subjective opinion is yes, law enforcement system is still captured. And therefore, the country in Ukraine still has features of a captured state. And I agree with Bogdan that it is crucially important to start embedding fresh blood, like anti-corruption units, investigative units, prosecution units, and judiciary units into this law enforcement system to start shaking it. For senior government official who takes
his office to represent the interest of his investor, usually oligarch or another businessman who has process of crime, it is important to assess risks. And the largest risk and the most important risk, there are actually two of these risks. First, what is the risk of getting into the jail for engaging in corruption and for the abuse of office? And what is the risk of his or her assets received through corruption and through illegal means to be frozen and to be confiscated? So if you look into the statistics in Ukraine and our results, which we achieved during a year after the Euromaidan, it is very depressive in both of these two pillars which I mentioned. First, how many people which were close to the former regime, which were the former regime, Yanukovych and his associates, and whose crimes were obvious, how many of these people were already convicted? It could be probably zero. It could be probably the counter-argument that it's not enough time to develop a case and convict a person in 1 year, but how many cases were brought to the court at least went through pre-trial investigation? Zero. Zero cases against Yanukovych and his close associates. Moreover, we've lost opportunity to investigate and to recover assets of at least 4 people who used to be under the sanctions list of the EU. And we were about to lose almost all EU sanctions list. It was only because the pressure from the EU came, the pressure of civil society and the pressure of international community, that we still have these people under the personal sanctions. And another pillar, a risk of assets being confiscated. In 2015, we already have a real amount, official amount, of how many proceeds of corruption were recovered to the budget. And it's official data, and it is 5,014 hryvnias, 5 kopeikas. How many ill-gotten assets were identified? According to the Financial Intelligence Unit of Ukraine, in 2014, they identified suspicious transactions totaling to 300 billion hryvnias. And this figure was reflected in the analytical materials which they sent to 4 law enforcement agencies with investigative powers, to prosecution, to Ministry of Interior, to tax inspection, and to SBU. And probably in these 5,000 hryvnias which were recovered, probably some of these funds were already reflected in these materials. So basically, investigation in Ukraine proved that they are incapable to trace assets and to investigate financial economic crimes. When we started to analyze what is the reason why, we understood that the system is actually, right now, is structured in a way that it is almost, it is almost impossible to investigate these economic crimes. Investigators do not start corruption and economic investigations from tracing assets. They don't even analyze all these reports from the Financial Intelligence Unit. They are not interested to seize these assets, and there are some discrepancies into the Criminal Procedure Code which do not allow to seize these assets. In fact, the assets could be seized when there is already a suspect person, but investigators and prosecutors are reluctant to issue this notification of suspicion. So I'm going into the details, and we will discuss these details next week during our conference on asset recovery. But believe it or not, the tracing of assets in Ukrainian legal system starts at the end, not at the beginning of any investigation. it starts after there is a conviction of the court and after all assets of which could be repatriated and recovered already gone to the third parties, to offshore companies, sold to someone. So if we do not touch this problem immediately and do not prepare a joint action plan of all law enforcement, judiciary, and governmental institutions, we will fail, basically. And we will probably recover some more thousands of hryvnias out of hundreds of billions, but it's not a solution. 300 billion suspicious transactions is 60% of Ukrainian budget for 2015. So, whether there is hope, yes, there is hope. And I agree with Bogdan that there is change. These anti-corruption units, we have to fight for them. We have to fight for their independence and for their professionalism. There is already a director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. Soon there will be the competition for the anti-corruption prosecution head. And there are now heavily discussed the issue of anti-corruption judges. There is no political will from either president or the parliament or the government to have all these three units independent. The only way to make them independent and to make them work is to have joint voice of international community, especially the international donors of Ukraine, like the IMF, the EU, the US Embassy, the UK, the World Bank, and civil society and journalists in Ukraine. If we gather our efforts together, and if we monitor every single step of implementation of the reform which sets up these anti-corruption units, we have a chance for a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Observing time limits. Before we go to the next speaker, I want to tell you a funny story. This is the story about aliens who are looking on the Earth. They want to invade Earth, and they are looking for the most soft spot in the Earth. And which country should be invaded first, asks the boss. And the answer is, of course, Georgia. Why Georgia? Because this is the most corrupt country on the earth. This funny story has happy ending. Aliens invaded, but they became very corrupt and couldn't do anything meaningful. Now I think this funny story is absolutely antiquated and absolutely non-understandable for Georgians themselves. And I'm proud that one of the Georgian corruption fighters is among us. Meet Zurab Adishvili, the former general prosecutor and Minister of Justice in Georgia. Zurab, it's your turn.
Thank you very much for a nice introduction. I'll mainly focus on the Georgian example, how we solve the problem of corruption. Of course, corruption still exists everywhere, also in Georgia, but where we were in 2003. Georgia was one of the most corrupt and failed states when we came into power 2003, and it stood at 127th place in the Transparency International CPI index. And GDP of Georgia was like $900 per capita, one of the smallest, one of the poorest country in Europe, and its budget was less than 400 million at that time. And so, let's say pensions were $6, and average salary for state officials were $15, $20. And it was months and months, and they didn't get any salaries because there was no money in the state budget. So, what was the major challenges? Major challenges were organized crime, corruption, widespread corruption in law enforcement agencies, lack of rule of law,
like here, ineffective Soviet-style bureaucracy and impunity syndrome. Organized crime was one of the most important in Georgia because 50% of thieves in laws are born in Georgia, and they are mainly ethnic Georgians, and they had huge influence on Georgian society at that time. When there was a survey in 2002 in the school, 80% of Georgian girls wanted to marry thieves in law, and 75% of the Georgian boys dreamed to become thief in law. So it changed afterwards, and the second major problem was the low salaries. As you see here, the salaries was like from $15 to $60. But at the same time, to get a position in prosecutor's office, they paid $20,000 or $10,000 to become policemen, or sometimes $15,000 to get admission to the law faculty or law school in the university. It shows how the money was distributed when person paid the bribe. The average bribe was $100 per passport in order to get passport. The same with regard to admission to the law school. So what we did, first of all, it was a human resource optimization. We cut the number of prosecutors from 1,600 to less than 400. At the same time, in one day, we fired 15,000 policemen in one day. And afterwards, we fired another 3,000 from police. And we introduced recruitment based on the competition. And after the priority was given to those who had no experience in law enforcement agencies. That's why we carried out extensive trainings for them. And at the same time, the most important thing was also the new standards of ethics. Ethical rules are very essential for the new police and the new prosecutor's office. And the final, there was no sense of impunity anymore in the country because, as you see, only in 3 years we have arrested around 30 ministers and deputy ministers, about 1,000 policemen, and around 20 prosecutors, and 30 judges. We had only 300 judges, so we arrested 10% of the judiciary during the 2 years. And we had many more tax and customs officials, etc. So as for the stolen assets recovery, during the first 2 years, we recovered $1.4 billion, which was like that time 30% of Georgia's GDP. Because for Ukraine, it's a very funny figures because the Ukrainian economy is much larger, of course. But this shows how prison population increased, and it was one of the major problems for us, which we failed to handle because when it came into power, the prison population was 6,200, and then it increased to 23,000. And if Ukraine starts successful fight against corruption, it would be the case in Ukraine. So, and there should be many alternative mechanisms in order to avoid this. So what was the major legal instruments to make this fight very successful? There are some of them, some of the most important things, but I think that the first three is the most important one. The first one is the plea agreement. Without plea agreement, you would never get any evidences or any evidences against the higher state official. The second one is the forfeiture of illegal property. We introduced both criminal and civil forfeiture of the illegal property. And the third one was the very flexible integrity testing system, which is in place in my country. So it was a sort of provocation of bribe, let's say, in a very popular language. But of course, investigations and punishment is not enough to carry out very successful anti-corruption activities, and at the same time there should be many measures of prevention
and very important reforms in other parts of the government, like improving governance system. The key elements of it is the tax reform. We reduced taxes from 20 to 7, but at the same time we improved the administration of taxes. And our state budget, as I told you, it was less than 400 million, and it increased 12 times during the 5 years. So, and second very important issue was the deregulation. 90% of the permits and the licenses were abolished totally, and the others were streamlined. And the third most important thing is new public service delivery systems. Like we had all passports, IDs, you could get it within 5 minutes because it was we created new public service halls. They didn't belong to the state. They are not state agencies. They are those staff members are not the state servants. So they are dependent on their fees. If they work well, they don't get any salaries from the state budget. So they have fees, and they should earn their money from the fees and from their activities. And the most important thing is also the massive privatization. When we privatized universities and schools and also the hospitals, many Georgians blamed us that we want to sell the country. But I think it was very important that to reduce the role of the government in the economy. All ports, airports, infrastructure were privatized, as well as the state hotels or state factories or other state companies. So the electronic e-procurement system was introduced, and it was also very important tool to avoid corruption. So this is a recruitment and promotional mechanisms. So it was obligatory for every state agencies that they should recruit people throughout the competitive procedures. And a new system of motivations, which means that the drastic increase of the salaries. If you look this next slide here, so from 50 to 60 Georgian laris, the salaries increased from 660 to 4,000. Sometimes salaries of the ministers, not sometimes, but average salary of the minister was $5,000 in my country. So this is how Georgian public service delivery worked. It was the HR reforms, bureaucratic barriers was removed, and there new one-stop shops was introduced. IT technologies was integrated inside the physical environment, because we had all new buildings, new infrastructure. So we introduced new streamlined services and simplified services. And that's why our public service halls earned one of the highest scores in the international rankings. So, and we also used many tools in order to ensure quality of those services. So, and it shows how we use the electronic databases and also the new e-government tools to avoid bureaucracy and to deliver services very quickly. So here is, and this is the infrastructure. So you saw the old Soviet buildings where people received the passports and IDs, and in the right side you see the new buildings, new public service, the delivery halls where people get services now. And here you have Georgian police enjoys third highest trust among the population. So the first is Finland, the second is USA, and Georgia is the third one. And here you have the very simple question, which shows whether there is a corruption in the country or not. So has anyone has anyone asked a bribe from you? And 98% of the population said that no. So it shows one of our achievement was the
streamlined public service delivery, and we were at the first place to deliver the official documents. And there was a survey in 2012, in which corruption, you see there, it's 0.1% indicated that the corruption is a problem in the country. And this is a just comparison of Georgia and Ukraine. You would see the numbers. How would you assess current government's actions in the fight against corruption? And Georgia 77%, and Ukraine is 16%. The same question, that only 2% of Georgians said that he was asked for bribe, and 21% in Ukraine. Here we have Index of Economic Freedom done by Heritage Foundation. And Georgia is in the 22nd place, and Ukraine is 155th, 5th place. The same with regard to risks of bribery in business and in former Soviet countries, like it was done by Trace. It is the company attached to the Rand Corporation, and Georgia is the top. It's 11th place, and Ukraine is 132. The same is with regard to doing business. Georgia was in the 8th place, and Ukraine was 112. Ukraine improved its ranking this year, and Georgia moved to the 15th due to the reforms which was done by current government, I think. So this is our suggestions, what should be done in Ukraine, but we work very closely with many law enforcement agencies here, with prosecutor's office, with anti-corruption bureau, and I hope that if we adopt those comprehensive measures, so Ukraine's fight against corruption will be successful. Thank you.
Sorry. And I want to listen to the eyewitness of this unsuccessful Ukrainian revolution, Ambassador Herbst. Please tell us your opinion.
Does it work? Okay. Since I'm speaking fourth, I'll repeat some of the themes we've already heard in this panel, as well as some of the things we heard from Professor Rowland before this. Corruption remains, as everybody in this room knows, a substantial problem in Ukraine. There has been, I'd say, a little bit of progress over the past year, but only a little bit, and very slow. In most circumstances, it is, I'd say, normal, not surprising, to see very slow progress. The alternative is a revolution or something akin to it. But since our previous speaker was from a place where reform was instituted quickly and successfully, let me just make one point comparing the Georgia of Saakashvili to the Ukraine of Yushchenko. If you look at the two in terms of their historical legacy, you would have to say that Saakashvili was a much more influential and important figure, because he really did turn Georgia in a new and very positive direction, and that's his to his credit. But it's also true that in one important aspect, Yushchenko was a more positive figure than Saakashvili, which is that for all of his failings, and they are substantial, Yushchenko was a Democrat, and Saakashvili was an authoritarian. And I'm not going to go down that path right now because we don't have time, and that's not the subject. But one of the reasons I'm telling you this is I was at a dinner party here
in December, which featured a distinguished young technocrat, very much involved and successfully so in reform, a member of the Rada, also an impressive figure, very young, someone from the president's office, youngish but not as young as the other two, a significant role, I would say, on the reform side of the ledger. But there was a serious philosophical debate at that table in which the technocrats said you had to have reform immediately and that anything else was simply inexcusable. The member of the president's staff basically said Ukraine may have to choose between reform and democracy. And the Rada member tried to split the difference, and I think that Rada member had it right. Okay, from the anecdotal to the analytical. Ukraine has a very serious problem with corruption because, frankly, the very top of your elites are corrupt. The very top. I won't name names, but even people at the very top who know how to talk to Westerners in reform language and say all the right things prospered under the old system. They were able to jump from one party to another in some cases, to maneuver when they didn't jump from one party to another, and somehow remain untouched and to prosper. They learned, they prospered under the old rules, and those rules are very, very convenient for them. And if they're convenient for you when you're a minister, imagine how convenient they are when you're above that level. So these folks are a problem, but these are the leaderships you have. And in fact, to jump back to the Georgia example for a second, the advantage you had in Georgia is you swept away the entire leadership, the old leadership. And you put in people who are anywhere from 2 to 25 or 30 years old in positions of authority. And that clean sweep made a very important difference. So with such a top elite here, you can't really expect quick progress. On the other hand, you can expect some, because there is a history here, just as there's a long history of corruption at the top, a long history of leadership which enriches itself at the expense of the country. There's also a history of civil society. And it was interesting for me to listen to Professor Rowland, who said, well, you know, civil society in Ukraine was rather weak in independence, because his point of reference was Poland. My point of reference was the former Soviet Union. And by comparison with Central Asia, the Caucasus, less so in the Caucasus, and Russia and Belarus, civil society in Ukraine at independence was somewhat robust. And that's why it's not surprising, one, that you had a democratic referendum, a real referendum on independence in Ukraine, that you had a democratic transfer of power in the very first presidential election, or the second, Kravchuk gave way to Kuchma, and that was before the Orange Revolution. And the Orange Revolution would not have been possible without a mobilized civil society, albeit, an important albeit, mobilized by corrupt leadership. I had problems in my embassy. Again, I worked here from 2003 to 2006 because my embassy were enthusiasts for the Orange team. And I remember telling them two things that were very important. One, that the United States did not have a favorite candidate in that election. We were in favor of a fair election. And two, and the second point was very important after Yushchenko wound up winning, I said, take a look at the Yushchenko team. How different are they really from the Kuchma team or the Yanukovych team? So I was one of the few people in the embassy, or for that matter, in official Washington, who was not surprised when Yushchenko and Timoshenko fell out, and when the Yushchenko government made the corrupt bargain on gas in January of 2006, when the international community was poised for a win for Ukraine and a destruction of all the non-transparent gas relationships. But someone at the very top in Ukraine at that moment got very rich rather than doing the right thing. And that pattern persists to this day. Unfortunate, but real. However, I am not pessimistic about the future of this country. And here I'll repeat some of the themes that we heard from Professor Rowland, but also that some of our other speakers here mentioned. You have a history of civic activism. And you can force your not very reform-minded top leadership in the right direction, because you have a rising generation of young leaders who seem to understand things the correct way and who are prepared to be active. You know, this interfactional or fractional group in the Rada is a very important and very impressive phenomenon. Many of your young ministers, some Ukrainian, some not, very impressive. Your deputy, some of your deputy ministers, very impressive. And I know they are pushing the right policies up to the cabinet of ministers, although it sometimes emerges from the tortuous process in that building. It's not very pretty. It's not very pretty. The points of leverage that you have are precisely the crises that the country of Ukraine faces. One, the war that the Kremlin has unleashed. So you need Western support for that. Two, the financial crisis, which is a direct result of 25 years of corruption, which has not gone away. Again, not to the credit of the current leadership. And the war itself. There is a natural alliance, and I think one of our panelists mentioned this. I've been saying this for the last 9 months. There's a natural alliance between Western governments and financial institutions on the one hand, Western well-wishers of Ukraine, like myself, and your young reformers. Young reformers have to keep an eye on what the leadership is doing, call them out when they're making mistakes or worse, and be in touch with us in the West so we can also apply the hammer. And I can tell you, just as I'd like to apply the hammer on your friends to the north who are currently invading your country, I think you also need to apply maybe a slightly smaller hammer on people in high positions here who are following the old ways. But this is very, very important. We have a natural community of interest between the Ukrainian people, Ukrainian reformers, and Western well-wishers of this country. Okay, I think I've probably covered it. Like Professor Rowland, I am optimistic on Ukraine. It's going to be ugly getting to the better future. You still have to clear out the leaders who understand things the wrong way, or better yet, persuade them. Persuade them that it is in their interests to do things the right way. You have to avoid the temptation to settle scores. When I was in Ukraine, and after you had the Yushchenko win, I spoke out in defense of people who suddenly found their properties being expropriated. I was all for the retaking of Kryvyi Rih, for those of you who remember that deal. But when they went after oligarchs on other things, my question was, well, which oligarchs who are in your government are currently losing their properties? And of course the answer to that was none. So then why are you going after the other oligarchs' properties? You have to find a way, you have to, in effect, permit the bad that happened in the past. And I'm referring to financial bad, not bad which extends to to murder. But make sure that the bad stops now. Not, as I hear from many businessmen, that there's a current movement of assets up the vertical of power to the top today. That's inexcusable, and people should be called on that. But the guys who did it in the past, make them your allies. Turn them from oligarchs into big businessmen who will work for the benefit of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I want to introduce my friend, Timofey Milovanov. He will make some preliminary conclusion remarks. But I want to say that we are sitting here, we are discussing all these issues thanks to his energy, thanks to his smartness. Timofey, please tell us something.
Thank you very much. It is my honor and privilege to be able to speak here next to such a distinguished panel and in front of such an audience.
I'm truly touched. I want to start by saying there are no good and bad people. I'm an economist, and I believe in incentives rather than genetic predisposition for integrity. I have a friend for whom we collected tens of thousands of dollars in the beginning of Maidan in order to supply medical equipment to the protesters and makeshift hospitals. This friend is now taking kickbacks from the government funding for the internally displaced people, and we're not friends anymore. Now, he tried to avoid that for 7 or 8 months. He lost his business because there is no business for whatever else he was doing. He completely committed himself to first trying to help wounded protesters, then wounded military, and then later to displaced people. But there's no legal way for him to become sustainable. He had staff which got committed with him to the cause, and they couldn't raise money for salaries. So they had families to feed. And now they have arrangements that when the state pays an institution for internally displaced person a certain amount, they get a certain amount in cash back. And that's an example of tragic story. But I use the story to illustrate the point that people respond to incentives. And also, there's no clear sense of what corruption really means. I do not understand quite clearly what corruption means. And I think using the terminology "fighting corruption" confuses us away from thinking about distortions and incentives that people are facing currently in Ukraine. I completely agree with several prior speakers, including Ambassador Herbst and also Professor Roland, that we should be focusing on a new equilibrium, new beginning. We should be talking about forgiveness, and we should not be dividing people in bad and good and look for retrospective fairness, but instead of we should try to think that from today onwards, certain types of behavior are not acceptable, regardless of where you were during the Maidan or what you have been doing before. Past is important, but future is more important. It is more important that we fight tomorrow's cases of corruption rather than we try to recover previous old cases of corruption. So we have to move to the new equilibrium where people understand that from now on I have to behave differently. That requires, of course, understanding where these distortions are coming from. We define corruption as abuse of power, but the meaning of power and the meaning of abuse of power is endogenous. If we have a set of political parties which have to be elected, they campaign, that's a part of democracy. We want them to air their positions on national TV. Where do they get funding for that TV campaigning? They need funding. Do we have a clear party campaign laws which allow them to fundraise funds? And do we have clear sources of these funds when we are talking about tens of millions of dollars that they're spending on TV and such? Someone is given these funds. Most likely these funds is being diverted from somewhere. And that's the beginning of the future problem. And so are we talking about clearing up the democratic process in terms of financing? This is an important angle. So if all parties accept the need for being financed and they accept the reality about that this financing will be gray, it's hard to talk about abuse of power. It's not an abuse of power. It's the equilibrium. It's how we live. That's the reality. No one is abusing the power because everyone is playing according to the same rules. To me, corruption is really about renegotiation. It's really about hold up. I come to you and I understand certain rules of the game. I invest or I want to open the business. But the rules later change. And you ask for a bribe, or you run an investigation on me, or you try to expropriate my surplus. Professor Roland talked about capital levy. I'm talking about hold up. The story is that because we write down contracts, but these contracts can be later changed through distortion or corrupt activities or bribing, these rules of the game are not persistent. They're not the same for everyone.
and every time we muddle through, and that's a problem of hold up. To me, that's a problem of hold up. I invest, you can then use your power to hold me up, to take my money away. And that's where the massive distortion for the economy comes from. That destroys incentives to invest in businesses because, you know, those businesses will be expropriated or not well protected. And the alternative for you then is, in fact, to invest into corrupt activities, to get access to power in order to protect your investments, or even better, in order just to be able to distribute the surplus from the budget. It's a natural response of a smart person who operates in business environments. They follow the best opportunities. And if the best opportunities require becoming corrupt and putting your judges in the system in order to protect your investments, and also it's cheaper for you to get the resources diverted from the government rather than invest and protect your business, then everyone would be doing that. The irony here is that the problem is truly redistribution. And we see that many people understand fighting corruption as some sort of redistribution with respect to what has happened in the past, perpetuating the cycle. Instead of setting up the position that from now on we'll respect the laws, the property rights, or whatever the equilibrium or the rules of the game we agree, and these are our principles, people go back and say, well, the previous guys did this, and we have to correct that, and we're going to redistribute their property back. And it just continues. The cycle continues. I also want to comment on competitive corruption. There is a good corruption sometimes, in my opinion. I know it's not a popular opinion, but, you know, if there is a director of a state-owned enterprise who is paid 10,000 hryvnias, but in fact he has sacrificed his career to save this enterprise, and now 50% of the enterprise profit is diverted to his own fund, and 50% is diverted to a political party financing, then maybe that person is still a hero, because the alternative would have been just to plunder the assets and emigrate. So that person still provides some financing for democracy, and he's providing some taxes. Now, that's not a popular opinion, but I want to illustrate the position that because the rules, the legal, the open rules are not working, the market will work anyway. The market will find its way to work through maybe shadow economy. We can call it all we want, that shadow economy is bad, but we won't be able to shut it down. We just need to think about what is it actually is going on and how we can make rules the same for everyone. And if people deserve high salaries, they have to get them. If the market is willing to pay them high salaries, they have to be paid. We cannot change the market. But okay, let's decide that we want to fight the corruption. I accept that position. Let's say we just want to fight the corruption. Then we have to squeeze from outside and from inside. We have been talking about squeezing from outside. We have been talking about transparency. We have been talking about minimizing discretion. We have been talking about random assignment of judges, for instance, in order to make it more difficult to access specific decision makers. But we also want to think about squeezing the system from inside. How does corruption operate? First of all, as an economist, as a theoretical economist, I view it from three perspectives. First of all, contract theoretic perspective. Second, repeated games. And third one, information. What does it mean, repeated games? I have to trust you in the environment where I'm corrupt. You have to trust me. We have to go a long way back, otherwise I am exposed. So you have to identify these guys who are centers, who can deliver trust, who hold some kind of incriminating information on each other. And you have to go after them. You have to disrupt the system from inside. You have to make some of their assets, which most likely is, in fact, information, to be non-valuable. If you decriminalize some past transgressions, they might not have informational influence on you. The problem, of course, is that the corruption is very recent. What should be your tactic when fighting corruption? Of course, there will be resistance. We observe resistance now. We observe very little progress because the system fights back. Sabotages, sidelines, discredits efforts of the civil society. Well, you have to understand how the system works. It's still a phone. It's still one person who has people who are trusted in courts, in departments of the government, in Rada. And that person still has to make phone calls to maybe trusted lieutenants in order to make phone calls. There's 24 hours in a day. They can make only so many phone calls. You have to overwhelm them, as Maidan has overwhelmed the existing power system. If Maidan was based on specific leaders, 3, 5, 7 leaders who coordinated Maidan, it would have been easy to kill them, and Maidan would not have happened. Maidan was a decentralized movement which was impossible to control. The fight with corruption has to become something similar. Then it would be impossible to control and subdue the fight of corruption. You have to go on the multi-layered, simultaneous fight. And there are plenty of great ideas. Bogdan was talking about juries. The juries are very difficult to control. Keys was talking about allowing citizens to sue on behalf of the state for corruption. There are other ideas. Professor Roland or Yuri Gordnichenko were talking about dual track. A number of people have been talking about outsourcing judicial system, at least on some issues. Allowing decentralizing, creating political leaders who would be fighting corruption in local municipalities because they want to become reach national level leadership. All these kind of tools have to be used simultaneously in order to shake the system, such that the system cannot find a way to sabotage and isolate individual fighters of corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have a round of short after remarks before we go to Q&A, and I want to hear opinion of Zurab about democracy and corruption fighting.
Actually, I'll be very short remarks about the democracy and corruption, because I doubt that democratic institutions work in the country in which you have very widespread corruption, in a country in which 20 oligarchs can buy any decisions, including politicians. So, and at the same time, authoritarian systems, power transfer happens always either coup d'etats or revolutions. But in Georgia, 2012, there was a fair elections, and 2013 also there was a free and fair presidential elections, and the first time in my country, power was transferred peacefully from Saakashvili to the new government. That's just a very short remark.
Thank you. Bogdan, Daria, any remarks?
I've got two. With all due respect to my colleagues on my immediate right and immediate left, there is no such thing as good corruption. We're engaging in conceptual confusion. There is no such thing as good corruption. Number one. Number two, please let's not confuse problems of monopoly of power, with actual corruption. Corruption, as is understood in the societies that are successful in combating it, dealing with it. Again, remember, there's no society that has no corruption. There are those that control it and then those that can't control it. Is defined fairly specifically and narrowly. There are many things in a society or in a political system that we may find undesirable, but that doesn't mean that they are all corruption. So that, for example, if there is an excess or a monopoly of power, that's not necessarily corruption, and that can be dealt with comparatively easily if there is will and desire by passing laws that restricts, for example, how many media outlets any individual or any company can own, or restricts the amount of economic monopoly power in any given economic sector, etc. That has nothing to do with corruption. Okay, that has to do with reducing monopolization of economic power and political power. My understanding is that Ukraine has an anti-monopoly agency. I have no clue what these people do. Okay, but there are ways of dealing with that. But please, let's not confuse that with corruption. Corruption is a fairly specific thing. It's difficult enough to deal with it without expanding it sort of beyond all measure. Let me make one other point, and I don't know what the easy solution is, because it's just not obvious to me. Ukraine needs to transform its legal system fundamentally. The whole thing needs to be transformed. The law schools need to be transformed. The way lawyers are taught what law is about needs to be transformed. The way judges are trained needs to be transformed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. up until, I mean, I don't think that there's really an understanding in Ukraine of the extent and the degree to which the entire system is, it sucks, to use a word that my kids use, okay? The whole thing needs to be transformed. The approach to date has been, well, okay, let's try to fix this thing, or maybe we can fix this thing, maybe the car will run. It's not going to run. Lenin completely destroyed the legal system. What he created was a make-believe legal system. And what has been imposed on top of it is an imitation of a civil law system. There was some reference to the fact that there's civil law. It looks like a civil law system. It is not a civil law system. It is a make-believe legal system. That's got to change. Now, I mean, it's hard for Ukrainians to understand. I mean, people understand that things don't work, but they don't understand the extent to which the problem is as deeply rooted as it is, and they don't quite understand how to fix the whole thing. And of course, various people within the system have a vested interest. Law school professors just want to keep on doing what they've been doing for the last 50 years, and so on and so forth. So again, I appreciate why Ukrainians have a hard time understanding. Tragically, Westerners don't understand it either, because they can't get their head around the extent to which the system was completely destroyed, and then a virtual system was kind of constructed on top of it. I'll just give you one brief example of something that really disappointed me. When I came to work in Ukraine in 2007 to work on this anti-corruption project at our embassy, the instructions I got were, look, Ukraine will never become the 51st state of the United States or the 11th province of Canada. We want to help Ukraine become a member of the European Union, sooner or later, in whatever format. That made a lot of sense to me, obviously. So the instructions went, make sure that you help Ukrainians adopt European consistent laws, regulations, and so on and so forth. That made perfect sense to me, right, based on the first premise. Well, by the time I left Ukraine, I thought that was completely wrong, for the following reason. In order to deal with a system such as Ukraine's, in terms of the legal system, you have to have some historical literacy. You have to understand where Ukraine came from and what happened. You have to know the story of Lenin destroying the legal system in the Soviet Union, etc. And you have to be able to draw some parallels between Ukraine's current situation, i.e. the situation in which, I'm almost done, the situation in which there is a profound distrust between the citizenry in Ukraine and judges, prosecutors, etc. Okay? Where did something similar to that happen? It happened in England, which is how and why the common law system developed the way it did in the Anglo-American world. Now, why that was the case in England is irrelevant at this point. But it became obvious to me by the time I left that whereas the civil part of the legal system, that is to say the non-criminal part, should be consistent in every respect with European laws, that the criminal law system should, in most respects, be similar to the Anglo-American common law system.
Bogdan, thank you for your very deep remarks. And we have 7 on 8. Anybody wants remark? On.
If may, very quick
1 minute,
remark,
please.
Continuation of Mr. Herbst, some messages. What to do now? Until simultaneously, when special anti-corruption units are being created, and we are monitoring how they are being created, every single step, what we all can do, we can use all that public data which is available. And our organization and a lot of other civil society organizations made all possible to make as much state data open as possible. Make sure you use this open data to control the government. It is possible to reveal corruption through public procurement portal, through registry of owners of immovable property, through all other registers. it is impossible to educate yourself. It is important to educate yourself how to use these data as a powerful advocacy tool to control the government. Right now, yes, we don't have law enforcement whom people trust, but we have somebody whom people trust and to whom are willing to provide information about corruption. These are investigative journalists and civil society.
Thank you. We have only 5 minutes left for 2, mostly 3 questions to our distinguished speakers. Please, Volodymyr. We have a mic.
Vladimir Dubrovsky, now a member of the Nestor Group. So you said that there is no good and bad corruption. Yes, indeed, but there are 2 different kinds of corruption. There is a corruption which is inherent into the system of what North, Weingast, and Wallace called limited access order. So it is inherited. It is a systemic feature. And we cannot even call it corrupt because this is an asset on the system. Can we say that a stationary bandit is corrupt? He's just a bandit. This is his
Vladimir,
nature.
sorry, everybody deserves his or her coffee break.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. So, this is a corruption of that system. The low-level people overcome these restrictions with the means of corruption. And it was what we called in the Nestor Group a social contract of mutual corruption. So corruption consensus. And the problem is how to overcome this social contract. The social contract is already broken, but which kind of measures should be built in order to restore or build an integrity in the society?
Thank you. Short comment, please.
This part is not hard. You need very specific rules. Various countries have developed them. You can't do specific things. For example, you can't hire your son if you're a public servant. You can't buy tanks from your wife's firm, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how you do it. You have very specific rules. You publish them, make sure it's clear to everybody. You remind public servants of that every year. That's how you deal with it.
Thank you. And the second question goes to the...
I have a big question now.
Great. No. Then, lady. Irina?
Irina Palishvili, Ukrainian Legal Group, and I'm Georgian but trained in Ukraine as a lawyer and practiced here all my life. And my comment is for you, Pan Bogdan. You first said that with corruption in Ukraine there is no magic wand, right? And then in your last comments you said the system needs to be changed. And that's exactly what happened in Georgia. The whole entire system was changed. So my question is, what we have to do here in Ukraine to change the system, and not only legal, but governance, public administration, when there is no political will from the top. There is political will from the bottom, from the civil society. In Georgia, there was strong, unanimous political will from the top. So what can we do? Because without this, we will drown again. All these anti-corruption units, anti-corruption judges will be a parallel bureaucratic anti-corruption infrastructure which will die in the old system.
Thank you.
What I said was, with respect to corruption, there is no magic wand. What I was talking about, the entire system needed to be changed, was the legal system. Okay, I've already said what needs to be done with respect to the legal system. First, there has to be an understanding that the whole thing needs to be changed from the bottom up. You have to change the law schools. You have to change the training. You have to change how lawyers understand what the legal system ought to be about, et cetera, et cetera. With corruption, you have to build these this should be able to be done within a year. Okay, it should be able to create. You don't need a huge number of judges. You need perhaps, I don't know, 5. I'm just picking the figure out of my ear. You need 5 to 7 competent, honest judges. I got to believe that in the country of Ukraine, I could find them and I could train them. Same thing goes with the prosecutors. Same thing goes with the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. That can be put in place within a year.
And the third and the last question.
Yes. Assuming that Ukraine doesn't have political will, so it cannot follow the Georgian model. All the technical things to fight corruption are very clear, and Georgia did them. Ukraine is not going to do them because they require that sort of central political will. What is the single incremental solution, the one small thing that could break the ice on the system? My own view is the problem is with the prosecutor, not the judges. No cases are put forward, as Daria Kaleniuk put forward. If you democratize prosecution, if you open prosecution to the general public in the way that it is through the False Claims Act in the United States, for example, you break that deadlock. What do you see as the way to break the deadlock? Because we cannot, root and branch, change the entire legal system in Ukraine. It's just not going to happen.
Anybody comments?
I agree with you. Prosecution, but we won't be able to change entirely prosecution. This anti-corruption prosecution should and could be changed, and jointly with NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau. This is the fresh blood which we are embedding into the system and which starts shaking the system. But we have all together put all our efforts to make sure that we don't lose this game for these independent and effective units. And here I'm coming back to Ambassador Herbst. International community, and jointly with civil society and journalists, they are able to make that happen.
The idea was that journalists should be able to prosecute themselves. Am I right?
That's correct.
To open.
The head of an organization could pursue a prosecution case without relying on a state prosecutor that is appointed by the people that you're prosecuting.
Public inquiry.
No, look, the way that works, the way the False Claim Act works in the United States is that the person, the private individual who has evidence of bribery goes to the federal prosecutor in the United States, presents that evidence to him or her, and then the prosecutor's office decides whether it's going to prosecute. Most of the time they do. Occasionally.
You prosecute it on your own, and it's done repeatedly through a Kitam.
Right, but that's comparatively rare in terms of the entire universe of Kitam actions. Okay, but even to be able to do that as a private individual, you have to have a functioning rule of law system. Okay, so we're still back to needing competent and honest judges. We need a jury, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, we do need to. Ukraine does need to change its entire legal system. Okay, everything keeps coming back to that. I mean, one of the problems with our discussion and earlier discussions has been that we've made a lot of reference to rule of law, but we're kind of treating rule of law as an ancillary issue, whereas we should be spending 3 hours talking about what rule of law is and how we get there.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Concluding remark.
So, I just want to underscore the differences in thinking. As an economist, I don't think laws matter. I can see that lawyers could have a very different perspective. I can see how laws, Ukraine has a very nice constitution where it says people shouldn't be killed, but it's not always enforced. To me, I'm thinking in terms of, I take your question not in terms of, I understand, of course, that without judges and without legal system, nothing will ever work, and the system has to be changed. But I understand that there should be also, you have to create stakeholders throughout the society which will have strong interests to support the change of the system. And people have heard me saying that. I think here also decentralization would work, because you would create local leaders with national aspirations, and they will be exerting local pressure on their law enforcement agencies to clean up. So that would be maybe more an economist answer.
Zorab, do you have any comment? I know you like the public inquiry thing.
Actually, yes. But of course, it's very important to open up the investigative processes and maybe introduce the new tools which are in many Western European countries or in the States, like public inquiry or public prosecutors, or maybe introduce public investigation tools. But this is not enough to change the real situation in the country. There should be parallel reforms in the prosecutor's office. There should be parallel reforms in other law enforcement agencies. There should be the judicial reforms in this country. At the same time, the civil society should ensure that through this open investigation tools, they can influence the prosecutors, and then there is no sense to close any investigation or to cover up any case. If there is a real mechanism not to cover up any of those cases, then of course prosecutor's office would themselves take up the case. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all participants. I think it was very inspiring panel. Thank you.
Ukraine Business Council. I'm chair of legal committee of Morgan's, and actually I'm yeah. Yes.
Сейчас возьму только программу и, собственно, будем начинать, наверное. Что, собственно, тянуть? Шановні пані та панове, шановні пані та панове, я хотів би привітати всіх на нашій сесії. І оскільки ми будемо говорити про бізнес, хоча є малий і середній, але є такий ресурс, який дуже важко, чесно кажучи, надолужити, якщо ми його втручаємо. Це ресурс часу. Тому давайте будемо починати. І я хотів би перш за все представитись. Мене звуть Ігор Бураковський, я буду модерувати нинішню сесію. І хотів би одразу сказати, що ця сесія організована у співпраці з оргкомітетом конференції, яка вже другий день фактично триває в Києві, і наша сесія якраз буде присвячена питанням розвитку малого і середнього бізнесу. Тема нашої сесії, вона така, я б сказав би, певною мірою традиційна. Да, ми всі ставимо питання. І от ми ставимо питання, як зробити так, щоб розвиток малого і середнього бізнесу вийшов реально, так мовити, на верхні щаблі політичного порядку денного. Це є принципово важливим, тому що ми дуже любимо приймати різного роду закони, ми любимо робити якісь рухи, там правильні чи неправильні, але дуже часто ми програємо в тому, що називається політика. Тобто, коли ми запускаємо якийсь певний процес, і розвиток цього процесу дає нам відповідні результати. Я сподіваюся, що ми, маючи такий прекрасний склад нинішніх спікерів, зможемо цю тему обговорити. Чому? Тому що ми фактично маємо всі гілки влади. Ми маємо парламент, пані Олександру Кужель, і я з великим задоволенням хотів би сказати про те, що пані Олександра, очевидно, одна з небагатьох українських політиків, я ще раз хочу сказати політиків, у нас є коментатори, є, не буду називати прізвища, так мовити, людей, які асоціюються з політикою, да? Але є реальні політики, які дійсно зробили багато для того, щоб розвивалося мале і середнє підприємство, в тому числі, коли мова йде про спрощену систему оподаткування і багато інших законів, які дійсно спрямовані на те, да, закон про засади регуляторної діяльності, пані Олександра підказує, яка стояла у витоків цього закону. До речі, я хочу сказати, що цей закон, він є абсолютно класним з моєї точки зору. Єдина проблема полягає в тому, що якось ми його не до кінця імплементуємо в частині, коли мова йде про аналіз регуляторного впливу, але це вже, так мовити, продовження дискусії, які ми мали в кулуарах, да, і ми до цього безпосередньо повернемося. Я з великим задоволенням, з великою подякою за те, що він знайшов час і прийшов до нас, представляю міністра економічного розвитку і торгівлі, пана Айвороса Абрамавічеса. І якщо ми уважно подивимося і на його промови, і, скажімо, на ті матеріали, які сьогодні знаходяться на сайті Міністерства економічного розвитку і торгівлі, то одним із пріоритетів є питання дерегуляції, фактично питання розвитку малого і середнього бізнесу. Таким чином ми маємо, так мовити, представництво з боку виконавчої влади, яка безпосередньо має імплементувати ту чи іншу політику. Наш наступний гість і учасник нашої панелі – пані Ксенія Ляпіна. Пані Ксенія Ляпіна якраз, з моєї точки зору, має таке дуже гарне поєднання. Це людина, яка багато років працювала в парламенті, займалася законотворчою діяльністю. Це людина, значна частина, наскільки я знаю, якщо я не правий, хай Ксенія Михайловна мене виправить, пов'язана із становленням малого і середнього бізнесу, розвитком асоціації, багато чого іншого. І з іншого боку, сьогодні пані Ксенія вже працює у виконавчій владі, в Державній регуляторній службі. Тобто таким чином ми маємо людину, яка має абсолютно класне, з моєї точки зору, панорамне бачення. Бачення з боку закону, бачення з боку бізнесу, ну і вже тепер, так мовити, бачення з боку державного службовця. І якраз підійшла пані Ярослава Джонсон, яка представляє одну із великих, так мовити, організацій, яка займається фактично донорською допомогою, Western East Enterprise Fund. І це така дуже така своєрідна структура, яка не тільки радить, але й вкладає гроші і намагається безпосередньо фінансово допомагати розвитку тих чи інших структур. Думаю, що ми закінчимо на цьому з представленням. Якщо, значить, ми там щось ще згадаємо, гарне і цікаве про наших сьогоднішніх учасників, ми обов'язково про це скажемо, але, очевидно, питання не про це. Як ми будемо працювати? Працювати ми будемо дуже просто. Кожен із наших шановних спікерів, учасників панелі, отримає приблизно там, до 7 хвилин, ну там пару хвилин ми додамо. От, і парламент наш додає, не виконує свій регламент. І ми також зможемо певною мірою якось, так мовити, погратися з часом. Да? От, для висловлення своєї точки зору на ті чи інші питання. У нас є кілька питань, і питання дуже прості. Це потрібна політика чи не потрібна політика підтримки малого середнього підприємництва, якою вона має бути, і чого, в принципі, ці політики ніколи не працюють. У нас дуже багато про це говорять, але фактично всі питання, які ми сьогодні задаємо, вони фактично базуються на цьому. Далі, після виступів, ми спробуємо провести таку, я б сказав би, невелику дискусію. Чому? Тому що дуже важливо не тільки, так мовити, поговорити і вислухати, але й ми всі спілкувалися з учасниками нинішньої панелі, дуже важливий фідбек, тобто дуже важливий зворотній зв'язок. Я сподіваюся, що в цій дискусії аудиторія візьме найактивнішу участь. У нас буде можливість задавати питання і відповіді, і одразу, що я хотів би сказати, що, значить, як модератор, я люблю демократію, але демократія, яка відбувається за межами цього конференц-залу. Тобто давайте одразу домовлятися про те, що, значить, якщо будуть запитання...
Всі президенти України.
Це гарне порівняння, я вважаю, що це комплімент певною мірою. Да? Я ще не президент, але вже веду себе як президент, тобто я вже почти двигаюсь в цьому направленні. Да?
Демократія, вона була не там, де вони керують.
Але я тоді одразу хотів би сказати, ви знаєте, є демократія в цілому, але є пару виключень, як завжди, в Україні. Да? Є законодавство, є виключення. Да? Давайте дотримуватись регламенту, давайте поважати один одного, давайте чітко формулювати свої запитання з тим, щоб, так мовити, ми змогли максимальною мірою поспілкуватися, оскільки радість людського спілкування – це найкраще, що може бути в такому прекрасному готелі, на таку прекрасну тему, та ще й в другу половину дня в суботу ввечері. Да? Дякую всім. Отже, почнемо з самого початку. Почнемо з політиків. Пані Олександра, будь ласка.
Відверто, мені дуже тяжко представити, як я вкладусь в 7 хвилин. Тому що для мене малий і середній бізнес – це 20 років моєго політичного життя. Відверто не хотіла йти. Тільки от велика повага до команди пані Тамари Салянник, я прийшла. Тому що зараз і прийшла не для того, щоб більше сказати, може я просто скажу як свої відчуття, а прийшла, мабуть, раді одної єдиної ідеї, яка може бути цікавою, яку я не знаю, і може хтось з вас ще додасть. Чи потрібно, тут нам дали перелік питань, навіщо просто МСП написали в Україні? Я хочу вам сказати, всі країни світу, ніхто б з великою задоволенням не займався малим і середнім бізнесом. Це ж страшенна головна біль. Але вони розуміють, середній клас в будь-якій країні – це є єдиний твердий такий лакмусовий папір, чи є в цій країні демократія. Тому що це є середній клас. І всі майдани, які були в Україні, вони були тільки завдяки середньому класу. Хто б як не казав, це були їх революції, це була їх підтримка і це були їх рішення. І знаєте, чому не дуже люблять, ми з Ксенією це знаємо, не люблять займатися політики малим і середнім бізнесом, тому що вони ніколи не дякують політикам, хто займається їх проблемами. І завжди кажуть, навіщо ти витрачаєш той час, бо ти ж не отримуєш від них голоси на виборах. Я кажу, я борюсь за них все 20 років життя, щоб вони мали вільне право голосувати за кого вони хочуть. І це є найголовніша проблема, чому це є найсерйозніша необхідність, щоб в Україні був малий середній бізнес, щоб у нас був середній клас. Що ми переживаємо зараз? Відверто хочу сказати, мені страшенно боляче. Все, що я 20 років піднімала і створювала, починаючи з Кучми, разом з і Ксенією Ляпіною, і з багатьма з вами, хто з нами і співпрацює все це життя, вони зараз гинуть. Якщо взяти тільки по фінансам, то закриття більше 50 банків, і це не кінець. Це є смерть. І в більшості для малого бізнесу. Бо всі рахунки, які були в них в банках, вони всі загинули. Ніхто нікому не повертає. А це для них було життя. Для когось 100 тисяч гривень не гроші. А для малого середнього бізнесу це все. Він не може розпочати спочатку. Якщо б ви сказали, він може звернутися до банку і взяти там за 4-5% кредит і починати знову нову справу, ви знаєте, що такого нема. Чи змінилася система найголовніша, яка існує і для інвесторів, і для внутрішніх, і для зовнішніх? Чи є у нас розуміння захисту вашої власності? І нема. Нічого, на жаль, не змінилось за цей рік. Суди всі ті ж, прокурори всі ті ж. Податкова зовсім не змінилась, хоча прийшла після Майдану. І скільки я не зверталась до них в частині порушень, а підприємці звертаються до мене не просто по Фейсбуку або по електронній почті, вони практично всій країні знають мої телефони. Але на сьогоднішній день я кожен раз читаю, ми гинемо. І коли я читаю лист, що там, пані Кужель, я вважав, що 50 тисяч доларів, які я в еквіваленті скопив по 8 гривень, що я маю якийсь заділ для того, щоб працювати, пані Кужель, я сьогодні ніщий. Бо банк навіть податки не перерахував, які я поклав платіжки, а тепер податкова з мене знімає 3 шкури. Я вже не говорю про той бізнес, який із-за тої війни. Це Донецьк, Луганськ, для яких ми особисто провели законопроект в вересні. Бо хлопці, які мали землю біля аеропорту, з них податкова стягувала податок на землю. Я вам хочу сказати боляче, що закон прийшов, президент його підписав, але уряд, прийнявши постанову, яку в законі було написано, що таке зона АТО, відмінив її через 3 дні. І я дуже дякую юридичним компаніям, які виграли 2 тижні тому суд, який відмінив відміну цієї постанови. І я максимально прошу всіх допомагати всім переселенцям, бізнесу, який існує в частині вижити, щоб та війна дала можливість просто не втратити власний бізнес. Чи потрібна окрема політика до відношення МСП? 100%. Я сьогодні говорила, що в 2009 році ми з Юлією Тимошенко, з прем'єром, підписали, просто приєдналися до меморандуму європейських стран, який називається «Думай про малое», про малих. Там є, наскільки я пам'ятаю, 8 чи 9 пунктів, де повністю кожна країна Європи підписалась, що вона буде виконувати ці умови для розвитку в своїх країнах малого і середнього бізнесу. Ви представляєте? Це країни з розвинутою економікою, але вони прописують, нагадують всім політикам, всім державним виконавчої служби, що це є пріоритет, що це є гарантія демократії, не перерости в монополію, в олігархію, що це є майбутнє країни. І вони виписують меморандуми в 2009 році. Тобто нам вважається, що там все дуже просто. Вони нагадують собі. І тому ми ще в той Верховній Раді почали готувати разом з експертами новий закон щодо державної підтримки малого і середнього бізнесу, розуміючи, що старий писався 10 років тому, він вже підходи всі змінилися. Він був далеко не ідеальний, але я розуміла, що його треба приймати в першому читанні, щоб далі об'єднати нових людей, нові програми, нові зусилля. І я дякую депутатам, вони його підтримали в першому читанні. Називається «Про державну підтримку малого і середнього бізнесу». Я дуже маю надію, я і в стенограмі це сказала, що це не буде через місяць. Ми взяли 2-3 місяці роботи над цим законопроектом. Для того, щоб це стала нова конституція малого бізнесу. Я всіх вас запрошую. Я навіть зробила такий крок, що на друге читання я віддала працювати над цим законопроектом депутату самопомочі пан Кіраль. Це нова молода людина. І я захотіла, щоб не я, яка все життя цьому віддала, і у мене все ж є така зашореність в цьому питанні, а людина, яка нова. І зараз всі програми, які до мене звертаються, які працюють по малому середньому бізнесу, і та ж програма Тамари Солянік, я маю надію, що найкращим результатом вашої роботи буде прийняття законопроекту у другому читанні, який дасть зовсім інший поштовх, щоб була це конституція малого середнього бізнесу. Там повинно бути розуміння, що таке міська влада, хто для кого, бізнес для влади чи влада для бізнесу. Я завжди згадую в Балтіморі мера, який вийшов в Америці і каже, я кращий підприємець в цьому місті. Бо кожна людина, яка хоче відкрити у мене будь-яке діло, я кажу, рідний, я тобі дам офіс з льготами, я вже провів туди все, там є електрика, телефони, дорога, бачиш, квіточки посадив, я все зроблю. Але ти тільки створи декілька робочих місць, ти тільки працюй в моєму місті. От для мене це є мрія, щоб кожен мер, ні для нього бізнес падав в ноги. І коли я проводила, і які аргументи були для Кучми у мене, коли я проводила День підприємця, всі сміялись, казали, навіщо? Я кажу, хоча б один раз на рік, щоб мер згадав, хто його годує. Один раз на рік він подивився, які вироби вони роблять, щоб не садкатами взяти, а взяти у тих, які сьогодні сплачують тобі податки. І тому я всіх запрошую, у кого є ідеї, допомагайте в створенні цього законопроекту. Бо казати, що закони не виконуються, да, є така проблема. Але все рівно, якщо є програмний документ, закон в вигляді програми, це дуже важливо. Що можна зробити зараз, а що пізніше та коли? Хоча б не вбивати тих, хто є. Це дуже принципова позиція. Я вчора зачитувала, ми зараз перекладаємо повний такий звіт Віденського економічного інституту економіки. І там є їх висновки щодо оцінки політики уряду. Вони дуже серйозно говорять і про спад платіжоспроможності, ви це розумієте. Ну, от всі, хто займався торгівлею, розуміють, податок 5,10 на імпорт. При тому, що спала платоспроможність, при тому, що не покращила система адміністрування і не зменшилися хабарі. І це є серйозна проблема для тих, хто послуги дає, хто товари, але є і для виробників. Вчора мені телефонувала виробнича компанія і каже, пані Кужель, допоможіть, бо 2-3 рази на тиждень податкова приходить перевіряти документи. Ми, каже, розуміємо, ми спокійні, у нас все нормально, але ми вже починаємо розуміти, що на нас хтось поклав око або там лапу, щось нам хочуть зробити. І таких, на жаль, скарг дуже багато. І тому робити зараз треба то, що і говорить і пан Іварес, найголовніше – це дерегуляція, найголовніше – ті програми, які допомагають зараз уряду робити, і та ж Ксенія Ляпіна. Ми допоможемо яким чином? Ми приймемо законопроект по гільотині. В чому його смисл? В той Верховній Раді я його завалила, відверто вам говорю. Чому завалила? Бо він передбачає, не дає можливості показати уряду, чи він дійсно щось хоче зробити. Потім я побачила, що не вся вина в тому же, наприклад, міністра економіки, що не зробили в інших міністерствах. Вони не хочуть нічого робити. Повірте, коли ми зараз провели закон про внесення змін, новий закон по ліцензуванню, то міністр був свідок, скільки лоббистів було, ну, протягнули все-таки в остаточную редакцию, ну, страшенно было нужно лицензирование пожарников. Ну, це ж без них, ну, просто вот лицензирование б не вижило. І все одно втягнули через депутатів іншої фракції, вони сказали, або не будемо голосувати. Ну, понятно, скільки це коштує. Але ви не представляєте, кожна відміна – це просто катастрофа. І то, я знаю час, дозволь ще скажу. бо наболіло. Ну, поверьте, я не агент Кремля, да? Ну, ви чувствуєте ж, да? Що я ж говорю не для того, щоб просто... Я просто відчуваю і розумію ті проблеми, які існують. І тому дуже потрібна зараз та консолідація, яка, наприклад, є у нас, нашого комітету з Міністерством економіки, в частині, що ми відчуваємо однаково. І це є дуже важливо. І що ми зараз їм допоможемо? Тоді я не завалила. Я мала надію, прийшов новий уряд після Майдана, він зараз сам все вичистить. Аж 100 раз. Коли ми відмінили тою Верховною Радою 113 дозволів, Ксюш, 113 дозволів. Тільки для сільського господарства ми відмінили 2 сертифікації зерна і зерносховищ, вартість хабарів $350 мільйонів на рік. Аграрії взяли шампанське, співали за нашу честь. Еще шампанское не высохло. С Минсельхоз к ним пришли и сказали, вы не расслабляйтесь, ті кошти, що ви сплачували за сертифікацію, будь ласка, вот на таку вот страховую компанію, і навіть документів жодних не оформили. Я говорю, навіщо ви сплачували? Кажуть, вони у нас зерно б не випустили. І от я президенту питала, от пан Агравайер свідок, а що з цим робити? Закон ми прийняли. Поки не посадять одного, другого, третього, поки не буде страху, нічого не зміниться. І допомагайте їх саджати. На жаль, наш законопроект про можливість вашої участі в боротьбі з корупцією еле-еле прийняли в першому читанні, надіються, що во второму не будуть. Що ми даємо вам можливість? Записуйте їх, коли вони вимагають хабарі. Записуйте і виходьте, і це вже кримінальне впровадження без міліції, прокуратури, без нікого, прямо в суд. І на останнє. Велике прохання. Я відкрита в Фейсбуці. Напишу пряму, зразу звернетеся к адресу. Якщо у вас є розумна ідея, відчуття того, що ви бачите, бо зараз ми робимо з Мінекономіки цю гілятину, ми даємо всім міністрам, десь вже буде, ну, думаю, рік, будемо казати. І якщо за рік вони не докажуть Міністерству економіки і групі, яка буде при ньому створена, в необхідності тої регуляції, яка є в сьогоднішньому законодавстві, вона відміняється. Або готуються зміни. Якщо вони не зробили нічого, вона відміняється 100%. Тобто ми не чекаємо, що вони щось зроблять. Ми їх буквально насилуємо. Да? Ми говоримо, ні, залишишся взагалі без нічого. Тобто от в цих питаннях потрібно і міністру, і нам ваша допомога по галузям. Тому що тільки ви знаєте, де вони йдуть по той дорожці, де вони поставили ті капканчики і де вони збирають в шапочках деньги. І тому я буду вам дуже вдячна. У нас дуже гарний комітет, дуже нормальні люди. У нас є спільне бачення з міністром економіки цього питання. І наостанок, що таке малий і середній бізнес? Його треба любити. Коли один з мерів мені сказав, Кужель, ти не тот бізнес захищаєш, я кажу, напишіть список, я розумію, що я туди не попадаю. Я другі знаю підприємства. Знаєте, вже, мабуть, пройшло так, фу, риночники, фу, в мафах, фу, там кофе продають на вулицях. Є ще, залишилось, на жаль. Для мене кожна людина, яка стоїть на ринку, або має великий супермаркет, для мене в відношеннях вони в захисті однакові. І тому я б хотіла, щоб, якщо ми займаємося малим середнім бізнесом, щоб ми їх любили, бо вони того варті. Дякую.
Спасибо большое, Александра Владимировна, за очень интересную презентацию. И я думаю, в принципе, вот когда действительно делаются реформы, это, с одной стороны, знаете, такая бухгалтерская работа, какие-то законы писать и так далее. Но если это делать без сердца, то, понятно, оно просто не будет двигаться, и это очень важно. Спасибо большое, Александра Владимировна. Я хотел бы с большим удовольствием надать слово министру экономического развития и торговли господину Айварасу Абрамовичусу. Да? Я знаю, что он и, наверное, его помощники подготовили ему выступление, но я хотел бы, может быть, попросить его или в середине, или в начале, может быть, в конце своего выступления ответить на такой вопрос. Вот, когда исполнится мечта Александры Владимировны Кужель, и мы полюбим малый и средний бизнес?
Добрый день, участники этого семинара. Для меня большая честь в таком составе здесь присутствовать, среди такого красивого женского коллектива, с таким большим опытом как раз в этой среде. И я каждую неделю имею честь вот как раз общаться с госпожой Кужель и госпожой Ляпиной. Как раз 20 лет опыта в этой среде, оно помогает. И, конечно, очень здорово, что у нас есть, в принципе, такое же самое видение, что касается дальнейших действий, особенно в сфере дерегуляции. А госпожа Джонсон, мы 2 недели назад подписали с ее фондом на $30 миллионов грантов. Это беспрецедентная почти ситуация, как раз по множеству направлений, что касается продвижения экспорта украинских, тоже leadership training и так дальше. Вообще-то я достаточно оптимистичен по нынешней ситуации. Конечно, множество закрытых количествах предпринимателей сократилось на 10%, маленьких бизнесов, тех, которые работают предпринимателями, на 26% за последние 3 года. Больше, чем 1 миллион людей сократилось, которые заняты в сфере малого и среднего бизнеса. Но на улице весна, теплая погода, правительство... Да, правительство, в принципе, работает очень активно вместе с парламентом. По предварительным данным, парламент проголосовал за этот короткий срок беспрецедентное количество законов. В принципе, есть уже первые результаты, я бы сказал. Я ездил сейчас немало время провел и в Вашингтоне, в Париже и в других местах Западной Европы. Реалистично скажу, что наши западные партнеры видят отличие этого парламента, отличие этого правительства от тех, кто были до этого, и видят первоначальные результаты. Сразу расскажу про некоторые моменты, которых упомянула госпожа Кужель. Банки. Конечно, прошлый год 33 банка закрылось, в этом году уже 10 закрылось. Это большущая проблема. Но это скопление экономических проблем прошлых годов. Что мы имеем в экономике в данный момент? 36 месяцев подряд падение промышленного производства. Это не последние 3 месяца, 4, это 36 месяцев подряд. Просто полное отсутствие реформ, полное отсутствие правильности политики экономически привело к таким последствиям. Но последнее исследование Европейской бизнес-ассоциации и других все-таки показывает с надеждой, что скорее всего, если военные действия не возобновятся, что самая худшая точка скорее всего позади. Все-таки 2 месяца стабильный курс, это обнадеживает, даже укрепляется гривна. Для бизнеса первоначальная проблема это была с курсом. И поэтому все усилия Центрального банка, у них фантастическая команда, на самом деле. Сколько бы ни критиковали госпожу Гонтареву, у нее и Писарук, и другие коллеги. Просто Dream Team, можно сказать. И здесь нужно упомянуть, конечно, тот закон, который инициировал Центральный банк с Министерством финансов, и который прошел в парламенте, так называемый закон о ответственности владельцев банков. Вот в прошлом, что было, что сделал статутный капитал $16 миллиардов, собрал депозитов на 64 миллиарда, через другую дверь, через связанных лиц вытянул деньги, банк закрылся, и у нас все самые богатые люди в этой стране, это те, которые набрали кредитов и их никогда не вернули. А те, которые все люди поставили деньги на депозите, они не могут оттуда получить. Я думаю, все-таки банковские проблемы будут решаться в самыми ближайшими месяцами, и мы о них скоро будем вспоминать о чем-то как-то в прошлом. Для малого и среднего бизнеса это, конечно, очень важно. Тоже протянули через парламент закон о защите прав инвесторов. Тоже важный закон. Здесь мы будем подниматься в строчке как раз, что касается этого. Ease of doing business, там 120-е позиции даже в топ-20. То есть работаем. Очень важны эти рейтинги. Я встречался с главным экономистом Всемирного банка в Вашингтоне, который ответственный за этот рейтинг. Сказал, нет уже ни одной страны, и развивающей, и развитой, которая не обращает внимания на этот рейтинг. То есть это реально самый важный рейтинг по индикации, как значит, улучшается привлекательная среда, инвестиционный климат в стране. Но что я хотел вообще сказать? Я хотел сказать, какие у нас есть вызовы. Я уверен, что мы с ними справимся. Для малого и среднего бизнеса, конечно, дерегуляция это является самой важной. Мы разделили дерегуляцию на 3 части. То есть, чтобы убрать чрезмерные барьеры для ведения бизнеса. Это 2 закона Верховной Рады о лицензировании и о дерегуляции. 1 постанова Кабинета министров, особенно что касается сельхоздеятельности. И еще 3 недели назад в Кабинете министров приняли 171 инициативу. Это план дерегуляции на следующие 130 сократилось, потому что на тот момент еще не были подписаны те законы, которые прошли парламент. Всего это было 171. Если мы это все сделаем за 12 месяцев, я уверен, что мы это сделаем. 20 мест из 96-го скаканем в этом рейтинге. Конечно, среда для малого и среднего бизнеса будет совсем другая. У нас, например, там такие инициативы, как быстрее присоединиться к электросетям. В данный момент 277 дней в среднем. Но это просто ненормально. Процедуры для регистрации собственности, процедура для регистрации компании. Там все будет упрощено, все будет сокращаться. Я сам сейчас, когда стал министром, закрываю свою шведскую компанию, представительский офис здесь. Там моя ассистентка закрывает. По-моему, до сих пор не закрыто, потому что очень долго будем закрывать и закрывать. Поэтому я понимаю, что зарегистрировать компанию легко. Следующим будем браться за то, чтобы и закрыть компанию тоже было легко и так дальше. Сейчас, секундочку. И вот эта 2 часть дерегуляции, это гильотина. Обсуждается вот этот законопроект Оксаны Продан, что госпожа Кужель уже сказала. Тоже вчера приехал Скотт Джейкобс, который запатентировал название регуляторная гильотина. Не, он был сотрудник OECD как раз в этом направлении, вышел со всей командой и сделал регуляторную гильотину в 15 странах, занимался дерегуляцией в больше 100 странах. Ну, это, в принципе, легендарная личность. Он выиграл тендер, что мы организовали Всемирного банка на проведение так называемого ревью. То есть за 3 недели проведет ревью, обозначит какие-то там моменты, что надо делать. И, как обычно, он там с 30 штата своих сотрудников делает эту гильотину в среднем на протяжении 12 месяцев. И деньги под это получить нетрудно. Всемирный банк всегда поддерживает регуляторную гильотину во множестве своих странах. То есть с дерегуляцией у нас здесь полное понятие, полная поддержка, в принципе, Кабинета министров. Премьер-министр уже в первые дни сказал, что приоритет, и президент тоже №1 это дерегуляция, чтобы создать регуляторные условия, одним из лучших в регионе. Налоговая система, конечно, она в данный момент не удовлетворяет, но первым шагом хотя бы упростили с 22 налогов до 11. Как вы знаете, Министерство финансов сделало рабочую группу. В ней, конечно, есть Иван Miklos, бывший министр финансов и бывший вице-премьер Словакии, который удачно провел эту реформу у себя в стране. Поэтому у меня есть надежда, что к сентябрю будет некий консенсус, будет проголосована налоговая реформа, и она с 1 января следующего года уже будет действительно. Детали не буду обсуждать, потому что это все-таки инициатива Министерства финансов, но я уверен, что она как раз будет базироваться на том, чтобы серьезно уменьшить процент ставки налоговые, чтобы способствовать тому, что процент экономики, которая находится в тени, все-таки серьезно уменьшился. Интересно, он рассказал, как он это делал в Словакии. Значит, разработал концепцию, ему дал премьер-министр Дзюринда карт-бланш на это, и он пришел в кабинет министра и сказал: у меня есть 2 варианта. Есть один радикальный и один есть более консервативный. Они обсуждали, проголосовали. 2/3 проголосовали за более консервативный, 1/3 за радикальный. Он долго сидел, думал и сказал, ну, мы принимаем более радикальный. И поэтому все-таки иногда вот демократический процесс не обязательно, наверное, в таких условиях соблюдать, потому что люди, находящиеся в политике, по сути, всегда осторожны, всегда консервативны, поэтому здесь очень хорошо, что Иван Миклош в тот момент был более радикально настроен. Ну, я сейчас закончу очень быстро про деньги, да, то есть все-таки маленькому и среднему бизнесу всегда нужны деньги. Я хоть и из Литвы, но я уехал в 17 лет, поэтому, в принципе, активно там ни бизнесом, ничем там лично не занимаюсь, но просто знаю, какие процентные ставки там. У меня есть квартира, приезжаю, спрашиваю у банкира, сколько я плачу в данный момент за кредит. Она говорит, в данный момент у вас процентная ставка 1,18%. То есть вот это, как говорится, ставки, да. 80-90% банковской системы Прибалтики принадлежат скандинавским банкам. Вроде бы и отдали банковскую систему в чужие руки, да, в западные, а вот это как раз и способствовало тем, что вступили в евро, приняли валюту, иностранные банки сделали стабильность в финансовой системе. То же самое по малому и среднему бизнесу, конечно, существует очень большое количество. У нас все-таки не так плохо. Мы в декабре подписали договор с Европейским инвестиционным банком о программе финансирования малого и среднего бизнеса на объем 400 миллионов евро. В данный момент обсуждаем, как эти деньги дойдут до малого и среднего бизнеса. До конца мая тоже с нашими европейскими партнерами, я обсуждал 2 дня назад, будет объявлена еще одна программа, 95 миллионов евро для малого и среднего бизнеса. Это 55 миллионов евро техническая помощь, экспертиза, чтобы к европейским стандартам подойти, и 40 миллионов это значит кредиты малому и среднему бизнесу. Я тоже был в Париже с президентом буквально пару дней назад, с тем же самым OECD, подписали так называемый Action Plan, там тоже 9 миллионов евро где-то, 30 инициатив, где они как раз будут анализировать, делать превью наших отдельных секторов, и здесь тоже помогут разработать стратегию поддержки малого и среднего бизнеса и создания агентства по поддержке малого и среднего бизнеса. Я уже очень долго говорил, но резюмируя, просто хотел сказать, что знаем проблемы, но хотелось бы фидбэк получить. Страничка тоже Фейсбука Министерства экономического развития. Мы вас точно не забываем. Я полностью согласен с первыми словами госпожи Кужель, что средний класс – это предприниматели, это не средний класс в России где-то служащие госкомпании. То есть это люди с демократическим мышлением, это которые не ожидают от государства каких-то благ постоянно, сами за себя ответственны, сами ответственны за свою семью и, в принципе, готовы развивать демократическим способом страну. Поэтому большое вам спасибо и передаю слово другим коллегам.
Спасибо большое. И я так понимаю, что, наверное, все согласятся, что, в общем-то, Айварас, в принципе, ответил таким образом. Мечта правильная, и она будет осуществлена. Да? Ну так, где-то в такому плані. Я хотів би з великим задоволенням надати слово пані Ксенії Ляпіній, да, хоча тут є така певна, так мовити, проблема, да, тому що і Ксенія, і Айварас представляють один напрямок діяльності в уряді, але я думаю, що вони одного не бояться і, значить, довіряють, да, тому не буде якоїсь там проблеми з критикою. Ксенія Михайловна, от коли мова йде, скажімо, про малий і середній бізнес, я знаю, що підготувалися і будете говорити, да, я от коли послухав виступи, значить, ми все начебто розуміємо, да, тобто ми знаємо, там проблеми, тут проблеми, щось воно рухається, не рухається, тобто, в принципі, вже це стало такою, я б сказав би, ну, нормальною дискусією. Да? Ксенія Михайловна, коли ви прийшли на цю роботу і почали зараз працювати, скажіть, будь ласка, з якою найбільшою загадкою української економіки ви стикнулися, в тому числі в регуляторній справі?
Дякую. Ну, на загадку я притримую в кінці, скажу. А зараз я скажу, ну, перше, постійно задаються питання, які відносини у нас з Міністерством економіки. Зразу кажу, Міністерство економіки – орган політики, це наш прапор, а ми той віслючок, який тягне возика. Ми от возика і тягнемо. Ну так і має бути, насправді так має бути. І мають будуватися органи державної влади у нормальній країні, якою ми хочемо стати. Тепер кілька слів про політику підтримки малого підприємництва. Я виходжу тут за рамки своїх повноважень, тому що хочу нагадати, що ми той віслючок, який тягнемо возика виключно регуляторної політики, тобто регуляції, дерегуляції. Але як політик, я 20 років займалася політикою розвитку і підтримки малого підприємництва, тому дозволю собі деякі оцінки. Перше. Зрозуміло, що є дві частини цієї політики. Перша – ресурсна. Або ми можемо надати ресурс, якийсь додатковий для розвитку малого бізнесу. Це може бути фінансовий ресурс, це може бути інформаційно-організаційний ресурс. Ну, наприклад, допомога супроводження експорту, допомога супроводження таких страхових якихось схем і так далі, і так далі. Це так само все є, і такий досвід в європейських країнах є. Але давайте дамо собі чесну відповідь. Фінансовий ресурс в нашій країні, малий і середній бізнес, отримає не раніше, ніж через рік-півтора, і то в кращому випадку. Я не хочу бути песимістом, але я і не хочу бути таким занадто оптимістом, хочу бути реалістом. Я хочу, щоб ми бачили ті реальні виклики, які є, і ті реальні можливості, які є. Чому? Тому що насправді розчищення поля банківської діяльності буде продовжуватись. З приводу зовнішніх фінансів, які отут ми говорили, 400 мільйонів євро на підтримку малого підприємства, здавалося б, колосальні кошти. Давайте порахуємо. 2 мільйони суб'єктів малого бізнесу. Що це значить? 200 євро на одного суб'єкта. Ну, ми розуміємо. Зовнішні ресурси – це прекрасно, але це точкові ресурси. Має бути створена українська внутрішня система кредитування малого середнього бізнесу. Поки що вона за 22 роки створена реально не була. Малий бізнес, якщо аналізуватися ситуацію, як вона була всі ті роки, найменше міг скористатися з доступу до кредитних ресурсів. Це було постійно. Олександра Володимирівна не дасть мені тут скривити душею, ми це питання піднімали всі 20 років. Чому? Тому що величезні ризики, які тягнула за собою українська економіка, вони перекладались на відсоткові ставки. Відсоткові ставки зашкалювали. По таких відсоткових ставках ресурс для малого бізнесу недоступний. Крім того, малий бізнес ніколи не міг дати адекватно забезпечення відповідного ресурсу. Єдиний доступний кредитний ресурс, який за весь цей час був, нагадаю, це споживче кредитування. Фактично, малий бізнес свого часу, коли було зростання економіки, 7-8 рік, зріс на споживчому кредитуванні. Але сталася криза, кредити стали незабезпечені, ну а стрибки валютного курсу призвели до того, що я нагадаю, що більше половини кредитування споживчого робилося в іноземній валюті. Ну і, власне кажучи, ми маємо наслідок і ті всі акції отримувачів кредитів, які сьогодні говорять про те, що не можуть повернути цей ресурс. Не враховувались валютні ризики в країні довгий час. Не враховувались державою, не враховувались банками, не враховувались бізнесом. Ми маємо наслідок. Поле банківське буде далі розчищатися, на жаль. На жаль, не знаю, не буду давати оцінку. Хочу сказати, що це так, абсолютно очевидний факт. В ході цієї розчистки ліс рублять, щепки літають. Власне кажучи, малий бізнес, на жаль, буде отримувати ризики і негативи. Чому? Тому що, нагадаю, якщо депозитні ресурси ще більш-менш застраховані в фонді гарантування вкладників, то розрахункові рахунки ніяк не застраховані. А малий і середній бізнес в першу чергу зараз скаржиться саме на те, що не може гарантувати свої операції, тому що, власне кажучи, не знає, який банк надійний. Оце питання, яке останнім часом задається постійно. Вони говорять, порадьте, який банк надійний. Ми не можемо дати відповідь на це питання, тому що навіть рейтинги, які там публікує Національний банк, потім стається так, як воно сталося з деякими банками, які потрапили в проблеми, незважаючи на те, що в рейтингах ніби займали високі місця. Тобто ця проблема є. Дай Боже, щоб ми вийшли з цієї ну, такої вже банківської, це вже не просто там валютна криза, це вже банківська фактична криза, щоб ми вийшли з неї, ну, в цьому році, щоб в наступному році ми мали більш-менш надійне банківське поле, і щоб малий і середній бізнес хоча б розумів, що він не ризикує обіговими коштами. А для малого і середнього бізнесу, ну, особливо для малого і особливо для мікробізнесу, обігові кошти – це все. У них нема ніяких запасів. І як ми вже з вами обговорювали, у них і нема можливості звернутися за банківським кредитуванням. Тому є великий виклик, на який, ну, треба шукати якусь відповідь. Тепер щодо другої частини політики підтримки малого бізнесу. А друга частина фактично теж ресурсна, тільки навпаки. Ми маємо зробити все, щоб у малого і середнього бізнесу не забирати ресурс, залишити його малому і середньому бізнесу, щоб він міг на цей ресурс розвиватися. Фактично опосередковано, не забираючи у малого і середнього бізнесу ресурс, держава робить певну інвестицію в майбутнє. Оце дерегуляція, про яку так багато зараз говорять, це якраз і є залишення ресурсу малому, середньому бізнесу. Дерегуляція робиться з головною метою – здешевити виконання всіх адміністративних процедур, які треба виконувати, в першу чергу, малому, середньому бізнесу. І тут у мене є дуже проста відповідь на ключове питання сьогоднішньої секції. А воно полягало в чому? А як імплементувати в реалії наші декларації про те, як ми любимо малий бізнес? Так? Тому що ми всі любимо, тільки головне так любити, щоб цей бізнес вижив після нашої любові. Так? Тому що так, за останні 22 роки любов була така специфічна у держави до малого бізнесу. Тому як це зробити? От відповідь наша насправді проста, і ми над нею зараз працюємо разом, до речі, із проєктом Тамари Соляніки, з іншими проєктами, з проєктом CLC, із міністерством, я маю надію, ми будемо з цього приводу мати близьку співпрацю. Ми хочемо впровадити в Україні Small Business Test. Що це таке? Будь-який проєкт регуляторного акту, коли вноситься, чи на відміну якоїсь регуляції, чи на введення якоїсь регуляції, він має обраховуватись. І отут відповідь на питання Ігоря, яка найбільша загадка для мене в сьогоднішньому виконавчому процесі. Найбільша загадка, як взагалі уряд навпомацьки знаходить якісь рішення. От чесно, навпомацьки. Жодного обрахунку, ну, крім бюджетних питань, там, де бюджетні питання, там завжди Мінфін рахує. Але, ну, для себе рахує. Тобто, як власник рахує для себе, так Мінфін рахує доходи і витрати бюджету. А от що ж несе, які витрати для бізнесу споживача, не рахується, незважаючи на те, що закон давно передбачив, що треба це рахувати. Оце дійсно велика загадка. Ми хочемо на цю загадку знайти відповідь. Ми хочемо впровадити Small Business Test. В чому його суть? В тому, щоб рахувати в першу чергу витрати на ту чи іншу регуляцію малого і середнього бізнесу. В першу чергу малого. І якщо ми бачимо, що для малого бізнесу якась регуляція здешевлює, то ми маємо порахувати, а на скільки відсотків приблизно здешевлює. От свого часу Європа поставила собі просте завдання – на 25% здешевити виконання регуляцій. Це була така ініціатива Better Regulation. І, власне кажучи, наслідком того стало, що всі європейські інституції, які розробляють регуляції, рахують, а чого ж це буде коштувати їхня регуляція, не бюджету, а в першу чергу бізнесу, на який буде потім розповсюджуватися ця регуляція. Так от ми пропонуємо більш амбітне завдання. Ми пропонуємо щонайменше на 50% скоротити вартість виконання тих чи інших регуляцій, в першу чергу для малого середнього бізнесу. І оце в першу чергу рахувати. І тоді ми на кожний крок виконавчої влади, законодавчої влади, це так само дуже важливо, тому що законодавча влада взагалі, м'яко кажучи, емоційно дуже часто діє, там взагалі ніяких розрахунків ніколи нема. То, власне, ми хочемо надати інструмент, щоб кожна дія була обґрунтована. Що ж ми робимо? До чого вона веде? Хочу навести дуже простий приклад. От ми всі раділи і хлопали в долоні реформі вищої освіти. Ну, дійсно, здавалося б, там закон, який спрямовує нас до європейських стандартів. Зараз подивились, а у нас колізія двох законів. Нового, абсолютно сучасного закону про ліцензування, який поставив за завдання здешевити виконання державних вимог. І закону про освіту, який виявилось, ввів додатковий і дуже коштовний бар'єр для отримання ліцензій. У них є так звана передліцензійна експертиза, яка не передбачена нашим спільним новим законом про ліцензування. І от ми сьогодні маємо колізію, як її вирішить. А я вважаю, що вирішити її можна не емоційними аргументами, хто що більше любить, хто бізнес, хто освіту, а виключно розрахунками. Ми маємо порахувати і оцінити, до чого призведе виконання цієї регуляції. От така історія. Можу навести простий приклад, що ми, як Державна регуляторна служба, а верніше дерегуляторна служба, як отой віслючок, що воза тягне, з цього приводу вже робимо. Ну, наприклад, ми нещодавно, у нас є такі повноваження, згідно закону про засади державної регуляторної політики, скасовувати рішення, накази деяких міністерств або служб, і ми скасували наказ ДНС, ну, Державної служби, ДСНС, Державної служби надзвичайних ситуацій, яким вони вимагали зайві плати від пультових організацій. Це малий і середній бізнес, який працює в сфері пожежної безпеки, недержавні фірми. Скасували і порахували. Це скасування коштує ресурсу, який залишається у бізнесу, 250 мільйонів гривень. От одна строчка була в цих правилах ДСНС, одна єдина строчка. Її скасування дало ресурс цим компаніям на 250 мільйонів гривень. І так ми будемо робити у всіх сферах. Отут Айверес не згадав, а я вважаю, що це одна з найуспішніших зараз дій, яку зробив уряд. Це скасування так званої 915 постанови по утилізації тари переробки. Це 10 років питання дискутувалось, і жоден уряд не мав політичної волі вийти з піке дискусії, що треба робити. Збирати гроші і не переробляти, чи все ж таки розробляти якось інше. Я зараз, Олександра Володимирівна, це з приводу дерегуляції. Да? От коли емоції одне, коли рахуєш інше. 300 мільйонів на рік залишилось на розвиток. Тепер розповідаю далі. Скасували ми в зв'язку з тим, що насправді нічого не перероблялось. І це, до речі, доведено фактами. Що зараз відбувається? А зараз відбувається дуже позитивний процес. У нас, до речі, на сайті виставлений меморандум, який підписали, далеко не малий середній бізнес, це підписали великі компанії. Стосується це малого і середнього так само, але малий і середній поки що ресурс собі залишає, акумулює. А от великі компанії підписали меморандум про те, що вони готові сплачувати кошти. Не просто готові, вони вже створили під керівництвом Європейської бізнес-асоціації такий фонд, куди вони будуть сплачувати кошти. І це буде фонд самоврядний. Це от якраз європейська чеська модель, за якою ми йдемо і розвиваємось. І цей фонд буде укладати договори з місцевим самоврядуванням на роздільний збір тари. Потім роздільно зібрана тара вже є товаром, вона продається на переробні підприємства. Це чеська модель, я закінчую. Це я просто навела приклад, як насправді має працювати влада і бізнес. Тоді ми створюємо сучасну європейську модель. Тому я не оптиміст такий, що от прямо зараз щолкнемо і стане все добре, але я і не песиміст. Я бачу, що ми просуваємось вперед, і просуваємось вперед ефективно, і просуваємось вперед саме за європейськими шляхами. Дуже дякую.
Спасибо велике.
Володь, можно одну секунду? Ксюш, я в связи с тем, что у нас, не лекции здесь и не презентация, а все-таки живой разговор, я хочу сказать самое главное. И я понимаю, что, может быть, ты не смогла это сказать, но я хочу, чтобы это слышала Айверес. Вы абсолютно нарушаете все правительством закон про основные засады регуляторной политики. Я хочу, чтобы вы именно, как министр, вот так, как я сидела на каждом правительстве и говорила, этот документ не пройдет, пока не будет оценки регуляторного вплыва. Потому что я знаю, как идет на правительстве. Есть порядок денный, потом еще 10 выставили постанов, и с голоса проголосовали, там спрятали, там откусили, и это ничего не закончится. Увольте одного-второго человека за невыполнение закона регуляторной политики, и тогда меньше будем отменять. И еще один момент, чтобы я не забыла. Эварес, займитесь немедленно, создаем рабочую группу по электронным ключам. Сейчас я получила сумасшедшие расчеты, опять бешеная коррупция. Каждый орган создает, со своей фирмой подписывает договор. Бизнес должен платить везде. Вот даже сдает отчет по электроэнергетике, это стоит 167 гривен ключ. Идет в статистику, это другой ключ. Идет в налоговую, слава богу, они не берут деньги. И по поводу того, что... Не берут деньги за ключи, вы неправильно поняли. И вот смотрите, я хочу привести пример, почему, чтобы мы понимали, что любой вопрос дерегуляции – это очень спорный вопрос. Вот я была категорически против отмены 915-й постановы. И знаете почему? Я хочу, чтобы вы это услышали. Я говорила это министру. Мне стыдно вам говорить, но в 2001 году мне президент Кучма дал возможность не подписывать постанову, пока я не разберусь в этом вопросе. Ее не принимали, пока не было моей визы. Я изучила метод утилизации тары всех европейских стран. Ни одной страны в Европе нет, в которой не платится налог за утилизацию тары. В 2001 году, слышите, 14 лет назад, мы им расписали возможность, первое, самим утилизировать. Второй пункт был создавать совместные предприятия и вместе утилизировать. И если вы не сделали первого и второго, то тогда вы платите государственному предприятию, которое должно было по той постанове не само утилизировать, а дальше выходить на конкурс и объявлять. Смотрите, что дальше получилось. Прошло 14 лет. Каждый, кто не приходил в тару, он эти деньги запускал себе. Не постанова плохая, а управление и контроль. И на сегодняшний момент такие, как Тетрапарк, потирают руки. За 14 лет ничего не сделано. И они вернулись к нормам переработки тары, такие, как 14 лет назад. А мы начинали с 1% от всей везенной тары, 3%, 5%, 14 лет. А страна, простите, засирается этой тарой. Непереработанные вот эти обкладки телевизоров и так далее, что не перерабатывается. Это Тетрапарк не гниет 300 лет и многое другое. Стекло, бумага сегодня не проблема. Взяли, отменили. А что взамен? Евроассоциация создала деньги. Да как вы можете? Это государственная тема во всіх странах Європи. Это во всіх.
Якщо це є в нас дискусія з приводу таропереробки, я вам відповім. В жодній країні Європи, ні,
я понимаю, кто кого лоббирует. Я за страну, в которой те, кто завозит, оплачивают.
Розумієте, у всіх країнах така схема, як я розповіла. От, друзі, дерегуляція – це сфера небезпечна і досить неоднозначна. Бачите, які дискусії? Але, ще раз повторюю, не створюємо з бізнесу ворога. Тетрапак – це так само хороший бізнес.
Регуляторная политика – это не... Регуляторная политика – это не...
іноземні інвестори так само добрий бізнес.
Регуляторная политика в законе очень четко написано. Кто читал закон? Что это такое? Это нахождение паритета между государством, бизнесом и потребителем. Слышите? И потребителем. И я в данном случае, и когда бы ни рассматривала какой законопроект по таксистам, по перевозчикам, я обязательно смотрю не только, что выгодно государству и бизнесу, а то, что мы с вами, если вы кафе держите, вы вышли, пошли в аптеку, вы уже потребитель. Вы сели в такси, вы уже потребитель. И поэтому любой закон, в данном случае, в этой постанове, я потребитель, я живу в стране, я не хочу, чтобы у меня летали вместо бабочек кулечки. и чтобы у меня загажена была вся территория Украины вот этими сметтезвалищами. Вот этой идеологии нет. Отменить легче всего.
Ця
Снять им налоги легче
якраз
всего.
є, і якраз мета наша розбудувати європейську модель, в якій не літають бабочки з кульочків, а якраз навпаки. Тому от, власне кажучи, правильно, баланс знайдено на підставі якраз європейського досвіду. Не треба винаходити велосипед, коли за нас його вже винайшли. А все треба рахувати. На жаль, ще раз повторюю, да, дійсно, сьогодні є велика проблема. Ні Верховна Рада, ні уряд не рахують. До вас, шановні колеги, звертаюсь, до всіх. Особливо, тому що сьогодні у нас економічна конференція, тому особливо до вас звертаюсь. Допомагайте нам рахувати. У нас, да, до речі, знову повертаючись до велосипеда, який не треба винаходити. В Європі рахують за допомогою асоціацій і об'єднань. Сьогодні, до речі, вийшла велика стаття на «Європейській правді», де European Business дав інтерв'ю і оцінку просування України вперед в плані реформ. І нагадую, що, наприклад, Єврокомісія жодне рішення не ухвалює, якщо воно не пройшло експертизу, зокрема і обрахунки в Європейській асоціації бізнесу, в European Business. Тому ми йдемо до цих стандартів. Дякую.
Спасибі велике. Ви бачите, що дійсно одразу виникають такі теми, які викликають абсолютно такі, я б сказав, безрозумілі емоції з одного боку, а з іншого боку це говорить про те, що дійсно наше життя складне, але тим не менше в цих складностях треба приймати рішення, і рішення треба виконувати. Я, чесно кажучи, із виступу пані Ксенії і кількох реплік пані Олександри зрозумів про те, що якщо є рішення, його треба виконувати. Якщо ми його не виконуємо, потім шукаємо нове рішення і так далі, то ми самі один одного заплутаємо. Тому в цьому сенсі дерегуляція, очевидно, не тільки знімати дурні рішення, але в тому числі виконувати те, що було прийнято. Це також, очевидно, допомога малому і середньому бізнесу. Давайте відійдемо, так мовити, від теми такої, яка є дуже гарячою, поговоримо про таку тему абстрактну, але яка стосується всіх безпосередньо. Вже пан Айварас про це починав говорити, мова йде про гроші. Це чиста матерія, це чиста матерія така, да, вона зараз не буде прив'язана до якихось, очевидно, речей, пов'язаних з кульочками, бабочками, там, що ми там ще робили. Да? Я хотів би з великим задоволенням надати слово пані Ярославі Джонсон, президенту і головному виконавчому директору NAS Enterprise Fund. І я так, користуючись нагодою, можливістю, значить, хотів би, можливо, попросити у виступі пані Ярославу звернути увагу на два такі моменти. Значить, ну, перший момент, звичайно, нас цікавлять, якщо приходять гроші, то куди вони будуть йти, які є пріоритети, це абсолютно зрозуміло. Але є і друге питання. Шановні колеги, от пан Айварас розповідав про це, і ми говоримо про те, що нам вдалося. Там залучити 50 мільйонів, тут 10 мільйонів, там мільярд прийде ще, там і так далі, і так далі. В принципі, це дуже важливо, коли є такий ресурс. Але давайте будемо говорити про те, що ці ресурси через певний період часу, тут я вже не буду дуже патріотично говорити, да, вони потрапляють в окремі українські руки. І після того, як вони потрапили в окремі українські руки, ну, я б так би делікатно сказав, вони не завжди дуже ефективно використовуються. Пані Ярослава, як зробити так, щоб ми ваші гроші використали максимально ефективно? Дякую.
Дуже дякую за ваші гарні слова. Я, мені здається, одна на панелі сьогодні, яка має прямий досвід з багатьма МСП. Через те, що наш фонд був заложений в 1994 році, Американський конгрес. Я 20 років була в раді директорів, а спеціально в інвестиційному комітеті тої ради. До того посту прийшла тільки декілька місяців тому, коли Наталка Jaresko стала фінансовим міністром. Фонд був є один з 10 таких фондів, який був заложений американським урядом. І специфічна місія тих фондів була інвестувати в малі і середні підприємства в країнах, пострадянських країнах. Наш фонд мав оригінальний капітал $150 мільйонів, які ми мали інвестувати в малі і середні підприємства в Україні, Молдові і Білорусі. Білорусь відразу відпала, то ми інвестували в Україну і в Молдову. Наш фонд мав бути венчурний капітал часи, коли венчурного капіталу не було на Україні ніякого, ніхто не хотів інвестувати грошей в Україну. Але ми ті гроші мали вложити в такий спосіб, щоб не тільки мати прибуток, а мати якийсь результат, вплив на розвиток околиці. В результаті того наша організація має найбільший досвід в Україні і Молдові, як працюють малі і середні підприємства. Протягом наших 20 років існування ми внесли $197 мільйонів в 118 підприємств. Ті підприємства мали 25 тисяч робочих місць, і кожне підприємство стало центром локального розвитку в тому містечку, або місці, де вони знаходилися. В результаті того вони купували послуги і товари в сусідів, і це було позитивне явище для оточення. Але я хочу вам сказати, що це не було легке завдання. Ми дуже тяжко працювали, багато ніч не спали, і багато сліз було витрачено на той процес. Як ми це зробили? Ми в першу чергу пробували дати нашим підприємствам найліпші, що називається best practices з Америки і з кордону, із західного світу. Corporate governance, quality control, fiscal management і всякі інші такі послуги. Ми також надавали менторство всім управлінням всіх компаній і брали активну участь на раді директорів, на спостережчих радах. В результаті того ми мали понад 1000 всяких конференцій на всі теми, які стосуються до дії тих бізнесів. І наші випускники тепер є головами компаній на Україні і в Заході, в банківській сфері, фінансовій сфері, в медіа і для уряду працюють також. Наша діяльність як інвестиційний фонд скінчилася в 2017 році, коли ми відкрили новий фонд Horizon Capital, і менеджмент нашого державного фонду був переданий туди. Але в результаті того Horizon Capital займався продажем наших компаній, ми заробили на тому досить добрі гроші, і в результаті ми ще маємо 6 компаній, які маємо продати. В кожному випадку новий етап нашої діяльності, ми вживаємо ті кошти, які ми заробили на наших підприємствах. І ті $30 мільйонів, які я маю використати на українські і на молдаванські всякі проєкти, є результат тої нашої роботи. Я місяць тому підписала договір з міністром, і ми в тому договорі пояснили 4 специфічні програми, які ми хочемо використати специфічно на малі і на середні підприємства. Перша програма є економічне лідерство. Очевидно, в Україні бракує всяких молодих і людей, які є витягнені бути керівниками підприємств і керівниками всяких урядових установ. І та програма буде мати в собі такі складники: стипендії на навчання за кордоном в найліпших університетах Америки, на MBA і на MPA програми. Всякі обміни підприємців. Наприклад, за місяць ми повеземо групу молоденьких підприємців України, 17 до 20-річних, до Silicon Valley. Це є люди, які мають специфічні програми, проєкти, і ми їм зробимо зустрічі з американськими і світовими підприємцями, щоб вони мали уяву, як це все має працювати, як бізнеси розвивати, і ті молоді люди вернуться на Україну і свій бізнес будуть закладати. Друга наша програма є Export Promotion. Ми знаємо, що Україна втратила великі ринки в Росії і мусить шукати нові ринки для своїх продуктів за кордоном. Ми працюємо з міністерством, щоб витворити відповідну торговельну політику для України і на базі тої політики розвивати нові ринки. Ще одна річ, яка нас тут цікавить, є, що ми розуміємо, що наші українські підприємці, спеціально малі підприємці, не мають уяви, як вийти на експортний ринок, і ми будемо їм допомагати всякими семінарами і тренінговими програмами, як також веб-пейдж і всякі інтернет-способи, щоб вони зрозуміли, як вийти на ті ринки і в яких країнах. Наша ще одна програма займається інвестуванням в підприємства, які працюють над спеціальним соціальним членами суспільства, спеціально переселенцями, жінками, люди, які інваліди, військові, які повернулися з АТО і більше не можуть працювати, знайти їм якусь можливість і якусь ціль в житті. І ті підприємства будуть всі маленькі, і ми їх будемо фінансувати на базі пільгових кредитів. А остання наша програма займається локальним економічним розвитком. І тут ми будемо зводити разом до купи міст і сіл, керівництво державних установ, як також приватного бізнесу, щоб розв'язати будь-які проблеми ті міста і села мають. Я знаю, що ви питалися мене, як ми запевнимо, що ті кошти підуть там, де вони мають піти. Ми будемо підлягати всіх аудитів, все буде прозоро зроблене. Ті кошти не будуть, ми будемо робити наш due diligence точно, будемо знати, кому ми їх даємо і на яку ціль. І ми запевнимо, що ті кошти будуть відповідно використані. Ми також хочемо, щоб до тих наших зусиль долучилися інші підприємці, інші фінансові установи, які хочуть допомогти. Але наша мета є, щоб ті кошти були використані максимально протягом тих 3 років.
Спасибі велике. Ви бачите, що бізнес і гроші говорять завжди дуже конкретно, дуже по темі. І будемо сподіватися, що ця програма допоможе Україні і буде зреалізована максимально ефективно. Одразу, користуючись правом ведучого, хочу сказати, що у нас не буде перерви. Переходимо до другої частини. Друга частина найцікавіша – це, очевидно, запитання, відповіді, можливо, якісь репліки з місць. В мене є певна така, я б сказав би, таке ж побажання взяти участь в дискусії, але для того, щоб показати, що я, хоча й автократ, який веде, але все ж таки демократичний, значить, давайте тоді будемо брати запитання з залу. І давайте, може, зробимо таким чином. 1-2 запитання, ви скажете, до кого вони задресовані, і таким чином, щоб була можливість і більше задати запитань, і більшої кількості наших панелістів взяти участь в обговоренні. Представляйтеся, чітке запитання, до кого запитання, і далі будемо рухатися. Так, будь ласка.
Візьміть, будь ласка, мікрофон, щоб записали, що ви скажете.
Спасибо. Я прошу прощения, Александр Владимирович. После Леонида Даниловича Кучмы записывать в нашей стране это уже даже не смешно. Это настолько после уже всех этих вещей, мы уже к этому привыкли.
Лучше напомнить.
Будь ласка, не бійтеся, це пані Олександра жартує. Вас запишуть просто.
Я возле пани Александры сидел лет 5 назад на морвокзале в Одессе. Если вы меня помните, это я представляю транспортную организацию Одессы. И 5 лет назад мы говорили, за нашей спиной тогда стояли десятки тысяч дальнобоев, которые...
Когда я пыталась открыть трассу.
Да, мы перекрывали трассу один раз, потом мы приезжали в Киев, перекрывали Киев, забивали трассы. И надо сказать, что вот за эти 5 лет практически ничего не поменялось, кроме одного, что из этих 10 тысяч дальнобоев остались сотни. Остальных уже просто нет. Они побросали машины в портах, они...
Я знаю, я была на прошлой неделе на совещании, я просто сразу скажу, чтобы всем это не надо. Я была на совещании вместе с Костюченко на требованного письма, министр, к сожалению, не пришел, я дала им 1 неделю.
Александра Владимировна,
я знаю, что происходит, они отбирают дозволы, я знаю, что происходит.
Отбирают дозволы, да. Банки забирают машины, потому что работы нет. Я вчера провел час в министерстве у шульмейстера первого зама, и как раз ему говорил о том, что почему Айверес может убрать госпредприятие, которое просто паразитировало на бизнесе, а вы... Укрэкономресурсы. А вы не можете убрать госпредприятия, которые просто запаразитировали бизнес и...
Ну а СМАП мы ликвидировали, а СМАПа нет.
А я не говорю про СМАП. Я говорю про то, что в порт заехать мимо частного предприятия ты не можешь.
Ну мы это говорили.
Свеситься мимо частного предприятия
весы.
ты не можешь.
Частная фирма собирает деньги.
Я поэтому... Помогите нам диалог найти. Мы не можем его найти.
Вы знаете, надо не диалог искать, а взять листочек бумаги, написать, мне мешают. Не, вот я вам могу сказать, я была на этом совещании, выступал Костюченко в старом советском режиме, рассказывал, я говорю, кому ты рассказываешь, он тебя даже не слушает. Вот ты должен написать, первое, изменить вот это, даем срок такой-то. вот это изменить вот так, мы же так с вами всегда работали, по-другому никак. Когда мы тогда провели, помните, для транспортников, мы провели сколько, Ксюша, по-моему, 6 или 7 постанов, когда урегулировали по себестоимости. Да.
Работает, кстати.
А это еще раз говорю, не работает, потому что так относится министр. Если он может позволять себе не работать постанове. Поэтому на Facebook написал мне, я сама, я тему знаю.
Проблема в тому, що не працює постанова, тому що вона так написана, що дозволяється не працювати. Давайте з цього.
Ксения Михайловна, как бы ни написал, если...
Давайте що треба коригувати цю постанову. Виносьте. Ми ж можемо в порядку дерегуляції прийняти рішення.
Мы Ксению Михайловну подключим, и Айварес поможет, и протянем без регуляторной политики.
Да.
Ясно?
Понятно, да. Да. Спасибо большое. Сзади вот там девушка, да, а потом вы, вот, хорошо, да, а потом мы сюда перейдем на правый план.
Ми дуже вдячні за дискусію, тому що особливо я хочу подякувати вас, пані Олександра, тому що саме, знаєте, ви, мабуть, перше за цілий день, який я заслухала, розказали таку правдиві, реальні ситуації, які зараз відбуваються в Україні, і зал тут якраз на це дуже реагував. Але питання у мене, може, в першу чергу до міністра, і якщо можна, і до вас, і хто захоче з президію. Національний інститут стратегічних досліджень. Я представляю. Питання таке. Була дискусія деякий час, і може багато років, що чи необхідно нам взагалі Міністерство економіки. Ну, тобто, от зараз я, наприклад, сиділа і слухала, що гроші є. Є депутати, які переймаються. Є комітет, який, щось робить, так? Порахувати нема кому, треба, щоб зал рахував. Як ви вважаєте, як міністр, от ви вже там 5 місяців, да? Десь майже. Міністерство економіки, взагалі, необхідно в Україні чи ні? Дякую.
Я вибачаюсь, давайте ще одне питання, щоб у нас просто динамізувати дискусії. Будь ласка, а потім я вам надам слово. Да. Тільки дуже коротко, да, щоб була можливість відповісти і задати питання іншим. Дякую.
Андрей Гидулян, компания одноименная Гидулян, SME Banking Club, то есть эксперт по финансам. Хотел господину министру сказать, выразить поддержку в тех начинаниях, тех месседжей, которые вы сегодня дали. Но хотел несколько поделиться такие вводные, которые будут в виде вопроса, когда мы увидим не давление на бизнес в течение года, которое способствуется при поддержке политиков, которые пришли в Верховную Раду и сделали зраду малого бизнеса. Потому что я есть представитель микробизнеса. Налоговый кодекс, например, РРО, например. Дайте я задам вопрос. Дайте мне вопрос задать. Нет, дайте я вопрос задам. Нет, секундочку. Он не утверждает законы. Вопрос. На самом деле, можно я вопрос задам? Мой вопрос заключается, на самом деле, когда мы увидим не давление, а конкретные целевые программы финансовой поддержки малого и среднего бизнеса. Я просто дам пример. Год назад Независимая банковская ассоциация вместе с Министерством экономики и поддержки нашего SME Banking Club, Ассоциации банковских экспертов МСБ, встречались с коммерческими банками. Коммерческие банки, который год поддерживают малый и средний бизнес. Они сказали, у нас есть 4 целевые программы, которые мы готовы поддержать. Это агро, это экспорт, это франчайзинг, это отечественные производители. 4 целевых программы, которые дадут экономический рост. За год мы видим только сокращение количества предприятий. Поэтому просьба, наконец, я скажу одно. Это, может быть, даже интересно будет пане Ярославе. В 2011 году был проект USAID. Поддержку Platinum банкам.
Да, я понимаю,
150 миллионов долларов. Platinum банку дали на развитие малого и среднего бизнеса 150 миллионов долларов. Я сейчас на пальцах могу после этого встречи рассказать, какие банки занимаются малым и средним бизнесом. Поэтому очень убедительная просьба. Если целевые программы финансирования малого и среднего бизнеса будут, отдайте эти деньги тем, кто реально занимается малым и средним бизнесом, в частности в банковском секторе. Спасибо.
Спасибі велике. Давайте починаємо, будемо відповідати. Да. Спочатку Айварас, Олександра, а потім ми будемо ще брати питання з залу.
Спасибо большое за вопросы. Первый вопрос был, нужно ли Министерство экономики. Есть страны, где Министерства экономики нету. Есть страны, где Министерство экономики есть. Абсолютно ясно, что Министерство экономики имеет слишком большое количество функций. Сейчас 247, большое количество документов обрабатывает. Прошлый год я посчитал там 200 470 документов и так дальше. Поэтому, конечно, хотелось бы сосредоточиться на каких-то приоритетах. Поэтому это министерство все-таки должно уменьшиться, и оно будет уменьшаться. Функции некоторые ненужные будут отдаваться. И, конечно, хотелось, чтобы в итоге это министерство больше было министерством, которое занимается там, реформами, продвижением экспорта, другими вещами. А что касается, здесь про кредиты тоже, про банки прозвучало и так дальше. Есть здесь несколько проблем, и просто винить там, правительство или банков тоже нельзя. Все-таки, когда страны проходят через период кризиса, 2008-2009, все страны, все банки сначала зажались, и не выдавали никаких кредитов. В нашей банковской системе в данный момент ликвидность рекордная. Банкам некому давать, проектов нету. Нету хорошо подготовленных проектов. Банки очень боятся. Плохие долги выросли очень сильно. И здесь есть две проблемы. Бизнес ухудшился, поэтому там и оборот, и прибыль упала. И есть очень много недобросовестных, к сожалению, заемщиков. Как можно, вы знаете ситуацию, например, с агрокомпанией «Мрия». Взяла в долг 1 миллиард 200 миллионов долларов. Сделала дефолт на это, и вся страна страдает. Просто был чистой воды, как говорится, фрод, а вот эти все кредиторы, самые респектабельные банки мира, ходят по администрации президента, по правительству и говорят, если вы их не посадите в тюрьму, владельцев, мы страну больше кредитовать не будем. Ни малый, средний бизнес, ни большой, ни государство и так дальше. Поэтому у нас есть проблема, конечно, с добросовестными этими. Что касается заемщиков, что касается малого и среднего бизнеса, здесь, к сожалению, банки тоже страдают в любой стране в кризис. Потому что малый и средний бизнес в основном там есть проблемы там с залогом. То есть банк, когда малый и средний бизнес не может вернуть кредит, обычно там уже ничего нет. Он уже сделал, грубо говоря, магазин, обувь или что такое. Что там банк заберет? Обувь заберет или что-то. Поэтому здесь, к сожалению, портфель плохих долгов во время кризиса обычно самый большой бывает в сегменте малого и среднего бизнеса. И поэтому, да.
Неправда. Во всем мире доказано, что самая большая возвратность кредитов в самые тяжелые кризисные времена. Вот видите, я написал, 98%, мировая практика. Малый и средний бизнес возвращает. Малый и средний бизнес возвращает. Подождите, сейчас мы говорим, хорошо? Сейчас мы вас не слышим.
Низкий?
Коллеги, у меня такое впечатление, что мы переместились или в парламент, или на какое-то заседание. Да, давайте все-таки ближе к конференции. Да?
В принципе, да.
Отвечая на первый вопрос, Министерство экономики очень нужно. Объясняю почему. Министерство финансов, то, которое занимает у нас страшно важное место в правительстве, для меня это бухгалтерия. И вообще она командовать ни налоговой политикой, ничем не должна заниматься. Это бухгалтерия. Самое главное министерство должно быть в кабинете министров, это Министерство экономики. Потому что это прогноз, это экономический анализ. И вот если экономический анализ посчитали, что 5-10% импортного сбора, к чему оно приведет, тогда бы его не вводили. Если бы Министерство экономики, подавая бюджет 2015 года, не портило единый налог, введя РРО, мы еле выбили для второй части. Ну, пожалуйста, давайте запишем 2016, просил Яценюк. Я говорю, зачем вы пишете, когда мы не дадим вам ввести? Ну, пусть хотя бы написано будет в 16-м. А бизнес весь трясется уже с января 2015-го. Министерство экономики – это то министерство, которое первое должно было сказать. Я не допущу, пока я не увижу достоверность тарифов. Потому что это убивает мою экономику страны. Я хочу знать, какая себестоимость, какая рентабельность, и потому что если нет планирования, я экономист. И могу сказать, если нет расчета экономической целесообразности, тогда, вот то, что говорила Ксения, тогда получается недостаток. И я считаю, что Министерство экономики – это очень важный орган, и он должен быть самым главным. Самым главным, это практически первый вице-премьер, а не какие-то там силовые структуры. Теперь по поводу РРО вам ответ. Вы когда начинаете оскорблять политиков, да? Вы вначале хотя бы почитайте. Хватит оскорблять. Я не позволю оскорблять Верховную Раду. Это там люди, избранные вами, народом. Понимаете, это вы избрали. После Майданные. Вот кого избрали, вот так и получаете. Я прошу, пожалуйста,
Подождите,
все,
коллеги,
я хочу
давайте,
сказать, нечего вскакивать. Посмотрите, кто голосовал. Это все в открытом голосовании. Посмотрите, кто за это голосовал. И я и Продан уже подали 3 месяца закон, чтобы отменить эту норму. А вы оскорбляете депутатов. По поводу банков. Я считаю, я очень хорошо эту тему знаю, микрокредитования малого и среднего бизнеса. Еще в 2004 году подготовила спільну постанову, я вам про это говорила, Национального банка и правительства, о открытии программы микрокредитования. А Нацбанк не хочет этим заниматься. Слава богу, банки сами это поняли. Во всех странах мира это самый большой сегмент роста клиентов. Это малый и средний бизнес. И они создавали даже требования к банкам, чтобы тот, кто приходил заниматься этой программой, никогда не работал в банке. Потому что там идея, что они идут не 4, как они наметили, классные, сельское хозяйство, экспорт. А там и так все хорошо, ребят. Там уже такие вот миллиардеры в сельском хозяйстве. Они идут на те, которые зашли в ресторан, а он полный. Они заходят, говорят, слушай, вам нужна поддержка? А другой стоит пустой, они ему не дадут микрокредит. У них совсем другой европейский подход. Поэтому на самом деле кредитовать нужно не вымышленный план, а тот, кто уже начал делать, потому что предпринимательство – это Божий дар, это талант. И, к сожалению, франчайзинг у нас закон до сих пор нет. Потому что, когда я его написала и подала, первый вице-премьер Азаров написал: Шурочка, нельзя заменить слово франчайзинг на что-нибудь украинское. Вот, и по сей день нету закона о франчайзинге. Вот, чтобы вы понимали, банки должны кредитовать тот, кто уже не мечтает сделать, а не так, чтобы приходили, он, Ксения знает, приходил, говорил, Кужи, купи у меня столы и стулья. Я говорю, мне не нужны столы и стулья. Так и знал, что ты малый бизнес не поддерживаешь. Рассказывай, что у тебя произошло. Взял 30 тысяч, зібрав у сусідів, відкрив, наробив столов и стульев, а они никому не надо. Вот в этом проблема. И поэтому вот мы сейчас с Айваресом говорили. Единственное, что в такое экономическое время трудно может сделать Минэкономики в поддержке малого и среднего бизнеса, это сервисная помога. Это образование, это вывод на экспортные рынки, это вот все, что связано с подсказками. Вот это можно делать.
Спасибо велике, шановні колеги.
Одну секунду. Возврат по малому бизнесу.
Вот вы говорите, что я диктатор.
Диктаторша я всю жизнь. Возврат по малому, мне говорят, я вас перебью, я говорю, не сможете.
Не смог.
90...
Не смог.
Послушайте, пример не только России, когда, помните, самый большой кризис. Тогда я приехала к Хакамаде, ее как раз снимали. Она говорит, Саша, я просто в шоке. Единственный, кто выдержал этот кризис, это был малый бизнес. Он быстро адаптировал цены, у него небольшие деньги, у него в разных... То есть не было такого капитала, как летел большой. Возвратность кредитов. Кто получил Нобелевскую премию? Все помните? С Индии, да, банкир, который выстроил, Нобелевскую премию получил, как раз на кредитовании малого и среднего бизнеса, потому что малого бизнеса, микро, я и говорю, на малых кредитах возвратность 98%. А не возвращает у нас депутат Святош, который взял кредит во французском банке, и почему не возвращают? Да не потому что, а потому что у нас нет судебной системы, потому что в какой любой стране нельзя не вернуть кредит. И мне посол говорит, слушайте, я не могу подать руку, он руководит французско-украинской группой, да, а я ему руку подать не могу, он обворовал французский банк, а он депутат. Пожалуйста, вот как нужно, надо, не возвращали, попробуйте, вот вы не верните кредит, у нее квартиру заперут и выгонят с ребенком на улицу, а он спокойно ходит. Вот, пожалуйста, понимание ответственности перед законом.
Спасибо велике. Так, я обіцяв вам питання, і потім я перейду. Будь ласка, да. Мікрофон сюди, будь ласка, передайте. Трохи швидше, якщо можна, бо у нас часу вже залишається не так уже багато.
Олександра Володимирівна, з великою повагою, Кравченко Олена, Всеукраїнська громадська організація «Сила країни». З великою повагою відносимося до вас як до професіонала, до політика. я б сказала, великого економіста. Скажіть, будь ласка, таке питання. Що на сьогодні з санаторно-курортними галузями? На сьогодні вони стоять на колінах, і політика держави така, що незрозуміло, що буде далі. Можливо, це буде банкрот, можливо, ще там незрозуміло. Чи бачите, чи є у вас законопроекти, чи бачите ви розвиток санаторно-курортної галузі в Україні? Дякую.
Коротко отвечу. Приходите, этим никто не занимается. Есть у нас очень интересная девочка в самопомощи, которая туризмом занимается. На сегодняшний момент, я понимаю, вы говорите уже там, где приватное. Давайте посмотрим, потому что там надо связать и с землей, надо посмотреть с государственными подходами этого развития. Я готова
там и государственное на сегодня на коленях.
Так, там було. Будь ласка, передайте мікрофон, да, он колезі. Да?
Государственное банкротство для того, щоб забрати.
Денис Нізалов, проект підтримки реформ в сільському господарстві та земельних відносинах. Пані Олександра, пан міністр, я хотів би спитати, якими ви бачите пріоритети щодо змін, реформ в земельній сфері, які б сприяли розвитку малому та середньому бізнесу? Дякую.
Спасибі. І давайте ще одне питання, да, було. Будь ласка.
Да.
Да.
Меня зовут Анастасия Зарубина. Вопрос был макроэкономический. Считаете ли вы, что единственным решением для поддержки малого и среднего бизнеса, для того, чтобы вообще экономика Украины развивалась в долгосрочном плане, является децентрализация власти, чтобы области, по примеру, вот как Штаты в Америке, чтобы они конкурировали между собой, чтобы вот госадминистрации как бы упрощали налоговую систему, да, там, и судебную систему делали более привлекательной для этого бизнеса.
Спасибо. Давайте для того, щоб зберегти певну, так мовити, драматургію, пан Айворос, пані Ксенія, а після цього, як нам відповідає Олександр Владимирович. Да? Пожалуйста.
Ну, что касается туризма, во-первых, не хотел бы сказать, что никто этим не занимается. Прямо перед отъездом, конкретных санаторий или там еще чего-то. Но по туризму это очень важная тема. Как раз перед моей поездкой в Вашингтон, это где-то 10 дней назад, закончился независимый отбор там, руководителя этого направления в нашем министерстве, в Киевской школе экономики, там 4 самых лучших презентации отобрали и так дальше. Конечно, это очень важное направление, которое вообще не используется для роста экономик и так дальше. Что касается земельной реформы, как раз вот только что обсуждали, эта тема мне очень понятна, потому что моя супруга этим тоже занимается, я сам хорошо понимаю тематику. В данный момент есть серьезная проблема просто с арендой земли. И с государственной точки зрения, и с тех, кто хочет ее арендовать. Вроде бы хотели улегчить, улучшить, но, насколько я понимаю, эта ситуация еще не получилась. На следующей неделе встречаюсь с Павленко из Зубко, и как раз будем работать, понимать, почему этого не произошло. В государстве тоже есть 6 миллионов гектаров земли. Это же как? Государственных 6, сельхоз. Что здесь тоже можно сделать? Вроде бы деньги лежат, да? Средняя там плата, это же $50 там где-то за этот гектар. 300 миллионов долларов можно собрать из аренды. Но это не собирается, потому что объявляется куча каких-то в селе там фермеров, квази, которые на самом деле не фермеры. И эти фермеры уже агрохолдингам сдают за кэш по співробітництву. Вот это совместная деятельность и так дальше. И государству ничего. А какие-то вот эти чиновники там на местах получают вот эти 300 миллионов долларов где-то в год. Можно было бы взять эти 6 миллионов гектаров, объявить конкурс по аукционам, сдать в долгосрочную аренду, каждый год получат по 50 этих долларов где-то аренды, и за десятилетний контракт тоже взять еще дополнительно где-то $200, потому что права на самом деле торгуются на рынке, доходили цены до $1000 за гектар в хороших районах. То есть здесь можно нормально, это минимально, что может сделать государство, а дальше через дерегуляцию, вот карантинные сертификаты, фитосанитарные, вот эти все, еще куча всяких есть возможностей, как помочь фермерам в селе через дерегуляцию. У нас сумасшедшее количество этих ветеринаров, которые там все время подписывают, если ты хочешь там, свинью продать куда-то и так дальше. Причем он никогда не приезжает к тебе на ферму. Ты должен
Чип
к нему...
стоит 40 гривен,
Да.
а его себестоимость 40 копеек.
То есть здесь тематика хорошо известная, и я думаю, будем продолжать помогать фермерам. А уже что касается кредитования, там уже должны быть отдельные программы и так дальше. Конечно, тоже строим стратегию развития в Министерстве малого и среднего бизнеса, которая там несколько пунктов. Доступ к вот этим всем структурам образовательным и другим, так называемым networks, да, которые помогают, доступ к капиталу. И приоритет здесь должен делаться ставка на инновационные компании, на компании, которые занимаются в IT-сфере, в так называемых зеленых, там, экологических каких-то моментах, и доступ к госзакупкам тоже, чтобы было у малого и среднего бизнеса более легкий доступ, ну и стимулирование как такового. Как где-то делается за границей. Там уже с малого возраста, вот здесь пару шведов я вижу и так дальше, с малого возраста отец там дает деньги сыну, да, тот начинает акции покупать на рынке. Поэтому в Швеции очень большое количество людей, самая такая серьезная культура покупки там акций. Да? Все знают, какая компания, вникает в финансовые и так дальше. И то же самое с другими вещами. Дал денег, отец, сын сделал интернет-магазин там, про продажи там, скейтбордов или что такое. То есть это все уже заложено в ДНК людей с маленького возраста. И тоже налоговая система в той стране сделана так, что я просто наемный сотрудник был и владелец компании в Швеции, да, много лет. То есть если ты наемный сотрудник, ты никогда богатым не станешь. Только получаешь чуть больше денег, сразу налоговая ставка 59%, да, самая высокая. Компания платит тоже там, 40% социального там, взноса и так дальше. А если ты предприниматель, совсем другая налоговая база, и ты можешь спокойно стать себе достаточно обеспеченным человеком. Вот я думаю, тоже нужно двигаться в этом направлении, в долгосрочной перспективе.
Я би сказала,
Спасибо
що першу
большое.
частину ми вже зреалізували, а другу ні.
Да.
Тому
Ксенія
наша
Михайлівна,
податкова система така напівреалізована.
Ксенія
Тобто
Михайлівна,
забрати у найманих ми вже все забрали, а от підприємцям...
Децентралізація, дерегуляція,
Да, я кілька слів
клімат
скажу.
інвестиційний.
Шановні колеги, перше, дерегуляція, децентралізація – це два різних процеси. Це перше. Я прихильник того, що все ж таки в першу чергу дерегуляцію, тому що дерегуляція відміняє бар'єри. Децентралізація передає бар'єри на місцевий рівень. І там вже, да, буде конкуренція серед територій, ми всі на це надіємось. Але поки що весь досвід, який був, говорить про те, що на місцевому рівні якість регуляторної діяльності і діяльності з надання адміністративних послуг, тобто видачі дозвілів і так далі, відбувається так само дуже і дуже проблемно. Це м'яко кажучи. Ну, один Київ чого вартий. Да? Подивіться, будь ласка, на роботу Києва з точки зору місцевого самоврядування і їх повноважень регуляторних. Гіршого суб'єкта знайти неможливо. Вони взагалі повністю ігнорують всю регуляторну політику. Вони ігнорують закони, вони ухвалюють рішення, які потім відміняються судом. Суд відміняє, вони тут же ухвалюють знову таке саме. Ну, типа, йдіть в суд, знову відміняйте. А рішення місцевого самоврядування, крім як судом, нічим іншим відмінити неможливо. Тому що місцеве самоврядування, воно є верховна влада на території самоврядної громади, в межах повноважень. Вони, на жаль, межі повноваження регулярно порушують, але довести це можна тільки через суд. Тому, децентралізація – це дуже важливий процес. Ми все одно будемо його проходити як європейська країна, і ми маємо його пройти. Але заклик такий – це не просто гасло, це складний процес реформування. Це не просто взяти і передати повноваження, і хай підприємці потім б'ються головою об поріг місцевої ради. Це неправильно. Ми маємо зробити так, щоб вони отримали свої повноваження в такому вигляді, що вони реально можуть з ними впоратись. Якщо ми їм дамо в руки інструменти, через які вони просто будуть вичавлювати хабарі, то ми цим бізнес-клімат в країні не покращимо. Тому моя думка така: дерегуляція, а те, що вже ми бачимо, що це можна взяти як продукт, передати на місцеву владу, і вже можна якось допомогти їм це правильно проадмініструвати, то тоді, да, децентралізація буде відбуватися. І вона вже, до речі, відбувається. Але просто поки що відбулася бюджетна децентралізація, певно. І можу сказати, що міста зараз, от мери міст, в принципі, не дуже це популяризують, але насправді вони отримали дуже суттєвий додатковий ресурс. Відсотків на 30 більше в них в цьому році власного ресурсу на виконання власних повноважень, мається на увазі повноваження місцевого самоврядування, ніж було торік і раніше. Тобто вони вже отримали гроші на те, щоб покращити умови життя місцевої громади. Але чи це так всюди відбувається? Чи вже ми бачимо розквіт? Ну, тут, напевне, важливими будуть питання місцевих виборів. І важливо, щоб підприємці так само дивились, а хто йде у місцеві ради. Що місцеві ради стають важливими. У нас традиційно всі дивляться тільки на уряд і на Верховну Раду. От там, якби, що приймається, на те дивляться. Насправді, чим далі йде децентралізація, тим важливіше стають місцеві ради. І там дуже важливо, щоб приходили люди, які здатні зреалізувати ці повноваження, а не створити додаткові бар'єри. Дуже дякую.
Спасибі велике. У нас час уже вичерпується, але тим не менше я надаю слово пані Олександрі, і після цього ми підведемо дуже короткі підсумки нашого сьогоднішнього обговорення. Пані Олександра, ви нам обіцяли сюрприз, пожалуйста.
По землі дуже важливе питання. Я готова максимально допомагати. У нас гарна команда, молодий хлопець Вадим Івченко, і у нас дуже серйозна команда голів сільських, селищних і міських рад. 1159 – один із тих законопроєктів, які ми хочемо обрати корупцію від Держкомзема, який сьогодні володіє 16 мільярдами гектарів землі. Ви подивіться, перепрошую, 16 мільйонів, то я в газі вже в мільярдах. Да, і хочу сказати, що це ж земля гуляє, да, самі розумієте, за откати. І тому я просто здивована зараз то, що почула, що сказав Айварес, тому що в 1580, який він мені серцем вирвав цей законопроект, бо я була проти, бо він був неякісний, якраз практично 30% виписувалося те про те, що він зараз говорить, що незрозуміло. Ми виписали можливості спільних договорів з вами. Це ж ваш був законопроєкт. Ми виписували це з аграріями. Давайте сідати, пропозиція така. От як ми робили дерегуляцію в містобудуванні. Да? Ми взяли такий лист бумаги і пройшли по всій цепочці, по якій проходить підприємець. І тоді зразу зрозуміло, де робити дерегуляцію, де беруть хабарі, в якому розмірі і хто бере. От в такому напрямі, але єдине, що якщо ви за ринок землі, до мене не приходьте. Я проти продажу землі категорично, тому що я знаю, що я особисто зустрічалася з губернатором Китаю, коли була заступником міністра будівництва, і він сказав: пані Кужель, у нас на рівні партії прийнято рішення купувати в Україні землю за будь-які гроші. Але поїдьте в Чернігів, вони посіяли там кукурузу, і я бабам говорю: ви ж тільки смотрите, не їжте, тому що вона ж йде на біопаливо. А баба сидить, каже: я думаю, чого мої свині не їдять? Вони ж її крадуть з поля, а її не можна в руки брати без перчаток. А хто нам відродить родючість тої землі? Я вважаю, що земля сьогодні в Україні, як для Арабських Еміратів, нефть. Якщо розумним людям дати управління через державне-приватне партнерство, які застереги в світі? Нема води, нема їди. Якщо ми будемо мати їжу з наших 30% чорноземів по світу, ми будемо найбагатшою країною. Або ми повинні залишити нашим дітям, що вирощують тут рис і узуродують кукурузу, а потім ми дітей оставимо з отравленою водою. По поводу децентралізації МСП. Я хочу вам сказати, що це не має жодного відношення. Тому що треба міняти не слово децентралізація, а відповідальність. Якщо мер, його робота буде оцінюватись по кількості створених міст робочих, і також буде перша оцінка йти губернатора. Якщо його розгляд роботи прем'єр буде проводити разом з підприємцями, які встануть і скажуть, які він створює умови, які у нього хабарницькі схеми працюють, всі комунальні підприємства, які під мерами, всі корупційні, можу сказати, почитайте рахунки Рахункової палати, всі на тарифах заробляють. Всі на тому, щоб ринки практично всі принадлежать близьким структурам мерів, всі транспортні перевезення громади, всі депутати або мери, і там ситуація не тільки децентралізації, бо зараз газ квірнули, наприклад, на місця. Я була одна із тих, які ми успіли його підняти вверх. Тому що приїжджав керівник ГАЗка Харкова і заходив к міністру Яцуби з 4 охранниками, відкриває ногою двері. Да. Я хочу вам сказати, що децентралізація – це не означає спрощення. Це треба брати страшенний контроль над мерами, це прозорість, це боротьба з корупцією. Але покращення, в чому я згідна з децентралізацією, це передачу максимальних послуг, адміністративних, взяти справку, витяг, все інше. Оце повинно бути на місці. Щоб бабуля, якої треба спадщину оформити, не їхала в обласний центр декілька разів, щоб отримати ту справку. І тому для малого середнього бізнесу найголовніше, давайте я теж свої таке відчуття скажу. По-перше, не розводимося ми в грязній воді. Якщо буде прозора криниця, не буде корупції, будуть суди нормальні, і не будуть хабарі в міліції, в прокуратурі. Служба безпеки зараз дуже у нас коммерциализировалась. Теж не так сепаратистами занимается, как собирает деньги по бизнесу. Я вот сейчас за одних воюю, что на само открыли криминальное впровадження. Поэтому треба чиста вода. По-друге, ще раз повертаюсь, тому що я сказала, не влада раді не бізнес раді власті, а ви, вся власть. І не зрада, а парламентарії, уряд, президент, губернаторы, мэры, они обязаны служить бизнесу, потребителю и людям, которые не могут работать. Это инвалиды, незащищенные дети и так далее. Это во всем мире, а не наоборот. Поэтому, вы знаете, я всегда ищу новые идеи. Когда-то, когда я придумала единый налог, со мной очень многие спорили, не верили, что он даст такой рывок. Он дал рывок стране. И я не верила тогда, когда... Я не думала даже, не надеялась, что он будет работать больше 5 лет. У меня в мысли вначале было 5 лет максимально. Потому что за эти 5 лет я думала, страна научит людей вести учет, создаст им условия, будет прозрачная система налогообложения. Да, ничего не произошло. Поэтому прежде чем отменять упрощенную систему налогообложения, нужно сделать вот эти простые вещи, научить учету, да, не брать коррупцию, простое администрирование, а не коррупционное и многое другое. Ну и, конечно, мытница. Но это все связано. Я говорила, мне очень жалко, что Макаренко сняли. Это, наверное, первый госслужащий, который вот такую пачку имел благодарственных в начале писем в эту комиссию, которую вел Айварес, и вот так тех, которых он зажал, не пропускал. Так вот, я могу сказать, мы были с ним в Одессе, когда проводили совещание. Слушайте, там же стервятники сидят на мытнице. Милиция, СБУ, прокуратура, налоговая, представители губернатора и мэра. И все сидят на мытнице. Ну и так дальше, и так дальше. И любой, кого вы не назначите на мытницу, если кто-то будет иметь право еще войти туда, кроме мытника, вы никогда не можете с мытника это спросить. Потому что только он урезает губернатору прохождение контрабанды, тут же сразу это хватает служба безопасности, подсовывает что угодно. И поэтому для того, чтобы решить проблему, ее надо изучить в комплексе и любить тех, для кого ты ее решаешь. Ну вот, с любовью к вам. Спасибо.
Шановні колеги, ми попрацювали дуже інтенсивно. Я єдине хотів би сказати буквально кілька слів, бо вже наші колеги з організаторів хвилюються. Перше, хотів би нагадати про те, що ця сесія була зорганізована за сприяння програми USAID «Лідерство в економічному врядуванні». Це один із великих проєктів, який займається якраз саме підтримкою малого і середнього бізнесу. Нам дуже приємно, що в нашому проєкті ми співпрацюємо з такими людьми, як пані Олександра, як пан Айварас, як Ксенія Михайлівна Ляпівна і з багатьма з тими, кого ми знаємо тут уже і, очевидно, будемо встановлювати зв'язки в майбутньому. Теза друга. Щастя можливо, я думаю, ми всі разом зможемо подолати всі ті проблеми. І теза третя дуже проста. Я хотів би подякувати всім нашим сьогоднішнім спікерам, пані Олександрі, пану Айварасу, пані Ксенії, пані Ярославі. Перш за все, за щирість, за чесність і, я б сказав би, за дуже такі не просто цікаві міркування, а те, що всі з них, вони переживають за нашу спільну справу. Хай живе малий і середній бізнес.